Chapter 714. A terrifying dark aura washed all over the place at the very next moment. Dark flowing light filled the space with the sword saint at the center, every streak of light containing fearsome blade will. A terrifying dark aura washed all over the place at the very next moment. Dark flowing light filled the space with the sword saint at the center, every streak of light containing fearsome blade will. What kind of ritual implement is this? Everyone's eyes froze as they stared at the blade in the sword saint's hand. The blade seemed to have forbidden powers. These powers were being unraveled bit by bit at that very moment. The power emanating from the blade rushed into every corner of the sword saint's body, filling up his blood and even his soul. The sword saint felt as if his body was being torn apart. Every single part of his body was in indescribably great pain. It was as if the streaks of blade will course throughout his body with impunity, threatening to cut him to pieces. The pain was more than enough to crush someone's will before killing them. Dark whirlpool seemed to have formed from his eyes. At that very instant, the sword saint felt the power within the blade and that it was no longer just a weapon forged from power of rules. The blade had a soul. The sword saint seemed to see many demonic projections within the blade. The demonic spirits manifested as terrifying devouring whirlpool. The dark aura emanating from the blade connected the heavens and the earth, causing boundless power to flow in reverse, devoured by the darkness of the demonic blade. The sword saint felt as if he was on the verge of being devoured by the power of that very blade. Regardless of how powerful a ritual implement was, it was limited by the one using it. He was only at the level of a magi, which meant that even if he was given an incredibly formidable ritual implement, he would still have had a hard time bringing out its full power due to the limitations of his own powers. Yet, when the seal on the blade was unraveled, the sword saint felt as if the blade had been crafted by the gray-robed figure just for him. The weapon matched well with the arts he trained in. Just what kind of a ritual implement is this? Many watched the scene unfolding before them in shock. The sword saint's plane was not all that high, and in the eyes of many, he was simply walking to his own death. Yet, when the seal on the blade was unraveled, they felt themselves trembling within, as if some power that got them feeling fear resided in the blade itself. Kong Yao watched how the boundless dark aura in the air looked like vines, devouring the powers of the world in a frenzy. That blade was definitely a very high-level holy item. He had never thought he would have encountered such holy items in the barren state, and he deemed it crucial to get his hands on it. Such saint-level ritual implements were only accessible to saints back in Jisheng Cliffs. But if it was something that he had acquired for himself, he would have been allowed to keep it. If he were to hand it over to Jisheng Cliffs, he would have been given another one in return, instead of simply adding more to their collection. A cultivator trained in the demonic arts. Kong Yao's expression was cold as he said, "That is someone who is trained in demonic ways. What is the Holy Ji Palace doing keeping their hands to themselves with someone like that before us?" Demonic arts. Yi Futian looked at his eldest brother. Since when did he train in demonic methods? Furthermore, the blade was a very powerful one. It was a demonic blade. Reverse. A cold voice was uttered by the sword saint. The spiritual chi and power of rules seemed to have flowed in his body in reverse, being devoured by both the human and the weapon. Dark patterns appeared all over his body as if he had been clad in a piece of terrifying dark armor. He held the blade in his hand tight, as if both of them had merged into a single being. Demon. The sword saint took one step forward, and one demonic shadow after another appeared around him. Dark aura that felt even more terrifying whipped about in the air. He held the demonic blade up high, and veins were seen popping all over him. Kong Yao's expression changed and said, "Look out!" He sensed a sliver of danger. "Kill!" The blade was brought down as soon as he finished talking. The streaks of dark aura all materialized into curved blades and lashed out. Get away, Kong Yao roared. The Jisheng Cliff's mighty ones had initially surrounded Yi Futian and the others. When the blade was brought down, everyone was within range of the blade's attack. Retreat! Everyone from the major forces all backed away and evaded the dark blade as it swooped through the air as they went down. PFFTT. Some of the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs closest to them ended up chopped or bisected at the waist. The power of rules proved utterly inadequate to fend off the move. Anyone who got near ended up dead. Blood sprayed all over the air. One sage level figures after another perished right there and then. Countless eyes stared at that very scene, and many felt their minds trembling. The move was definitely one wrought by one at the pinnacle of Sage Plane. The Sword Saint melded his blade work and power of rules together with the power of the blade, boosting himself enough to reach the very limit of the Sage Plane. Boom! A loud rumble was heard. The blade was brought down the palace far away, with the peak having gashes on it. The sky stairwell was snapped. There was a holy stairwell leading into the Holy Ji Palace, a symbol that was cut up by that blade flash. Kong Yao, Nian, and Gufeng all glared at the Sword Saint. The guy actually ended up killing so many of us from Jisheng Cliffs. One slash ended up killing over a dozen mighty ones. What are we going to tell Jisheng Cliffs when we return? Kong Yao's body trembled slightly at the thought. His face turned incredibly grim. The two previous battles did not end up achieving their goals, but Jisheng Cliffs did not suffer many losses. However, despite having gathered more mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs, they ended up losing more instead. He deemed such a result simply unacceptable. You all will die, Kong Yao said coldly. A beam of holy light burst before him as soon as he finished. It was a very, very tall bronze holy cauldron, looking regal and elegant as it hovered in the air. Streaks of holy light emanated from it. Everyone in the boundless space felt themselves being suppressed by a very terrifying power of rules, so much so that they found it difficult to breathe and incapable of moving. Yi Futian felt that precisely. At that moment, he felt impossible just to move his leg. Such terrifying holy item. The minds of many trembled. Yu Qi of Alchemy City stared at that bronze holy cauldron. Alchemy City was unable to produce a holy item of such level. It seemed that Jisheng Cliffs was determined to get their hands on it by allowing a holy item of such a level to be used by Kong Yao. That made Kong Yao almost invincible at his plane. Open, Kong Yao said. The incredibly huge bronze holy cauldron blew up right there, and then before reforming. It turned into armor-like protective gear, flying towards Kong Yao's body. Kong Yao's arms, legs, chest, and back were all clad in bronze armor in an instant. A boundlessly huge divine elephant life spirit appeared. The same type of armor appeared on all four legs of that massive divine elephant. It can transform. Many people's eyes froze in place. Kong Yao stepped on the air below, and the divine elephant shadow did the same as well. Incredible power radiated and suppressed all below it. Many were heard grunting, and Sage Dozhan's battle form protected Yi Futian within it as well, preventing him from being affected. That one step vaguely cracked his battle form, a testament of how terrifying Kong Yao was when borrowing the power of holy items. He ranked 9th on the Sage ranking and was invincible throughout the entire Barren State. Now that he had one such super powerful holy item with him, there was simply no one below Saint Plain capable of getting his way. I'll go take care of him, the Sword Saint said calmly, looking at Kong Yao. Terrifying dark light whooshed about him still. His body seemed to have grown quite a bit and took a demon form. The demonic blade was filled with boundless blade will, enlarging it and turned it into 100-meter-long demonic blade. Streaks of dark aura burst from the demonic blade in a frenzy. The Sword Saint then took to the air, holding the demonic blade high in the air. All who had a part in this will die, Kong Yao said coldly. His murderous intent was brimming as he stepped down. The divine elephant did the same, and one divine elephant shadow after another seemed to went on a stampede in the air, stepping down as they went. The sword saint swung his blade very slowly. Dark aura gathered in a frenzy, enlarging the blade, gleaming with overbearing force, lashing out at the air. Sharp noises were heard, and the divine elephant shadow was cut open by the demonic blade in the middle. The blade kept cutting at the air and headed for Kong Yao. Kong Yao's expression was ice cold. A magi-level figure actually came at me with a ritual implement. His ritual implement was also an extremely fearsome saint-level holy item, and his plane was far higher than the sword saint's. One divine elephant shadow appeared after another and suppressed the air. Kong Yao shouted coldly, and he, who was clad in battle armor and combat boots, stepped out, turning into a foot of the divine elephant. The divine elephant, right behind him, stepped out at the same time. With a deafening rumble, the boot stepped right onto the demonic blade. Terrifying dark blade flashes lashed out in the surroundings in that very instant, and that power that seemed to be bringing everything to its knees landed onto the body of the sword saint. "Cut!" the sword saint shouted, and terrible light emanated from the blade, cutting up the rules that came at them from above. The blade and the boot stuck together and rose, with two shadows making for the sky. The blade flash was seen, and both stayed away from each other, each taking one side in the air. There were countless outside the Holy Ji Palace who lifted their heads, looking tiny. Eldest brother. Yi Futian was filled with boundless worry. Yi Futian knew that his eldest brother deliberately went at Kong Yao so as to get him away from the battlefield. Kong Yao was, after all, too powerful. At such a plane, Yi Futian would not have been able to fend off even one step from Kong Yao. Nieyan and Gu Feng moved once again, fighting Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong. Nieyan said coldly, "Isn't the Holy Ji Palace going to do anything?" Yi Futian glanced at Lu Chan, but he heard Yu Qi said, "This is a feud between Jisheng Cliffs and Yi Futian. As the sacred ground of the Barren State, it would be better for the Holy Ji Palace to stay out of this. Even though they might not be able to carry out what they believe in, there should at least have some line they wouldn't cross for whatever reasons. Go." Yan Wuji and mighty ones from Nantian House banded together at the moment and prepared to fight Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong together. They were compelled to kill those two right there and then. Di Kai, who gave you the permission to do anything? Yu Qi glanced at someone, appearing right before Di Kai of the Emperor family in Alchemy City. "This has nothing to do with you," Di Kai said coldly. "I'm the city lord of Alchemy City. If you dare do anything funny, I'd have no choice but to make my move," Yu Qi said coldly as well. Su Shan got in the way of Yan Wuji at the same time and said plainly it is better for the Barren State forces to simply watch from the sidelines. "Are you going to become Jisheng Cliff's enemies then?" The city lord of White Cloud City stepped out and said coldly, deeming them to be on the opposite side of Jisheng Cliffs. "No," Di Kai said plainly and added, "but the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain are both Barren State forces. As such, it is best for other forces from Barren State to stay out of this." He stood across by Gu as soon as he finished. They promised to come, but they would have never asked for a fight with Jisheng Cliffs, as doing so would have given Jisheng Cliffs a reason to wage a war against them. But if Yi Futian and the others were able to get in Jisheng Cliffs' way, they were not beneath helping out a little. Although Jisheng Cliffs had saints, all 9 states were the orthodoxy of Emperor Xia, which meant that Jisheng Cliffs could not simply go about as they pleased. So long as they kept themselves from acting against Jisheng Cliffs, it would be impossible for that force from Yu State to simply kill all of them despite the fact that they had done nothing. Chapter 715. Bai Gu, city lord of White Cloud City, was standing against Huang Yi of the sovereign family. Both figures were ranked 4th and 5th on the barren sky, ranking respectively. Bai Gu, city lord of White Cloud City, was standing against Huang Yi of the sovereign family. Both figures were ranked 4th and 5th on the barren sky, ranking respectively. Su Shan and Yan Wuji both drew their swords and faced each other. Both of them were the most powerful swordsmen found in the barren state. One practiced the god-slaying sword while the other practiced the Wuji sword. Devastating storm of sword aura whipped around both of them. Other than that, the godly spear of Nantian was also stopped by monk Qingdeng. Chun Yuan, Mu Chuan, and Long Ao got in the way of the head of the sacred fire sect. Almost all who came to watch the fight were embroiled in the storm, and it seemed as if a war was about to begin. Yi Futian, the one standing at the center of the storm, looked at everything around him feeling mixed. There were many seniors and elders who came out to fight for his sake. While none of them actually clashed directly with Jisheng Cliffs, it was a sentiment he would hold close to his heart. There were many who were simply little more than mere acquaintances to him, and they had only met several times. So much so that they had almost no relation to speak of. The most that could have been said was that he was acquainted with people of their later generations, and he trained with them in the Holy Ji Palace. That was all far less than adequate to actually have such great figures getting involved with such a mess. Lu Chan remained standing where he was as he scanned the place. The fiercest battle was the one taking place in midair. That was a battle between those at their pinnacle, a battle fought between the best below the sage plane. Kong Yao controlled the divine elephant and unleashed its rules to the limit with the bronze holy item as support. Every single attack felt as if the earth was about to collapse, being crushed under his feet. The sword saint's blade flashes shot through the air, and boundless aura and power of rules seemed to have flowed into his body in reverse. Every single slash felt as if it was capable of cutting the space apart. Lu Chan admitted that even if he were to fight one of them, he would have been suppressed. He had never expected the eldest brother of Yi Futian, who came from the Eastern Barren Territory, actually had a demonic blade which was capable of producing such terrifying power. He had also never expected the sovereign family, Alchemy City, Sushan, and many others ranked in high places on the barren sky ranking would have actually acted and fought for Yi Futian. Lu Chan felt that he was able to vaguely understand such feelings. They were not asking for anything in return. In fact, the risk of getting involved in this battle far exceeded the reward. Jisheng Cliffs was, after all, a true force with saints, and what they did there was similar to what the Holy Ji Palace had been doing to protect Bai Luli. Those people went to appreciate a talent so immensely that they were unwilling to let someone with potential for sainthood perish right there and then, which was why they were willing to do anything in their power to fight for Yi Futian. Lu Chan appreciated such an attitude immensely, and he was unable to blame those who acted. There was no right or wrong in that particular case. If there was anyone or anything to be blamed, it would have been fate. He turned his gaze at Yi Futian, which became incredibly determined in an instant. His eyes glowed with determination to see his way through, as if he had made a resolution. "Take him," Lu Chan said coldly. Lu Chan, Sage Dojan, stood by Yi Futian's side and protected him. He shouted in anger, and his large eyes were filled with coldness. Lu Chan actually ordered to take Yi Futian down? Isn't all this enough already? The boy has already shown his extreme genius level of talents and potential for sainthood. Many top-tier figures came to stand by Yi Futian and are willing to fight for him. Dojan, Lu Chan shouted. "I understand what you're thinking, but what I'm doing here is for the sake of the Holy Ji Palace and for the barren state. There is no other choice with things coming to this state. The only thing to do to end all this is to take him. If you still remember who you are, then move aside." Many mighty ones ranked on barren sky, ranking moved and fought for none other than Yi Futian. Almost all who ranked top 10 seemed to have gotten themselves involved in this mess, and Jisheng Cliffs was adamant to take him. If things were to escalate any further, it would be anyone's guess what would become of the barren state and how many forces would be in jeopardy. It would have been a catastrophe involving all of the barren state. The end had long been decided, and it was up to Lu Chan to end it all. For the Holy Ji Palace for barren state, Sage Dozhan turned his eyes to look at the Holy Ji Palace and said, "I've said it once. The Holy Ji Palace has rotted, and so it should be reconfigured. There is no construction without destruction. Yet you remained attached to how the place is now, Luchan. If that is the case, there is no hope for the Holy Ji Palace's restoration. Having the barren state be great again is all but a delusion. You have no courage to face it all, and yet you want to create a saint. But just think about it. Are those legendary figures something you can just simply create? Dozhan, the barren state, is already a mess, and I don't want to see the Holy Ji Palace splintering." "I don't want to fight you," Luchan said, looking at Sage Dozhan. "Then I guess I'll have to see for myself what you're capable of, Palace Lord." Sage Dozhan took a step forward, and his Dozhan body stood regal and tall in the air, looking immensely solemn and imposing. "Brother." Sage Jingang looked at that scene and did not know how to feel. Luchan kept his eyes still at Sage Dozhan and went silent for a moment. He then said, "Tianqing." Sage Tianqing walked up just as soon as Luchan, a sword appearing in his hand. The sword looked to be the sword of punishment, shining bright with light of punishment and pulsing with devastating flashes. Sage Dozhan looked at the scene and said, very disappointed, "I take it that you even got the holy item prepared then?" "Dozhan, you know this sword. It is the sword of punishment left behind by the previous saint. He who holds this sword will be in charge of all punishments going on in the Holy Ji Palace. One could advise with the sword in hand, even if the palace lord were to turn their back on the will of the Holy Ji Palace. Are you sure you want to turn your back on the will of the Holy Ji Palace?" Sage Tianqing said, while staring at Sage Dozhan, "Teacher, just let it be." Yi Futian was seen with immense disappointment. He had come with the intention of getting even just to get an opportunity to fight Bai Luli, to prove to the Holy Ji Palace that they were wrong. However, things happened just as he had expected. The Holy Ji Palace never even gave him a chance. Luchan remained fixated at his own, well, even though he had gone showcasing his talents. The Holy Ji Palace was now determined to take him down. As such, it would have changed nothing even if his eldest brother was to participate in all that. Just as Luchan put it himself, the end had already been decided, and there was simply no need for more unnecessary sacrifices, getting so many seniors and elders into the mess by fighting for his sake. He looked at Luchan and felt immensely disappointed. He was disappointed at the place that he used to train in. "Futian, this is more than just your fight now. It is now my fight too." Sage Dozhan said, "This concerns my beliefs. I've always thought that my ordeal would take place during the path to attaining sainthood, but I never thought it'd happen right inside the Holy Ji Palace. What irony indeed." Sage Dozhan walked out as soon as he finished. Limitless power burst and dazzling golden lights permeated through his body. "Dozhan, you're a really stubborn one indeed," Sage Tianqing said coldly. He took one step and terrifying power of rules permeated the air around them. He gathered aura with his hand and lashed out with the sword. The light of punishment took the form of crosses and hashtags, crisscrossing with each other as they cut the air before them. Boom! Sage Dozhan stepped out, and his body seemed divine. His tan skin burst with dazzling golden light. He stood still when the attack came, letting the light cut on his physical body. However, they left only gashes and were unable to break him open. Sage Dozhan, the #1 body refiner in the barren state. His body had been refined to the limits of refinement. He lifted his fist and threw out a punch. An incredibly huge golden arm appeared in the air, lifting its fist high and bringing it down on Sage Tianqing. Sage Tianqing's expression was incredibly cold. Such was the boundless power of Sage Dozhan, Lord of Battle Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace, and the one who ranked 7th on the barren sky ranking. His rules were power itself, extreme forces capable of shaking anything and everything. Sage Tianqing continued lashing out with his sword, a huge golden net appearing before them. formed by countless light of punishment in cross form, covering the incoming overbearing punch and cutting it up right there and then. Boundless light glimmered, and the huge fist of power was torn apart. Yet the extremely overbearing fist will continued its path. Sage Tianqing slashed with his sword. Only then was he able to stop the attack. His body was thrown backward, and he looked incredibly distressed. He was still a lord of the Tianqing Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace, after all. Yet he was still thrown back in a fight, despite being armed with a ritual implement. Sage Tianqing held the sword tight, and another, even more terrifying power burst from his body. His beaming eyes looked at the air above, and beams of light appeared. Countless streaks of light of punishment appeared and formed the word of punishment, circling around Sage Dozhan's body and went on to cover everything in it. Sage Tianqing stood in the center of all that, as if he was the master of punishment. Dozhan, stand back. Your physical body might be powerful, but you cannot do anything facing the sword of punishment, Sage Tianqing said coldly, and sword aura flowed into the countless light of punishment around them, ready to unleash terrifying killing moves anytime. Tianqing, you might still be in charge of punishments in the Holy Ji Palace, but you have lost your beliefs, Sage Dozhan said, and even more powerful light burst out of his body. The 7-star acupoints went all open from the top of his head to all of his limbs. Dazzling light burst through his body, and Sage Dozhan looked as if he was a god of war at the moment. He lifted his arms high, and with a roar, threw both of his fists in the air. Countless huge golden fists filled the air in an instant, lashing out at the void. Kill! Sage Tianqing yelled coldly. Countless killing beams, emanating from the word of punishment, clashed with the golden fists punching through the air, exploding violently. Sage Tianqing's body broke out like a bolt of lightning and lashed out with his sword, throwing punishment of light, intending to pierce the Dozhan body. Break! Sage Tianqing roared, and boundless light of punishment exploded with that sword move. Sage Dozhan's body was immensely formidable, yet there was no stopping the sword of a saint. Sage Dozhan clenched his fist, and his battle form looked like an indestructible god of war. Boundless light shone, breaking up that invincible body bit by bit. The sword arrived as cracks formed. Countless beams of light pierced through, yet at the same time Sage Dozhan's arm lashed out, and his battle form threw out an overbearing punch at Sage Tianqing as well. Devastating light whipped around the surrounding air. The battle form exploded and was destroyed. Sage Dozhan's physical body was pierced, and streaks of blood were seen. But at the same time, Sage Tianqing was sent flying with one punch. The bones all over his body were shattered. If Sage Dozhan had not been pulling punches, refraining from going all out, Sage Tianqing would have died. Chapter 716. Lu Chan and the others from the Holy Ji Palace were practically frozen at the scene, staring at Sage Dozhan feeling speechless. Lu Chan and the others from the Holy Ji Palace were practically frozen at the scene, staring at Sage Dozhan feeling speechless. Sage Tianqing was unable to fight anymore, and Sage Dozhan's unbreakable body of the god of war was dripping blood, pierced by power of rules. However, his body remained standing tall and proud. Lu Chan apparently never thought Sage Tianqing, who was fighting using divine implements, would have ended up fighting such a bloody battle with Sage Dozhan. The lord of the number 2 palace of the Holy Ji Palace had a body that was indestructible. It suffered attacks from divine implements, yet stayed completely intact, and went on to pummel Sage Tianqing until he lost all capacity for combat. If Sage Dozhan had not been going easy on him, due to both of them studying in the same place, there would have been no way Sage Tianqing would have survived that one-punch Sage Dozhan launched directly on his body. "Teacher," Futian said softly. Although Sage Dozhan was his teacher when he was studying in the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Dozhan actually spent little time teaching, and they both hardly saw each other much. However, Yi Futian remembered sage Dozhan's words very clearly when he was teaching, saying that his body was unlike any other, capable of withstanding all manners of attack. But it was not the case with the others, as he was able to bring them down with little more than one strike. Sage Dozhan did what he claimed he was able to do right there and then. Yi Futian never thought of roping others in, yet many great figures fought for his sake at the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian wondered what they saw in him, something that his teacher stood against the Holy Ji Palace for, something that enabled his teacher to fight for him, putting his life on the line. Lu Chan, while this is the first time I've seen him, my daughter told me to come see for myself. With so many mighty ones willing to fight for his sake, is that inadequate for you to change your mind? Lord Yun of the Ice Temple said. Lu Chan glanced at her and sighed to himself. The very moment he saw Yi Futian unleash his talent, there was simply no way he would have stayed unmoved. He too questioned himself, but with things having come so far, there was simply no turning back. I have gathered all 6 palaces and pavilions to discuss you, and we granted you permission to enter the Sage Hall. Even with the incident in Crouching Dragon Mountain, I remained steadfast in the decision to allow you to return to the palace and enter the Sage Hall. The only thing I asked was that you stop interfering with what was happening in Crouching Dragon Mountain. If you had agreed to it, none of this would have happened. Lu Chan looked at Yi Futian and said, to have my second sister married to Bai Luli, paving his path to sainthood, yet my third brother would be taken away by Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian looked at Lu Chan and asked, what did they do wrong? What did anyone do wrong? Lu Chan stared at Yi Futian, who returned the gaze. It's time for all of this to end. There is no need to bring more people into this. Lu Chan then said, Daozong, take Dozhan away. Sage Daozong chuckled bitterly. Did everything need to come to this? Teacher. A voice was heard far away from the Holy Ji Palace. Sage Daozong turned around and saw Yun Shuisheng. Phoenix and other students appeared. There was no way he would not have been able to read what they meant with the look in their eyes. When Yi Futian was studying in the Holy Ji Palace, he was once the champion of the law rank and many had taken his guidance. Yi Futian's prestige in his batch had no match. Many of the younger generations were friendly with Yi Futian, and it was due to this that the battle royale happened that day. Daozong, the Sword Palace, is not taking part in what is happening today. A voice was heard somewhere. Sage Daozong turned around and found the voice to be coming from the Sword Demon. The Sword Demon had defied Lu Chan before. With him making an open announcement that he was not taking part, it also apparently meant that he did not wish to see Sage Daozong taking part in any of this. Sage Daozong sighed. There was no right and wrong. Everyone had their own reasons for doing what they did. It was also an undeniable fact that things had reached a point of no return. Lu Chan saw Sage Daozong hesitate, and he sighed as well. Yi Futian was able to gather many of the best the Barren State had to offer at the palace. Had the Lord of the Battle Sage Palace fight for his sake, and cause the Sword Demon and Sage Daozong to turn against his will. It was obvious that everyone was shaken. However, he alone would have never wavered. Even if everyone around him thought him to be a vile criminal, he would shoulder it all. He walked, and a terrifying aura descended from above, covering Yi Futian's body. Dozhan stepped forward as well. Dozhan, are you still insisting on doing this? Lu Chan stared at Sage Dozhan and said, are you really going to fight me? I fight for my beliefs, and I don't need to hesitate. Make your move, Sage Dozhan said, and his body remained tall and proud. You are right indeed. If it is a fight for one's beliefs, there is indeed no need to hesitate. Lu Chan stepped forward and pointed his finger in the air. The finger shot through the air in a split second, as if countless lights of minute particles fell onto Sage Dozhan's body. He naturally knew what the Assistant Palace Lord, the one who ranked third on the Barren Sky ranking, was capable of. He shouted and stood still with his body like an ancient god. His skin went red as if burned with fire. Fiery golden sheen burst forth as if his body was some indestructible ritual implement. However, Sage Dojan's body exploded again and again as the light of the particles hit him. It was as if he was being bombarded by some devastating force. Blood splattered and his body was sent flying backward. He was barely able to stand when he went into the fight, and there was no way he could fight Lu Chan. Lu Chan stepped forward, bringing his unparalleled, imposing might to bear. Enough. Yi Futian looked at Lu Chan and said, "I'll leave with you." Lu Chan looked at Yi Futian. Hopefully everything would end here. You were never wrong, so why do you need to leave with him? A spectral voice was heard. Lu Chan and Yi Futian both turned around, seeing a pure, flawless figure standing not far behind Yi Futian. "Who are you?" Lu Chan cast a glance at the girl who appeared out of nowhere. Her bearing was pure, as if she was some mystical being. "I'm Hua Qingqing, a student of Monk Qingdeng," the girl said. "What are you doing here?" Yi Futian looked at Hua Qingqing and said, "Hua Qingqing, go back to where your teacher is." Hua Qingqing shook her head. She turned to look at Lu Chan and said, "I've asked my teacher if I should come. He asked me to follow my heart." "Palace Lord Lu, your stubbornness for the sake of the palace runs deep and your eyes are no longer still and clear. It seems that your mind has wavered. Why not ask yourself earnestly before you decide on anything? A student of Qingdeng, right?" Lu Chan looked at Hua Qingqing and said, "I'm not going to do anything to you, seeing that you are one of my juniors. Leave now. I understand my own mind." "I'm not wrong in my assessment," Hua Qingqing said insistently. Lu Chan glanced at her plainly and said nothing. He turned his eyes at Yi Futian and said, "Everything started because of him, and everything should end with him. Don't touch him." Yet another cold voice was heard. Lu Chan was stunned as he saw another silhouette around. It was to an extremely beautiful girl. The sight of those two girls standing together made everything else in the world seem to lose color. "Hua Jiu, what is the point of you showing up?" Lu Chan asked coldly. Hua Jiu's eyes remained cold. Yi Futian turned his head around to look at her, letting out a bitter laugh. He and the black wind condor shared spiritual powers, and it was only natural for him to know what happened. She had actually sneaked up on the bird. "Who asked you to come?" Yi Futian said with a tinge of anger in his voice. Hua Jiu turned her eyes at him and lowered her head for a little bit, seemingly feeling wronged. However, her eyes were incredibly clear, and she said with great determination, "I won't let them touch you. Stop fooling around and go home." Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiu and said, "No." Hua Jiu shook her head and said, "I want to try." She closed her eyes after she finished talking. Terrifying aura emanated from within her body, engulfing her body. Extremely powerful spiritual power was unleashed from the middle of her brow, which seemed to be something unshackled as her spiritual will was being encroached. A shadow seemed to begin to form from her body. It all seemed as if there was another soul resting within Hua Jiu's body. At that very moment, Hua Jiu recalled that scene back in Jiaxing House. Back in Jiaxing House that day, she saw a mysterious figure asking if she feared death. She said yes. For him, there was nothing to fear. "Jiu." Yi Futian went pale as he looked at the changes on Hua Jiu's body. "What is happening? What is going on? Is there something wrong with Jiu?" Lu Chan's pupils were dilated as he stared at the changes on Hua Jiu's body. The illusory shadow began to take tangible shape. Hua Jiu's hair was flapping around in rage as another face began to take over her own. It was a face that was cold as a witch's, exuding bone-chilling frost like no other. At that moment, it seemed as if two people were sharing one body instead of there being a single person. What kind of witchcraft is this? Lu Chan stared at Hua Jiu and asked, "You're weak. If I were to unleash my power on a weak, divine, spiritual sorcerer such as you, there is no way you would be able to withstand it. Your spiritual will would simply dissipate, and you would die, a voice said in Huajiu's mind, a voice that was bone-chilling. It doesn't matter. Just unleash your power to the limit, Hua Jiu answered. As you wish, a voice answered. At the very next moment, Hua Jiu's body shook violently as if her spiritual will was forcefully taken away from her body. The power spread through the air as an extremely overbearing will melded with her spiritual will, controlling the powers of her surroundings. She bit her lip and blood dripped from her mouth. Her long hair and her clothes flapped around wildly in the air. The power of the pearl in her mind was cranked to max, which served to diminish the pain she was experiencing. Boom! Her spiritual will seem to have completely blown apart as unending pain emerged. Terrifying spiritual will power shot out to her surroundings. At the very moment, everything seemed crystal clear, and everything seemed to be put under her control. Lu Chan looked at Huajiu. He felt somehow that he was watching some godly figure before him. That fearsome figure standing in the air, a witch of near limitless power, with her jet-black hair flapping about. He was able to sense that if that girl was not living within Huajiu and had instead possessed her own body, there was no way he would have been a match for her. That figure was probably someone of the Saint Plane. He was puzzled as to why a being of such power existed within Huajiu. I'll handle her. You all take Yi Futian, Lu Chan ordered the people of the Holy Ji Palace. Incredibly divine light burst from Hua Qingqing as well. Her figure floated before Yi Futian, and the divine light seemed to be burning her body up. She turned into a lotus lamp. The light emanated from the middle of the lamp was incredibly bright, emanating light onto her surroundings. Tremendously powerful spiritual power emerged from within, and the lotus lamp floated lightly towards Yi Futian. Chapter 717. The lotus lamp fell before Yi Futian. Hua Qingqing's silhouette was vaguely seen as the lamplight shone at the middle of Yi Futian's brow. Yi Futian's spiritual power radiated through the vast surroundings around him. His entire body seemed to have become dazzlingly bright. It was as if he was a regal ancient Buddha. Sounds of chantings were heard around in the air, resonating with Yi Futian's spiritual will. The lotus lamp fell before Yi Futian. Hua Qingqing's silhouette was vaguely seen as the lamplight shone at the middle of Yi Futian's brow. Yi Futian's spiritual power radiated through the vast surroundings around him. His entire body seemed to have become dazzlingly bright. It was as if he was a regal ancient Buddha. Sounds of chantings were heard around in the air, resonating with Yi Futian's spiritual will. Hua Qingqing, Yi Futian spoke telepathically. It is me experiencing the power in tranquility, Hua Qingqing returned. Yi Futian felt as if the power of spiritual qi and rules resonated with his own spiritual powers. Those violent scenes of battle melded with his mind, resulting in his spiritual powers becoming incredibly powerful. Lu Chan shivered inside again. Monk Qingdeng had taken in a student of very special talents. However, Lu Chan himself cared little about matters of the younger generation outside of those studying in the Holy Ji Palace. He had never expected that this student would have been that special. Is that lamp the Sarara lamp told in Buddhist legends? Is the Buddhist theory of reincarnation real? Why do so many mystical, special people keep appearing around Yi Futian? I'd like to hear that song on Sky Mountain, Hua Qingqing's voice said inside Yi Futian's mind. She loved the sound of the guqin as well. Yi Futian nodded and conjured a guqin before him. It was the guqin belonging to Lu Kuangxing, the nine-fingered guqin devil, as well as the guqin in the Guqin Valley of the Holy Ji Palace. Lu Chan stepped out and pointed at Yi Futian. Beams of the fingers' power shot forth, bringing boundless light to the air. Hua Jiu stepped forward and unleashed her life spirit. She wore an incredibly dazzling crown and looked absolutely overbearing. Her pitch-black eyes looked at Lu Chan, and a formless spiritual wall appeared all of a sudden. The godlike wall halted all of the beams raining down before blowing them up, bringing incredibly devastating power to bear. The most powerful power a divine spiritual sorcerer lies within their thoughts, which are able to reach the gods. A cold voice was heard in Hua Jiu's mind. At the very next moment, Hua Jiu felt that incredibly powerful spiritual willpower taking form in some formless hand. Lashing out directly at Lu Chan's shapeless handprints appeared all over the air. Lu Chan felt as if his spiritual willpower was directly sealed. He looked at that power which permeated the space with a very awful expression. Break. Terrifying spiritual willpower burst, manifesting into countless spots of light, tearing that formless power apart. However, Hua Jiu moved forward right afterward, and her steps made Lu Chan feel tremendous pressure bearing on him. He, of course, knew that it was not Hua Jiu that he was facing, but some cultivator who was like Hua Jiu and probably a divine spiritual sorcerer at the Saint Plane, who was simply borrowing Hua Jiu's body and will to unleash her powers. Did some divine spiritual sorcerer at the Saint Plane whose physical body was destroyed take an interest in Hua Jiu? Thunder punishment. A cold voice was heard from Hua Jiu's mouth. Streaks of spiritual lightning fell from the heavens. The attack seemed to be taking no form still, bombarding Lu Chan's mind directly. He felt as if his will was going to be torn to shreds. The attack was simply too terrifying as there were no signs to read. It was a spiritual-type spell attack that went straight for his mind, after all. A bright light flashed in Lu Chan's hand, and a fearsome ritual implement was conjured in his hand. That was a willow whip. The aura emanating from it was powerful enough to shake souls. It was also a fearsome, offensive ritual implement passed down through the generations in the Holy Ji Palace, the god-beating whip. Lu Chan flicked his arm and swung the whip around, tearing that formless attack apart in no time. Hua Jiu grunted. Her attacks were unleashed from her spiritual will, and any attacks she suffered would also directly hurt her mind. Music was heard in the air from another direction while they were still facing off. The spiritual qi in the air seemed to have been affected by the sound of the guqin, flowing in a rather special rhythm. Sad, withered tones were heard in the song. The Yukio song sounded rather different being played at such a time and place. Many who were fighting turned their attention to Yi Futian. A terrible storm seemed to have whipped around his body and was spreading out in his surroundings in a frightening speed, seemingly out to take control of all the spiritual qi in the air. Do it! A cold voice was heard. It was Ning Xian of the Ning clan. He led a group of mighty ones from Tianqing Pavilion and went for Yi Futian. Yi Futian seemed oblivious to all of that as he kept his low, playing his guqin. The rhythm of the song was a fast and torrential one. Glittering lights enveloped Yi Futian's body, shining in sync with that lotus lamp. Ning Xian went up to the air right above Yi Futian, holding a golden halberd, then shot straight down for Yi Futian. Beams of light from the halberd shot forth with the full intention of killing Yi Futian where he sat. There were also few others who went attacking Yi Futian as well. No one had expected the fights that day to be so violent, not even Yi Futian himself. Terrifying attacks came at him. Yet the spiritual qi moving with a mystical flow in the air turned into power of rules. The beams of the golden halberd halted right before Yi Futian as if they were frozen in place. They stopped short of piercing through Yi Futian's brain. The frozen space grew wider and wider, and Ning Xian found his body getting stiff as the wave of frozen space reached him. The space where he was became completely frozen, and everything seemed to be reaching an absolute halt. Ning Xian's expression turned as he lowered his head to look Yi Futian. Is that lotus lamp amplifying his powers? How can he be this powerful? The sound of the guqin was still around. Ning Xian felt his spiritual power severely restricted. It was as if he had no way of melding his will with his surrounding spiritual qi. It was not just him who suffered, as everyone who moved against Yi Futian suffered the same feeling. The wind blew and turned into a terrifying hurricane capable of tearing everything apart. That hurricane went straight for Ning Xian and the others around him. Ning Xian reached out to sense the hurricane's power, and his expression turned for the worse. The hurricane was an offensive spell imbued with powers of rules of wind, instead of just pure wind power. He wanted to escape, but found his movements extremely sluggish, as if he had no way of moving. The hurricane cut through the air like blades as it sped at them, which then landed cuts on all of their throats. Ning Xian's body shivered as it went limp, his eyes filled with terror. Zh-ch-ch-ch. Splattering sounds continued to be heard as everyone who moved against Yi Futian had their throats slit. The sword demon and sage Daozong closed their eyes as the scene before them unfolded, feeling pity for those Yi Futian killed. They were, after all, still mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace. But can we blame Yi Futian for doing this? Having been cornered like this, Yi Futian probably has no love left for the Holy Ji Palace. We can't expect this former student of the Holy Ji Palace to show any more mercy. They all knew that Yi Futian came to the palace without expecting to leave alive. He wanted only a chance to let the Holy Ji Palace allow him to fight by Luli, so as to prove himself and change the will of the palace. It was a chance he did not get, and that set the ending in motion. However, what happened right there was probably far beyond what Yi Futian had expected. There were many who did not want him dead, and that included many of the great figures in Baron State. Sage Tianqing's face turned incredibly sour as he witnessed that very scene. All of those who were killed were mighty ones from Tianqing Pavilion. Spiritual will burst from his trembling body. The divine sword of punishment shot out to the air. While his body was unable to move, his spiritual will was still intact, and it was still possible for him to guide the sword to kill Yi Futian. Extremely cold, murderous intent was seen in Sage Tianqing's eyes. Light of punishment glittered as the sword got closer to kill Yi Futian. Stop! Hua Jiyu turned around. Her terrifying spiritual thought ordered the sword to stop right there and then. However, Lu Chan's god-beating whip struck and she grunted, spewing blood, and her face turned ashen. Kill! Yi Futian shouted in rage. His voice was extremely cold. Sage Tianqing, who was standing far away, was able to feel the power of rules, which enabled the space to be frozen. That instant was followed by golden vines going straight for him like blades. Sage Tianqing's pupils dilated as he attempted to resist by trying to control the power of rules, but quickly found all such powers around him were rendered unusable. PFFTTT. Cold vines landed right on him, piercing his brow, throat, and heart, nailing his body to a cliff in the palace. No. Lu Chan in rage. The lord of Tianqing Pavilion had been killed right before the Holy Ji Palace. He turned his eyes to Sage Dozhan and then at the sword demon and Sage Daozong. He found a ridiculous feeling welling inside him. So this is where the true ordeal of the Holy Ji Palace is. The hearts of the people of the Holy Ji Palace were divided, and then Sage Tianqing was found dead in battle. There were also many of those who ranked on the barren sky, ranking standing against the Holy Ji Palace. The Holy Ji Palace that was once the beacon of faith of the barren state. He dedicated himself to the Holy Ji Palace and the barren state. How did it all come to this? He thought that taking out Yi Futian would be adequate to cut losses to the minimum. But how did the battles get so brutally bloody? He was unable to understand any of it. His heart trembled violently and he doubted himself. Was this the ending you wanted? Yi Futian's cold voice reverberated in Lu Chan's mind. He looked up at the young man who was still playing the guqin, and Hua Jiu who was being possessed by a saint. His hand that was holding the whip shivered. Lu Chan closed his eyes in pain. At the very next moment, he swung the god-beating whip in his hand about. Countless light of particles shone in the air, gushing at the whip. In that very instant, It seemed as if the whip had turned into a howling dragon, imbued with power out to tear everything apart. Yi Futian kept his head low as he played his guqin. His spiritual will radiated in the air, enveloping his body. Power of rules of space freezing was unleashed yet again. However, the swinging whip tore the power of rules around it apart, restricting the use of the space freezing rules. Sage Wanxiang, in the Wanxiang Pavilion within the palace, looked at the Holy Ji Palace completely submerged in the light of the ordeal. The entire palace crumbled with even the main palace destroyed, yet a light of hope seemed to have emerged from the ruins of the Holy Ji Palace. Sage Wanxiang trembled violently within. How did things turn out this way? Was Dozhan really right about it all? Chapter 7:18. Lu Chan unleashed terrifying powers with the god-beating whip in his hand. Countless particles coalesced into an appalling storm, swallowing everything in its path and headed for both Yi Futian and Hua Ju like a dragon. Every single particle that formed the dragon was imbued with the tremendous power of rules, and with the power of the whip added to it, no being below the Saint Plane would have survived its attack. Lu Chan unleashed terrifying powers with the god-beating whip in his hand. Countless particles coalesced into an appalling storm, swallowing everything in its path and headed for both Yi Futian and Hua Ju like a dragon. Every single particle that formed the dragon was imbued with the tremendous power of rules, and with the power of the whip added to it, no being below the Saint Plane would have survived its attack. Hua Ju came to stand before Yi Futian. The voice in her mind said, "If I were to resist such a force, it would exceed the limit that your mind can take." "Do it." Hua Ju closed her eyes and went burning her spiritual will thoroughly, cranking her power to the maximum. Her hair flapped around again as a terrifying power melded with her spiritual will, enveloping her entire surroundings. "Follow my lead, and one strike will rob him of his capacity to fight," that voice said, and Hua Ju nodded. Their melded will burst and seemed to fill every corner of the space. Jiu! Yi Futian's fingers ran across the strings of the guqin. The will of the guqin was cranked to the absolute limit, rendering everything under the heavens under his command. A true star appeared with him and Hua Jiu at the center. All powers under the heavens melded with the star and manifested as the power of rules of the stars. The power increasingly expanded, heading for Lu Chan. The frightening dragon clashed with the giant star, and a terrifying rumble was heard. The space around them seemed to have exploded. Devastating storms whipped in the air maniacally, yet the god-beating whip maintained its course without stopping. At that very moment, the wills of Hua Jiu and the being within her enveloped the entire space, invading Lu Chan's spiritual will. Lu Chan seemed to have witnessed a saint walking in his direction, intending to enter his mind. With one's thoughts as a catalyst, with the gods as a sacrifice, a voice that sounded like two people speaking said. The words spoken by the compounded voice resounded with a powerful impact. "Forbidden spell, judgment," that voice said once again in an imposing manner that shook the hearts of all within earshot. At that very moment, the silhouette of the saint seemed to have invaded directly. Lu Chan felt as if his spiritual will was being executed by some terrifying killing spell. His expression was an extremely pained one as his face twisted about before he lashed out at the silhouette with the whip. Space freezing. Yi Futian cranked his power to the limit as well, rendering Lu Chan's movements incredibly sluggish. Lu Chan then let out a low roar. The veins on his arms popped as he shook off the shackles of rules. He lashed out with the whip, shattering all power of rules around him, and then sending it straight for Yi Futian. The whip exploded in rage as Lu Chan disregarded his own well-being to attack. The whip tore apart all power of rules as it went all the way for Yi Futian's head. The lotus lamp shone brilliantly with divine light, enveloping Yi Futian within. Yet the whip maintained its course, and a clear crack of the whip was heard. The lotus lamp was no more, and Hua Qingqing spewed blood before Yi Futian, her face completely ashen. The aftershock hit Yi Futian all the same. His soul trembled as he spewed blood. At the very same time, Lu Chan grunted. His aura diminished at frightening speed as his eyes remained glaring at the space before him. That silhouette stood right before him as frightening power of judgment rampaged in his mind, threatening to tear it apart. He cranked his spiritual power to the max. His robe billowed wildly as blood dripped continuously from the corner of his mouth. Lu Chan grunted again after a while. His aura diminished as if he had used up all the power in him. At the same time, Hua Jiu spewed blood from her mouth as she wobbled about, making it seem almost impossible for her to stand. "Who are you?" Lu Chan asked coldly. It was apparent that the being within Hua Jiu was a saint. There was no response. Yi Futian then glanced at Hua Qingqing. "I'm all right. See to her." A smile was seen on Hua Qingqing's ashen face. It was as pure and flawless as ever, with a tinge of sadness in it. Yi Futian smiled a rather pitiful smile himself. He walked towards Hua Jiu without saying much to Hua Qingqing. He then shouted, "Jiu!" Hua Jiu's body fell backward. Yi Futian cradled her while he was trembling deep within. He felt extremely terrified inside. "Jiu!" Yi Futian extended his shaking hand and touched his face, feeling tears at the corner of his eye. "Idiot, why are you crying?" Tears were found at Hua Jiu's eyes as she looked at Yi Futian. She then said to him gently, "I'm feeling rather tired." "Futian, do you think I'll die?" "No, Jiu. Promise me you'll be fine." Yi Futian held her tight in his arms. "Yeah." Hua Jiu nodded and said, "Futian, look at Hua Qingqing. She's just like a fairy. Lulan is a good girl too. She'll take care of you." Tears rolled from the corner of her eyes. "Don't say anything, Jiu. You'll be fine. You will definitely will be," Yi Futian said with a trembling voice. A few people came to them. They were Phoenix, Yun Shuisheng, Mu Jiqiu, and the others, all from the Holy Ji Palace. Phoenix took out a pill and fed it to Hua Jiu, saying, "Your mind suffered massive damage. Don't say anything anymore. Take the pill and rest. You will be fine." "Yeah." Hua Jiu nodded at Phoenix and swallowed the pill after looking at Yi Futian with a smile. She then closed her eyes slowly. Lu Chan Yi Futian's voice went extremely cold as he glared at Lu Chan. "I never thought of hurting her." Lu Chan sighed. He then looked at Yi Futian and said, "All that I did was to end all of this. You still to refuse to admit you were wrong, even at this very moment." Yi Futian smirked sarcastically and sorrowfully. "Lu Chan," a voice was heard from the Holy Ji Palace. Lu Chan turned around and saw a few people walking in his direction. The one who took the lead looked incredibly withered and old. His aura was wilting, and he looked as if he could die at any minute. There were two others by his side, Sage Wanxiang and Bai Luli. "Assistant Palace Lord," Sage Wanxiang could not help but utter, seeing Lu Chan so incredibly weak. "Senior, why are you out here?" Lu Chan looked at the withered-looking old man. It was none other than the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, the one who ranked first on the Barren Sky ranking, Sage Chunyang. Sage Chunyang turned his eyes at Yi Futian, and Sage Wanxiang did the same, before turning their eyes at the ones beside him as well as Sage Dojan. Brutal battles were still going on in some far corners, battles fought between top-class mighty ones ranked on the Barren Sky ranking. Why has everything come to this? Sage Chunyang looked at the brutal and miserable scenes before him. Sage Dojan was severely injured, Sage Tianqing dead, and Lu Chan was in a grievous state as well. He looked at Yi Futian with deep, old eyes filled with sorrow. "Why?" Yi Futian smirked and then yelled, "You tell me why." "My third brother was framed by Jisheng cliffs." Why did the Holy Ji Palace arrest him instead? I studied in the Holy Ji Palace, and I was expelled. Even so, what did I do wrong? I'm here today only to set things right. Yet, why won't you let me? Why do you still insist that you have done no wrong, even at this very moment? Sage Chunyang listened to Yi Futian roar. His withering eyes remained still amidst all that, and he answered, "In this world, there is more than just right or wrong." "So what?" Yi Futian stepped forward and said sarcastically, "If you want to kill me, do it." Bai Luli stepped forward at that very moment, walking towards Yi Futian, and said, "There is no right or wrong. If you insist on fighting, I will fight you. Is there any meaning to it anymore?" Yi Futian smirked dismissively. Bai Luli took several steps more forward and said, "There is. It is to prove your mind." The star wheel behind Sage Wanxiang spun. Stars shone all around them, encompassing the space in starlight. The space seemed as if it was an independent sky of stars, with star wheeling spinning and starlight covering both of them. There were only a few of them, as well as others, such as the Lord of Ice Temple, Phoenix, and Yun Shuaixing in that space. My mind never needed to be proven. Yi Futian smiled and stepped forward. His body seemed to have burned as an incredibly bright beam of light shot up. His body became a tremendously regal beacon. The swaying light made Yi Futian look as if he was an emperor. Powers of the world around them rushed at him. Under the envelopment of the divine light, Yi Futian's aura rose at frightening speed, vaguely reaching that of a mid-level sage. Lu Chan's body trembled slightly as his steps got incredibly wobbly. Yi Futian had unleashed such brilliance before when he played the Yukio song, yet that because there was Hua Qingqing boosting his powers as a lotus lamp and the Song of Kings. It was entirely normal for such a phenomenon to show under those circumstances. But it was only at this moment that Lu Chan had come to realize that the light was not something brought forth by Hua Qingqing's lotus lamp, and it was not a product brought about by the Song of Kings. It was something that truly belonged to Yi Futian. So this is the real Yi Futian? The hearts of Sage Chunyang and Sage Wanxiang trembled as they locked their gaze on him. They were able to sense that the light of emperors shining before them was higher than their own power, so much so that it almost compelled those who saw it to bow and proclaim reverence to it. Why does he possess such power? Sage Wanxiang closed his eyes and cranked the star wheel to the limit. Starlight showered from above, covering the two figures below. An heir of the Holy Ji Palace, ranked 10th on Baron Sky ranking, revered as the #1 genius in all of the Baron State. While none of this was your doing, you were the start of all this. The Holy Ji Palace chose you, and they went doing everything for you. They thought whatever they did was right, and so did you. You have no regrets, and Lu Chan felt no guilt. You all saw yourselves to be too perfect. I never saw myself to be perfect. I did only what I saw needed to be done. Bai Luli stepped forward. Beings of lightning appeared, and boundless lightning flashed about in the air around Yi Futian. Bai Luli unleashed the eye of devastation, looked at the sky above Yi Futian, and said, "Godly creation of all things." A silhouette looking like an ancient god appeared as soon as Bai Luli finished. The being was seen holding the heaven-shaking divine hammer, possessing the power to destroy everything in its path. Chapter 719. Yi Futian turned his head up, and his eyes burned with raging flames. A shadow of a godly ape appeared behind him, and he was covered in rules of wind. He rose like a bolt of lightning at that very moment, heading straight for that giant ancient god. Yi Futian turned his head up, and his eyes burned with raging flames. A shadow of a godly ape appeared behind him, and he was covered in rules of wind. He rose like a bolt of lightning at that very moment, heading straight for that giant ancient god. Bai Luli stood in the air and waved his arms. That terrifying ancient god brought the hammer in its hand down. Lightning flashed in the air as the power of rules crushed everything beneath it. Yi Futian felt appalling powers right before him. He melded his will into his surroundings and uttered a word. Freeze! The space around slowed, and the movements of that ancient god seemed to have been affected. Yi Futian clenched his fists, and terrifying light circled around him. His divine ape battle form took form and held in the air. 5 out of the 7 star acupoints opened, and tremendously violent power was unleashed. The giant divine ape lashed out at the ancient god with its arm as if to shake it down. The arm of the divine ape clashed with the sluggish hammer. As the punch was imbued with rules of stars, it felt as if a star had collided with the heaven-shaking divine hammer. Devastating power engulfed their surroundings, and the hammer was shattered. The body of the ancient god was thrown back, and Yi Futian was thrown back as well. Lu Chan felt himself trembling inside. He closed his eyes, and his mind had been shaken. He opened his eyes and turned to his senior and sage Wanxiang and said, "Wanxiang, what did the signs say?" Wanxiang said he needed to observe the signs, and his senior should not have come out. Sage Chunyang's end was near. Every time he spent any of his spiritual powers, his life force diminished, bringing his end even closer. It was impossible for them to show unless Sage Wanxiang saw some changes in the signs and informed Sage Chunyang. Assistant Palace Lord. Sage Wanxiang looked at Lu Chan and was rather reluctant to utter the words. The signs were too brutal for Lu Chan. Lu Chan, just watch seriously, Sage Chunyang said. Lu Chan turned his deep eyes back on the 2 young men fighting. Yi Futian headed for Bai Luli at breakneck speed. Bai Luli's eyes turned gray as he unleashed the Eye of Devastation life spirit. Everything around him seemed to be put under the control of his spiritual will. 8 godlike silhouettes appeared in the air, taking 8 different corners. Countless threads were laid out through the air with Yi Futian at the center, as if a boundless matrix was set in place. At that very moment, Yi Futian felt his surroundings, and even his spiritual will were being shackled. Lines of forbidden runes appeared, hovering in every corner around his body. The ceiling of all creations held his spiritual will in a very restricted area with no way to spread out. His radiating spiritual will seemed to have been isolated, rendering him incapable of melding his spiritual will with his surroundings, which in turn heavily restricted on the means he was able to use. Even the power of the rules of space freezing would have been restricted to the space immediately around him. Yi Futian looked up at Bai Luli. The light of emperors rose, and the light of all celestial bodies shone in the air in blinding brilliance. Whooshing sounds were heard as an ancient tree seemed to have been imbued with divine essence, extending for the heavens. The ancient tree grew increasingly large. A dragon of lightning circled above it, and the rock perched on one of its branches. All power of elements were melded into one and infused with the tree. The light grew increasingly dazzling, and the branches expanded. Light emanating from the ancient tree extended outside the forbidden powers, with Yi Futian's spiritual power expanding with it. Both the inside and outside of the forbidden power was enveloped by Yi Futian's will. He clenched his fist and punched. The huge divine ape followed suit, lashing out with a punch at its surroundings. It was as if a star trembled in the space. Cracking sounds were heard in an instant, as the power of the ceiling of all creations were broken through bit by bit. Lu Chan practically went pale looking at the scene. Those are all Yi Futian's life spirits? The swaying light of the ancient tree enveloped Bai Luli with the mighty power of rules brought down on him in the form of space freezing. Bai Luli felt the space he was in almost ground to a halt, before sensing Yi Futian charge at him at top speed. The power of the Eye of Devastation was cranked to the limit as Bai Luli went tearing himself away from the power of rules of space freezing. His Eye of Devastation glared at Yi Futian. With the Eye Sorcery Zone, it was his rules that reigned. Outside of said zone, Yi Futian's rules reigned. An incredibly huge gray shadow appeared behind Bai Luli, holding a sword of devastation. At that very moment, Bai Luli's body melded with that of the ancient god. He borrowed the body of the ancient god and wielded the sword of devastation with both his hands, stabbing it into the space. A devastating storm, lightning storm, and a storm of power rampaged about. The world tree enveloped Yi Futian's surroundings, and he moved forward. A true star appeared around him and enveloped him within. The swaying world tree blinked. The power of rules became insanely powerful. Clad in defense by the rules of the stars, Yi Futian danced about with a staff in his hand. His twirling body lashed out with one strike after another as the divine ape roared, heading closer and closer to Bai Luli. The space felt like it was being torn apart before both of them clashed, letting out high-pitched, deafening noises. "Soul sacrifice," Bai Luli uttered. His body had completely melded with his life spirit and the body of the ancient god, turning him into some sort of god. He then brought down the sword with both his hands. The sky felt as if it was being cleaved apart at that very moment, tearing the middle as devastating storms whipped about with the power to tear everything apart. The sword of devastation was brought down on the stars, cleaving it in the middle. The devastating storms tore everything in its path, and the power of space freezing was brought to bear. The sword that was being brought down seemed to have ground to a halt, becoming incredibly sluggish. The roaring, huge divine ape battle form descended, and Yi Futian had too become one with the ape, melding with his life spirit. Shadows of staffs all over the place coalesced as one as the divine ape crashed through the air. The world tree life spirit's light flowed in a crazed manner into the body of the ape. The staff felt as if the sky itself was being brought down, colliding with that sword of the ancient god. A devastating stream of storms whipped out with both of them at the center. The earth rumbled violently in response. The sword of devastation shattered bit by bit as the staff was brought down with boundless brilliance. Boom! A loud rumble was heard as the staff was reduced to dust. The staff was brought right on top of the ancient god's body. Cracks were seen all over the ancient god before it shattered bit by bit. Bai Luli was thrown behind with another rumble, landing where Lu Chan and Sage Chunyang were. He spat up blood and his face looked pale. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Bai Luli, then at Lu Chan and Sage Wanxiang. Cracks were seen on the star wheel in the air. Sage Wanxiang looked especially pale. Yi Futian stepped forward as the light of emperors shone. The world tree swayed as he was being enveloped by his other life spirits. He stared at Sage Wanxiang and said, "You know how to tell fortunes, don't you? Have you found out anything?" Sage Wanxiang looked at Yi Futian's eyes. His eyes turned demonic, as if he wanted to see everything there was to see about the young man. At that very moment, he saw an incredibly regal figure walking in his direction. Wanxiang turned all of his mental and spiritual focus in order to make the figure clear of all the signs of fate within. That regal figure glanced at him casually. Wanxiang grunted in the very next moment. His face was ashen and blood spilled from his mouth. His mind and spirit were severely injured. How could this be possible? Sage Wanxiang said as he kept coughing blood. His hands were shaking and pain was seen in his eyes. How could this be possible indeed? Lu Chan asked himself as well. He stared at Yi Futian, the one who beat Bai Luli as a noble. The will of the Holy Ji Palace was to have Bai Luli attain sainthood. They were willing to pay whatever price just to have a saint emerge. Despite Yi Futian's insane talent and being ranked first on the law rank, Lu Chan deemed him disposable, for they did not have time to wait for him. However, there Yi Futian stood, having beaten Bai Luli. Is that sainthood potential? A noble with sainthood potential defeating an upper-level sage. What does this all mean? We gave everything to create a saint, and yet it all backfired. He wanted to know why it all turned out this way. Cough. He coughed, spitting up blood again. No one was able to relate to what Lu Chan was going through. That very battle broke all of the illusions he believed in so adamantly before. Why did things turn out like this? Yi Futian smiled, but he looked rather sad. He himself wanted to know why as well. His life spirit dissipated, and that overpoweringly brilliant light vanished as well. Yi Futian felt nothing but overwhelming exhaustion at that very moment. Sage Chunyang looked at Yi Futian and closed his eyes. Had Lu Chan been wrong? No, I was the one who was wrong. He was the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. In a sense, the will of the Holy Ji Palace was his will. He had been anxious and hurried with things due to his end being near. He saw Bai Luli demonstrating the potential for sainthood and gain the acknowledgement of the Sage Hall. He wanted too badly for a saint to emerge in barren state and had ignored everything going on in the outside world, which led to that great wrong before everyone that day. He, as one who was about to die, had to shoulder the responsibility for all that. What did the signs say? Sage Chunyang opened his eyes and asked Sage Wanxiang. Unknown, Sage Wanxiang said with trembling voice, and added, unidentifiable. What do you mean, unidentifiable? Sage Chunyang asked. The fact that it was unknown means that it is unidentifiable. Sage Wanxiang looked at Sage Chunyang and uttered something else telepathically. Sage Chunyang trembled slightly after hearing that, and his aura became even weaker. He looked at the one before him and did not know what to make of it. The Lord of Ice Temple, Yun Shuisheng Phoenix, and the others looked at the topmost authority of the Holy Ji Palace. Sage Chunyang, Lu Chan, and Sage Wanxiang. All three of them wavered and were incredibly restless. If they had given a chance for Yi Futian to fight Bai Luli earlier, things would not have turned out like this. Chapter 720. In yet another battlefield, the Sword Saint and Kong Yao were fighting a monstrous battle up in the sky. Kong Yao's every strike packed the power to overwhelm the heavens, while every slash and thrust of the Sword Saint's blade was imbued with force so terrifying that the heavens were in danger of being cleaved open. Their battle kept escalating. In yet another battlefield, the Sword Saint and Kong Yao were fighting a monstrous battle up in the sky. Kong Yao's every strike packed the power to overwhelm the heavens, while every slash and thrust of the Sword Saint's blade was imbued with force so terrifying that the heavens were in danger of being cleaved open. Their battle kept escalating. Kong Yao, who was clad in a bronze divine implement, fought ferociously. He stood tall in the heavens, and a mystical phenomenon appeared around him. A boundless, huge divine elephant stood in the middle, bringing boundless powers to bear. His eyes remained fixed on Sword Saint before him. People practicing demonic arts, trained by going against the flow. They swallowed all powers and then unleashed them in full force. Their might was extremely overbearing, and one strike could have easily proven fatal. The Sword Saint held onto the broadsword in his hand, as streaks of black air currents flowed in reverse, rushing to his body and vaguely conjuring a shadow of a demon behind him. The broadsword disappeared from his hand, seemingly turning into sword will, merging with his body. Every single dark current flowing in the air seemed to all be sword wills. Boom! A terrifying dark current burst from the Sword Saint's body, turning into a demonic blade. Their surroundings turned incredibly dark. He held the blade up high with both hands and siphoned massive power into it. He then brought the demonic blade down, and at that very instant it seemed to have cut the space around open. Kong Yao clenched his fists and moved downwards. His surroundings shook, and the mystical phenomenon around him trembled. An elephant roar shaking the heavens was heard as Kong Yao's fists conjured fearsome, devastating light. He lashed out at the air, clashing with the blade coming at him. A dark whirlpool swirled wherever his fists went, seemingly about to swallow everything in that space. The attacks of both men clashed in midair, and a devastating storm whipped out. It seemed as if the space they were in was about to collapse. A silhouette was seen penetrating that very devastating space. That silhouette felt more like a blade than a person. The demonic blade had become one with the Sword Saint. That slash back then was not dealt by the blade itself, but the sword will of the blade. The heavens and the earth felt like they were being cleaved apart by the demonic blade. Kong Yao roared, and the divine elephant went on a stampede. Another punch was brought to meet that incoming blade. Sharp, creaking noises were heard. A dazzling demonic flash swept by as the blade landed on its target. The sword saint's body was thrown behind, while Kong Yao ended up bleeding in many places. The shadow of the sword saint disappeared yet again, streaking through the air while Kong Yao cranked his power to the maximum. He, invincible under the saints, conjured devastating light in the air continuously. Kong Yao finally dropped from the air and was no longer on the battlefield. His body was then covered in blood, as an untold number of sword will pierce through his body. But he knew well that the sword saint was not doing all too well either. "You crazy fool!" Kong Yao roared in rage. The sword saint glanced at him before disappearing as a flash of darkness, cleaving that wheel of stars that sage Wanxiang had laid out, entering directly. Yi Futian turned around and saw his eldest brother appear before him, staring at the figure across with cold eyes. "Chunyang, do you still wish to continue?" the Lord of Ice Temple asked. She and Sage Chunyang were ranked second and first on the barren sky, ranking respectively, so it was only natural that they knew each other. Chunyang sighed, looking at the sword saint and the battlefield before him. Everyone took notice of the situation there. One figure after another ceased fighting and headed for them. The palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Chunyang, had appeared. "Here you are, finally, Huang," she said to Sage Chunyang. "Luli." Bai Gu rushed to his son's side, seeing him injured. Many had funny looks on their faces. Sage Wanxiang had laid out the wheel of stars before. Did Yi Futian and Bai Luli just finish fighting? From the looks of things, Bai Luli was injured. This. "Teacher!" Zhuge Qingfeng walked up to Sage Chunyang and called out to him. "Qingfeng, I'm so sorry," Sage Chunyang said. "You were acting for the sake of the Holy Ji Palace, and I have nothing to say to that. No one can truly tell all the rights and wrongs in this. From here on out, the score between both us is cleared, and we are done with each other." Zhuge Qingfeng cut a piece of his shirt and then bowed deeply to Sage Chunyang. "I know little in the way of truths and principles, but I do know that the Holy Ji Palace is just as selfish for sacrificing others for its ideals. You have no place to talk about having a saint emerge in the barren state. If it is truly to have a saint emerge, the result before our eyes is very obvious. How did the Holy Ji Palace go about carrying out its beliefs?" Su Shang's voice sounded rather lazy, yet his words were true and blunt. Sage Chunyang looked at everyone around him and said, "The Holy Ji Palace is a sacred ground of the barren state. I can hardly absolve myself from blame for all that has happened. Lu Chan followed my will and went throwing his weight around. From here on out, both Lu Chan and I will no longer be the palace lords of the Holy Sage Pavilion." Many shuddered at the words of Sage Chunyang. They had never anticipated him to be so decisive in the matter. He quit his job as the lord of the Holy Ji Palace with Lu Chan, Luli. "I and Lu Chan wanted nothing more than to have you become a saint, but things backfired and we roped you into a disaster instead. I hope you won't be all that affected by all that has happened." Sage Chunyang turned to Bai Luli and said. Bai Luli was calm hearing Sage Chunyang's words. He had nothing to say about his defeat. For years he had been showered with adoration, ranked 10th on the barren sky ranking, and known by all as the #1 genius in all of the barren state. If Yi Futian had not appeared, he might have glittered just as dazzling as he had. However, as another emerged to take his place, he saw it fit to step down. Bai Luli turned around and bowed deeply to Sage Chunyang and Lu Chan, saying, "I have been training diligently all these years with the will of the Holy Ji Palace held close to my heart, caring little for the affairs of the outside world. Starting from today, I will be going on my pilgrimage to the mortal world, and White Cloud City will no longer be involved in the affairs of the barren state." He knelt and kowtowed to both Sage Chunyang and Lu Chan before turning to pay his respects to the Holy Ji Palace. He stood up and looked at his father, the city lord of White Cloud City, saying, "Father, let's go." "Are we?" Baigu looked at everyone and everything before him. All he did was in line with the Holy Ji Palace's wishes, to have his son Bailuli become a saint. So we've lost everything now. He had not been able to fathom why the ones ranked first, third, and he, who ranked fourth on the barren sky ranking, ended up like this for standing by Bailuli. Baigu glanced at everyone around him and said, "We will be seeing you on the divine path." He left as soon as he finished, without saying goodbye to his teacher, Sage Chunyang, or his uncle, Lu Chan. It was very obvious that he did not want to admit defeat. "Chunyang, are you arranging for what is to come after you leave?" Kong Yao said coldly, "I care not for your Holy Ji Palace. The ones I came for are still on the loose. From here on out, anyone who stands in the way of Jisheng Cliffs or Yanwuji and the others, I will see them all as acts of war against Jisheng Cliffs. Those who act in such ways will suffer the consequences." Kong Yao was apparently threatening Huang Shi, Su Shang, and the others. He had intended to kill some of them right there and then, but he had changed his mind, opting to first take Yi Futian and Gu Donglu away. While he did not know what happened in the battle before, he knew that Yi Futian had defeated Bai Luli. That was something worthy of immediate attention, and he deemed that Yi Futian must be taken away. Cold eyes glared at Kong Yao. He is now threatening the forces of the Barren State on behalf of Jisheng Cliffs, then? Is Jisheng Cliffs threatening Barren State now? Chunyang looked at Kong Yao. "What if we are?" Kong Yao asked coldly. An aura coursed around Chunyang. Many people of the top forces in the Barren State turned around to glare at Kong Yao. "Brother Ge," Kong Yao called out. Gu Feng walked to Kong Yao's side. "It seems that the Holy Ji Palace is turning its back on the will of the head saint. Please call out to him," Kong Yao said. Indeed. Gu Feng's eyes were ice cold. He had not wanted to bother his teacher if things were not in such dire states. He closed his eyes and cranked his spiritual power to fearsome levels. A dazzling light was unleashed from within his body, with a streak of power that did not seem to belong to him vaguely emanating. A projection was thrown in the air before them, turning into an incredibly imposing and regal form. "We bow to the head saint." Everyone in Jisheng Cliffs bowed. "Teacher, I'm very sorry for interfering with your training." Gufeng bowed and said. The illusory figure glanced at everyone around and said, "Chunyang, are you going against my will?" "Greetings to you, senior." Sage Chunyang bowed slightly. That saint then said, "Some of the people from Jisheng Cliffs were killed in the Barren State. I'm having Kong Yao take those two responsible away, and I assume you are not against that?" Yi Futian turned to look at that regal figure. "Is that a saint?" Huang Shi, Su Shang, and all the others looked incredibly troubled. There was no one who dared defy a saint, after all. "I beg for your forgiveness, senior. I have made the wrong decision before and now. I'm sorry to say that I cannot hand them over to you," Chunyang said. "How dare you?" A cold voice was heard. The might of its voice permeated the air to bear on everyone present. "Brother, you asked what Wanxiang saw before, didn't you?" Chunyang asked Lu Chan telepathically. Lu Chan looked at his senior, and Chunyang continued. "The main palace crumbles before the light of hope appears in the Holy Ji Palace. That was what Wanxiang saw." Lu Chan shuddered before smiling as if he was laughing at himself. It is ironic indeed. The main palace, the Holy Sage Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace. "Brother, I'm so sorry," Chunyang said. "You're not to be blamed." Lu Chan smiled and looked awfully sad. "Do you still remember what our teacher told us before he died?" "I do." Lu Chan nodded. Everyone present, then, saw their bodies begin burning. It was their spiritual will that burned, turning into incredibly mighty powers. They looked as if they were offering themselves as sacrifices, burning their very own lives. Lu Chan turned around and cast his gaze at everyone before him, saying, I did what I did with the best interests for the Holy Ji Palace in mind, and I have made a grave error in my actions. For that, I'm willing to shoulder the dire consequences of that very error by offering my life to carry on the will of the Holy Ji Palace. May the Holy Ji Palace live and prosper. For the Holy Ji Palace, Chunyang said. For the Holy Ji Palace. Lu Chan's voice was no longer heard. The spiritual will of both men seemed to have merged into one before turning into a dazzling mark, flying deep into the palace, all the way to the Holy Sage Pavilion. Chunyang, the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs, said coldly, I call upon Emperor Xia. A dazzling light burst from afar, deep within the Holy Sage Pavilion. The bodies of both Chunyang and Lu Chan were no longer around. Yet that voice was an incredibly solemn one. The Lord of Ice Temple, Huang, Shi, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others watched as they trembled inside. The Sword Demon, Sage Daozan trembled as well. The 9 states were all from the line of Emperor Xia, Orthodoxy. Legend had it that Emperor Xia left a mark in the grounds of orthodoxy in all 9 states, and only the heads of the orthodoxy knew how to activate the mark. However, it was also said that only saints were capable of such a feat. Palace. Lord Chunyang was near the end of his days, and Lu Chan was not a saint. They should have had no way of activating the mark unless they used secret arts. However, doing so clearly came with a terrifyingly hefty price. In this case, their lives, with the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs descending personally, even though it was simply a will. Everyone knew what that meant. Nobody had a way out. After rounds of brutal battles, it was still deemed necessary for Yi Futian and Gu Donglu to be taken away, and the Holy Ji Palace remained split with the barren state. There was only one way to resolve all that way, call upon Emperor Xia. The deed was accomplished through the sacrifice of both palace, lords of Holy Sage Pavilion. Chapter 721. There seemed to be a mark being opened deep in the Holy Ji Palace. A dazzling light burst afterward. An image slowly came into being above the sky. It was a great, regal figure. He was standing at the top of 9 Cloud Palace and looked below. His silhouette seemed to have encompassed the entire sky. There seemed to be a mark being opened deep in the Holy Ji Palace. A dazzling light burst afterward. An image slowly came into being above the sky. It was a great, regal figure. He was standing at the top of 9 Cloud Palace and looked below. His silhouette seemed to have encompassed the entire sky. Ren Huang. Everyone's minds shuddered. The insurmountable, legendary being. A figure who stood at the Ren Huang plain. The emperor who ruled all of the 9 states, Emperor Xia. All hail, Emperor Xia! Chunyang and Lu Chan bowed and paid their respects. All hail, Emperor Xia! The saint of Jisheng Cliffs bowed as well. While he was a saint of Jisheng Cliffs and was extremely irked about Chunyang, he had no choice but to bow down to the Emperor Xia all the same. One figure after another bowed to show their respect for Ren Huang. Barren state, the Holy Ji Palace. Emperor Xia opened his mouth calmly. His voice sounded as if it was imbued with the might of the heavens. Indeed, Chunyang bowed and said, What is the matter? Emperor Xia asked. The Holy Ji Palace had been a part of his orthodoxy, and he had left a mark to show it. Brother. Chunyang looked at Lu Chan beside him. I beg you to look at this, Emperor Xia. Lu Chan's burning spiritual powers walked to Emperor Xia and turned into images to be presented to the will of Emperor Xia. The emperor came to understand what had transpired soon enough. Zhan Shao, a student of Jisheng Cliffs, killed many of the Yu state and set up Gu Donglu of the Barren state to take the fall, pursuing the man to this land. As for what happens next, I took the liberty to call you Emperor Xia, as I do not see any other way of solving this now that a saint from Jisheng Cliffs is here. Please forgive my trespasses, great emperor, Chunyang said. This place belongs to the Barren state. Why did you help Jisheng Cliffs before then? Emperor Xia asked coldly, "It is a crime of mine to have the Holy Ji Palace bear such a shame due to my personal agendas. I deem myself no longer fit to be in charge of the Holy Ji Palace as the Palace Lord, and I am willing to atone for my crimes with my death," Chunyang said. Emperor Xiao's expression was calm. He then looked at the saint from Jisheng Cliffs and said, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Emperor Xia, I knew not of what transpired before. What I did know was that a son of Jisheng Cliffs was killed. As such, I sent people to look into the matter. I will investigate the matter thoroughly after I return. I beg for your forgiveness, Emperor Xia. The head saint of Jisheng Cliffs bowed and said. Emperor looked at him plainly. The head saint then continued, "Emperor Xia, a saint has not emerged from the barren state for many years, yet the barren state still calls itself a member of the orthodoxy. The Holy Ji Palace was not fit to be called such, and I suggest for the place to be taken apart." Chunyang and Lu Chan looked incredibly troubled. If it had not been Emperor Xia, the other states might have taken over barren state a long time ago. They knew that there was not much time left for the barren state. It was only a matter of time before the day would come. As such, they had gotten anxious and did everything they could to have a saint emerge from the barren state. They had not expected such rushed, anxious efforts would lead to such wrongs in the end. Emperor Xia scanned everyone present and then said, "If there is to be no one at the saint plane emerging from the barren state when the next battle of saints is held, the Holy Ji Palace shall be taken apart. Before that day comes, Jisheng Cliffs shall not lift a finger against barren state." Indeed, Emperor Xia. The head saint of Jisheng Cliffs bowed. He was a saint, and thus making him a being right beneath Emperor Xia. While the matter at hand concerned the Holy Ji Palace's survival, it was something that hardly mattered to Emperor Xia. Why does Rinhuang care about a force that doesn't even have a saint among them? Even Jisheng Cliffs would not have had such a high status in the eyes of Emperor Xia, and that was the reason why no one dared to get on the bad side of Emperor Xia. "Thank you, Emperor Xia." Chunyang had not expected Emperor Xia to punish Jisheng Cliffs, as he knew there was simply no possibility for that to happen. The barren state had not had a saint emergency among their ranks, and it was obvious that the status of Holy Ji Palace had gotten very low in the eyes of Emperor Xia. "Are there any other matters to be discussed?" Emperor Xia asked Chunyang. Chunyang bowed and said, "The Holy Ji Palace needs a successor. I would like Yi Futian to take my place as the next palace lord after I perish, and he shall be assisted by all members of the Holy Ji Palace. I would like to seek your agreement on this particular matter, Emperor Xia." Many great figures from the barren state shuddered as they looked at Chunyang. The palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace had wanted a saint to emerge from barren state so badly that he went to nurture by Luli regardless of the cost. Yet his efforts practically turned the barren state upside down. However, he was still a man of charisma and persistence. There was no one who had expected him to pass on the place of palace lord to a noble right before he perished. It was an act totally against convention. Nobody had done so before, and there would probably no one else doing the same thing ever again. Furthermore, he brought the matter up right before Emperor Xia was about to disappear. It was obvious to many what his intentions were. The mess that they were in that day was brought up by Yi Futian and Jisheng Cliffs, determined to get their hands on him. Furthermore, while Emperor Xia had decreed that Jisheng Cliffs shall not touch the Holy Ji Palace, he did not say anything about not moving against Yi Futian. Now that Chunyang placed Yi Futian on the seat of the palace lord, Jisheng Cliffs probably dared not move against Yi Futian, as it would have defied the will of Emperor Xia. The Holy Ji Palace was practically in shambles, and Chunyang was doing whatever he was able at the last moments of his life to keep the place in one piece. He was also doing it so that the hope for the future other than by Luli lived. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked at Chunyang. He had not expected the elder sage to be doing such a thing for him. "But am I fit to become palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace?" "I acknowledge your decision." Emperor Xia nodded plainly. Then I have nothing else to bother you with, great Emperor. Chunyang bowed. The silhouette of Emperor Xia gradually faded away. We shall see you off, Emperor Xia. Voices were heard, and the silhouette above the sky disappeared. The mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs looked extremely irked, including the head saint. We really got played today by Chunyang, bringing out Emperor Xia just to threaten me, eh? Good move. Let's go. The head saint's silhouette disappeared as well. Kong Yao and the others with him scanned everyone present. So we just go home empty-handed like this? Furthermore, they had suffered great losses this time. They came to the barren state and waged several wars with the inferior state, yet they returned with their wings clipped every single time. Let's go. Kong Yao scanned everyone present with deep eyes. It was a score he intended to settle at a later date. Yan Wuji of Sword Saint Villa, Godly Spear of Nantian House, Dekai of the Emperor family, and the others turned pale as the ones from Jisheng Cliffs left. What about us? With the Holy Ji Palace calling upon Emperor Xia and making Yi Futian the next palace lord, the will of the Holy Ji Palace was reunited once again. This time, it had the agreement of many great figures from all over Barren State. However, to those people, such turn of events spelled their doom. No one cared about what those few thought about anything. Chunyang and Lu Chan's silhouette faded, as if they had indeed come to the end and turning invisible. They looked at everyone in the Holy Ji Palace, and Chunyang said, "You all heard what I said. From this day, Yi Futian shall be the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace." "Hey, I didn't agree to any of that," Yi Futian said as he turned to look at Chunyang. He was feeling very complicated at the moment. Should I resent all this happening to me? The battles fought today had many severely injured and their lives hanging by a thread, which included his teacher, Jeyu Hua Qingqing, and many others. If the Holy Ji Palace had only allowed him to battle with Bai Luli when he was there, none of all that would have happened. That was why he had gone to the Holy Ji Palace in the first place. He was there to return everything to how it was before. He had achieved what he set out to do in the first place. Everything turned to how it once was. Yet said result came too late. He was feeling very complicated deep inside at the moment, and very exhausted as well. I know it is hard for you to accept what the Holy Ji Palace did, but your teacher, the Sword, Demon, and Daozong, did any of them do anything untoward towards you? Chunyang said, "Now Lu Chan, Tianqing, and I will all be a page in history books. What happens next? Take it as something you do for yourself as well as for the friends you have in the Holy Ji Palace." Yi Futian looked at his teacher, Sage Dozhan, and then at the Sword Demon, Sage Daozong, then at Yin Shuisheng Phoenix and the Odors. He closed his eyes and felt a storm whipping up in his mind. For many years, countless from the barren state lost their lives in their journey to achieve sainthood. I myself was one of those people. The barren state had the least hope out of the 9 states of achieving such a goal. We were weak, and yet we dared to challenge, but that also meant that we suffered the highest casualties. As such, I nurtured Bai Luli and put all hopes onto him. I hope that one day, someone from barren state will be able to reign supreme, overwhelming top-notch figures from the other states, and let a saint be born. Only by doing so will the Holy Ji Palace be able to achieve what it was made to do in the first place. Only with a true saint present will the Holy Ji Palace and the barren state truly achieve greater prosperity. I've always had a wish that I would be able to see a saint from the barren state emerge before I breathe my last breath. I clung to that belief with all I had. Now I will never see that day come, but I do not wish for this place to be taken over by the states. If such a thing was to be allowed to happen, what happened today is doomed to happen in the future. Someone like you will have emerged, but they will have been even more powerless to change anything. Chunyang continued, "None of these would have happened if there had been a saint in the barren state. Your talents would have been discovered, and you would have been a student of a saint. Bai Luli would be studying alongside you. The geniuses all over the barren state would be known throughout the 9 states. It is my fault that none of those came true. I would never see all that happen, but I hope you will bring all of the things that I have dreamed of to reality." His body gradually turned into bits of light as he talked. Palace Lord, the Sword Demon, Daozong, and many others listened with heavy hearts. "Assist him the best you can. Long live the Holy Ji Palace." Chunyang looked at everyone present. At that moment, he recalled the hopes his teacher had for him all those years ago. It was a pity that he never had the honor to truly tutor Yi Futian. "Brother." Seeing Chunyang disappearing, Lu Chan turned to Yi Futian and said, "I know you hate me. I had hopes for you when I permitted you entry to the Sage Hall. I had wished for none of these events to happen. I'm a Sind, one of the Holy Ji Palace. Your achievements in the future will be great, while I, the Sind One, will be nailed on the stakes of shame. The world shall come to loathe what I did, and I will be very pleased if such a day is to come." He lifted his head after he finished talking. His body turned into specks of light, following Chunyang in the netherworld. Countless watched all that happening. Two of the figures ranked on the top 3 places of Barren Sky ranking. The palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace perished. The number 1 and number 3 on Barren Sky ranking were no more since that day. Many vaguely felt that an era had come to an end. What will the next era hold for us indeed? Chapter 722. Outside the Holy Ji Palace, countless eyes fell on Yi Futian. Outside the Holy Ji Palace, countless eyes fell on Yi Futian. The brutal battles had finally come to an end. Many had given everything they had in those battles, and great figures of untold numbers came to stand by Yi Futian's side, fighting for his sake. It was probably one of the reasons Chunyang passed on the position of the palace lord to him. Throughout the entire barren state as of that moment, only Yi Futian had been capable of consolidating the barren state and the Holy Ji Palace. The battles fought there ruined the Holy Ji Palace's reputation. Chunyang wanted to atone for what he did. As he put it himself, he was willing to do anything for the sake of the Holy Ji Palace. Even in death, his plans had been laid in the hopes of making the Holy Ji Palace thrive. "Where is my third brother?" Yi Futian asked. "He is in the Holy Ji Palace." "I'll take him here," the Sword Demon said. "Thank you, Elder." Yi Futian nodded. He had been very grateful to the Sword Demon for not participating in the battles. He was, after all, the Lord of the Sword Palace. From a certain perspective, he should have sided with the Holy Ji Palace. "Eldest brother." Yi Futian turned to look at the Sword Saint, who was putting his blade away. He looked very frail. All of his powers seemed to have been sucked dry. Yi Futian helped him up, and the Sword Saint smiled, saying, "It's all right, little brother." Yi Futian lowered his head and turned around, looking at Sage Dojan, Hua Qingqing, and the others. "Teacher." Yi Futian looked at the frail Sage Dojan and felt incredibly sorrowful. A peaceful smile was seen on Sage Dojan's face as he said, "Futian, what do you think?" "I feel all over the place." Yi Futian naturally understood that his teacher was asking about the matter of him becoming palace lord. "I understand. Get some rest when all of this blows over." Sage Dojan naturally understood what his student had been going through. Everything happened too suddenly. However, he still hoped that Yi Futian was able to agree to it. While it was indeed Chunyang and Lu Chan who had been in the wrong, and they were the source of the disaster scene that day, it was not the same to say that the entire Holy Ji Palace was at fault. He still had a lot of feelings for the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian had turned into the linchpin holding the Holy Ji Palace and many forces throughout the barren state together. "Did anyone allow you all to leave?" A cold voice sounded, breaking the peace. Many turned to look at the direction where the voice came from. It was Yu Qi talking. He stopped Yan Wuji, head of the Sword Saint Villa, from sneaking out of the place. Yan Wuji, Di Kai, and the others were all exposed at the same time. Many stared at them, and everyone looked troubled. They had sided with Jishing Cliffs, and the Holy Ji Palace. However, with Yi Futian being made the next palace lord and Jisheng cliffs retreating, the scene before them looked like a living nightmare. Both sides were hardly on the same level at the moment. Yi Futian looked at all of them with an extremely cold expression, while Chunyang and Lu Chan had their own principles for doing what they did for the sake of the Holy Ji Palace, trying to prevent a greater crisis befalling the barren state by making him and his third brother scapegoats to bring the mess to an end. Those people had nothing but their own interests in mind, wanting to take out the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain. Make your move here. Aren't you afraid that you'll get others involved? Yan Wuji threatened coldly. If you people even had a line that you wouldn't cross, your families might have suffered less, Yu Qi said with an equally cold tone. Who do you think you are, threatening us? Yu Qi. Yan Wuji's expression turned bone-chillingly cold. If they had the guts to show up in the first place, I see no reason to have them leave this place alive, Yi Futian said coldly. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Hong, Yu Qi, Su Shang, Huang Shi, Qingdeng, Chunyuan all stepped forward, surrounding them. There was no need to talk about principles at this point. The Lord of the Ice Temple, Sage Daozong, and many other mighty ones came to stand in front of Yi Futian and the others with him, preventing them from getting harmed by those on the other side. Let's do this, Yu Qi said coldly. As someone ranked 8th on the Barren Sky ranking, it was apparent that he was no pushover. Things had come this far, and none of those people were allowed to leave, or they would have come back to bite them in the future. Eldest brother, little brother. Gu Dongliu's voice was heard. Yi Futian turned around and saw the sword demon bringing Gu Donglu to him. There were many wounds on Gu Dongliu's body, and he looked frail. It was apparent that Jisheng Cliffs had not been treating him well for fear that he would escape. Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian's eyes looked incredibly cold. Although Zhan Xiao was the one who had been responsible for everything, the overbearing attitude of Kong Yao and Jisheng Cliffs was something he would never forget. Many mighty great apes in Taihang Mountain were killed by the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs that Zhan Xiao brought with him after all. Zhuge Mingyue walked to his side. Both she and Gu Donglu smiled at each other while looking rather sad. It was fortunate, however, that the disaster was over. Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng, do you have to go this far? A roaring voice sounded, and Yan Wuji was no longer breathing after he said that. The Nantian House is willing to submit to the Holy Ji Palace, the head of Nantian House said. The Holy Ji Palace doesn't need you, the sword demon said coldly. A scream was heard soon enough. The lord of the Sacred Fire sect was unable to last long and soon had his throat slit by Su Shang, who was wandering around in the battlefield. The people surrounding them looked at the slaughter taking place without sympathy. They sowed their seeds when they decided to align with Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs. If Jisheng Cliffs emerged victorious, they would have been able to earn themselves a powerful ally. But now that Jisheng Cliffs retreated, there was simply no way they would be able to come out of their predicament unscathed. 4 of the mighty ones ranked in high places in the barren sky, ranking soon, lost their lives in the Holy Ji Palace. The surviving figures on the barren sky, ranking, had been reduced in that day's battles. I should go get some rest. The weight in Sage Dozhan's heart was settled, and he fell right there and then. It was apparent that he had only been able to stand for so long due to his powerful will. Teacher, brother. Many came up to them. Sage Jingang lifted him up. Sage Dozhan's eyes were completely shut, and he looked very peaceful. He needs to spend some days recuperating. Sage Jingang said, I'll take him to Battle Sage Palace. Right. Yi Futian nodded. Sage Jingang then took Sage Dozhan with him and left. Qingqing, we should go get some rest too, Monk Qingdang said to Hua Qingqing. Yeah. Hua Qingqing nodded and turned to look at Yi Futian, who was bowing to Monk Qingdang, saying, Thank you, elder. Monk Qingdang put his palms together and left with Hua Qingqing. Yi Futian came to Hua Ju's side and picked her up. She was in a coma. He looked at her with gentle eyes. I will ask my teacher to come out of isolation and treat everyone, Phoenix said to Yi Futian. The teacher she meant was naturally not Sage Daozong. It was the Undying Sage, who is also known as the Undying Old Man. Thank you. Yi Futian thanked her from the bottom of his heart. He turned to look at the others and bowed. He said nothing, but he took all of their sentiments, his debt to all of them, to heart. Futian, you have any plans in mind? Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian and asked, I'm thinking of taking Jiu back to the Eastern Barren Territory for a while until she wakes up, Yi Futian said. He felt washed all over with exhaustion. He was barely able to keep his strength up, and he was forcing himself to pick up Hua Jiu's body. Furthermore, his exhaustion was more than just a physical thing. Right. Zhuge Qingfeng nodded. It's best for you all to go get some rest. Mingyue and Donglu will accompany you to recuperate in the Eastern Barren Territory. Senior Su, do you know where Su Ke and the others are? Yi Futian turned around and asked Su Shang. Su Ke would have contacted Tingxue House. Rest assured that I'll have them go see you, Su Shang said. Right. Yi Futian felt at ease. Grandpa Yuan, Yi Futian called. Yuan Hong's massive body was seen stepping out. Yi Futian took Hua Jie with him and sat on his shoulders. Eldest brother, second sister, third brother, Yi Futian called, and all of them left with Yi Futian for the Eastern Barren Territory. The Sword Demon and Daozong looked at each other as they watched Yi Futian leave. They sighed in their hearts. Yi Futian did not agree to become the palace lord right there and then. It was apparent that he was unable to let go of his grudge with the Holy Ji Palace just yet. He may not have resented the Holy Ji Palace, but it was still difficult for him to become a palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace so suddenly. Furthermore, Hua Jiu was severely injured and was in a coma. He needed time to take in all of that. If I had only been able to emerge from isolation sooner, maybe none of this would have happened. Sage Wanxiang sighed as well. While Lu Chan had been the one calling the shots, if he had been able to come out earlier and get to know Yi Futian personally, he might have been able to calculate his fate. Perhaps Lu Chan would have taken a different approach. Or perhaps, if he had not calculated by Luli's talents or the ordeal of the Holy Ji Palace would have been put through, the trajectory of things might have been different instead. Astrologers earned the enmity of the heavens by peering into celestial secrets, which was why astrologers often ended up dying bad deaths. It's better to reduce the use of astrology to calculate fates in the future then. Everything in the world is eventually required to move according to the great patterns and rules, instead of deliberately changing certain facets due to having prior knowledge of certain matters. The end results are often disastrous, just like how it is with the Holy Ji Palace now. The news regarding the battles taking place in the Holy Ji Palace spread all over the Barren State quickly, shaking the entire Barren State. It had been many, many years since the last time such a disaster befell the Barren State. The war had even gotten saints involved and required Ren Huang to descend upon the world again. The 2 palace lords from the Holy Sage Pavilion perished, ending the war with their own lives in return for peace throughout the Barren State. At the same time, it was also said that Yi Futian was to become the next palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian was able to defeat Bai Luli, who ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking while he was still a noble. Such was his fearsome talents. Many were awed, trying to imagine what the battle would have looked like. They knew that from that day onwards, Yi Futian was the true undisputed number 1 genius throughout the Barren State. No one had imagined that he, as a noble, would have been given the seat of Palace Lord. Just what did the previous Palace Lord see to make such a decision? Those who knew Yi Futian trembled in their minds. A new era had begun with the ending of the previous one. A legendary figure demonstrated what he was capable of. What future awaits him indeed? Will Yi Futian agree to take the place of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace? Other than that, the Sword Saint Villa The Emperor family, Nantian House, and the Sacred Fire sect all went through cleansing. Only the Yu clan of the two top-notch forces who had been with Alchemy City for many years were left standing. Many sighed at the turn of events. The four top-notch forces which had once stood at the top of everything lost everything in one day. Their leaders were all killed, and it was a rather sad thing. All of that stemmed from little more than a single thought's difference. No one would have imagined crouching Dragon Mountain to be able to fend off Jisheng Cliff's invasion, and no one would have been able to know that things would eventually turn out how they did. It was anyone's guess how many years it would take for the barren state to regain its former power after that war. Furthermore, Emperor Xia gave the barren state little time to prepare. If no saints emerged from the barren state by the time the next Battle of Saints was held, the Holy Ji Palace would be taken apart. No one knew what such a future would hold. Perhaps only time would be able to tell anyone anything. Chapter 723. A month later, on top of Book Mountain at the Eastern Barren Territory. A month later, on top of Book Mountain at the Eastern Barren Territory. Huajiu was lying on a bed inside a room of a compound, attended to by an elder looking at her injuries. The elder shimmered with jade-green light and exuded incredibly thick life energies. A beautiful girl was standing right behind the elder. She was none other than Phoenix, a student of the Holy Ji Palace. The barren state was undergoing a metaphorical earthquake after the war at the Holy Ji Palace. Many forces were busy recuperating from the ordeal, while the Holy Ji Palace needed time to get things together again. Yi Futian and the others had all returned to Book Mountain at the Eastern Barren Territory. Phoenix had requested for her teacher to treat the injuries sustained by Dozhan at the Holy Ji Palace, and he came to the compound right after treating Yi Futian's teacher. Yi Futian, Hua Fenglu, and Nanda Wenin all stood to one side and looked at the elder nervously. The shimmering jade-green light on the elder subsided after quite a while. He turned around and said to Yi Futian, "She overtaxed her spiritual powers in battle and used powers that did not belong to her. It is fortunate that she had ritual implements that helped keep her spiritual powers intact. Furthermore, the person you said to have possessed her probably held back as well, keeping her will from crumbling altogether. Phoenix had her take some pills before, and I will work to repair her damaged spiritual powers in the next few days. She is not in any life-threatening danger, but she might undergo quite a long sleep, and it's anyone's guess when she will waking up." "Thank you, Elder," Yi Futian said softly. He had been very worried for the past several days. The undying old man's words put him at ease right there and then. He would have waited regardless of how long she would sleep, so long as she was safe. "Let's move. We'll let her rest." The undying old man walked outside the room, and the others followed. There were many waiting outside. Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Yi Shaoshi, and the others were all on Book Mountain now. "How is she doing?" Zhuge Mingyue asked. The elder said she was in no danger, but she will probably spend quite a while sleeping, Yi Futian answered. All breathed a sigh of relief. If anything were to happen to Huajiu, Yi Futian would have probably spent the rest of his days feeling guilty and beating himself up. The matter about him taking over as Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace would have been for naught. "All will pass," Zhuge Mingyue said softly. "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded, then smiled and said, "What's with the grim looks? This is good news, isn't it?" That was probably his attempt at comforting both himself and the others, seeing how everyone looked so grim. "Little brother." Two figures walked in their direction. Yi Futian lifted his head and saw his eldest brother and goddess Wangyue. "Look who's here," the sword saint said with a smile. Yi Futian peered behind his eldest brother and saw Shui, Luo Fan, Yushi, and the others. She was seen carrying a baby in her arms. Fourth brother, fourth sister-in-law. Yi Futian went up to greet them. He took a look at the baby girl in Yushi's arms. The baby had huge eyes and looked at Yi Futian without feeling shy at all. "Here you go." She handed the child to Yi Futian. He held her in his arms and said with a smile, "Well, are you looking at Uncle here because you think Uncle is good-looking?" The others around them laughed. Shui then said, "Well, her uncle is quite different from her dad here in terms of looks, but her uncle is a handsome one nonetheless. Brother, please." Yi Futian then turned to look at Shui. "I'm her uncle, and yet I don't even know her name." "Shui Chao. Just call her Little Grass." Shui smiled and said, "Grass." Yi Futian said, "So you're naming her after the cottage then one?" "Indeed, if she has a little brother in the future, I'll name him Shui Tang." Shui, Yi nodded with a smile. Yi Futian looked at the baby girl in his arms and felt tears welling up in his eyes. He lowered his head and kissed Shui Chao's forehead, then said with a smile, "I call myself her uncle, and yet I don't even have a gift for her." "I'll keep that in mind then. When Little Grass grows, I'll let her come ask for it from her uncle." Yushi smiled and said, "All right then, you keep tabs for Little Grass here, sister-in-law." Yi Futian nodded and then looked at the sword saint and goddess Wang Yue, saying, "Eldest brother, when are you going to marry the goddess? And third brother and second brother, you both are my elders. Don't drag things out for too long." The sword saint looked at everyone. Even Beitang Xinger and Yi Shaoshi were there as well. Every single student of the cottage was accounted for. "There is our teacher." The sword saint turned his gaze far away. Yi Futian was exasperated. Eldest brother is really close-minded when it comes to these things. "Yeah, enough with teasing your sister here. What about you and Ji then? You two seem to be the pair with the longest history," Zhuge Mingwei said, looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian returned Little Grass to her mother, recalling the days when he was far younger. Over 10 years had passed. Yi Futian smiled, shut his eyes, and then took a look at the sky. He then turned around and looked at Hua, Fenglu, and Nanda Wenin. "Teacher, mistress, I want to marry Jiu, and I seek your approval," Yi Futian said all of a sudden. Both Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin were stunned. When Hua Fenglu asked, Jiu was still in a coma at the moment. "A month from now, regardless if she wakes up by then or not, I will marry her right here at Book Mountain." Yi Futian's words rendered everyone around him silent. It was obvious that no one had expected him to bring that up so suddenly. "Futian, I don't have any objections to that. But if Ji were to wake up and find herself already married without knowing what her wedding looked like, wouldn't that be quite a pity?" Hua Fenglu said, "If Ji wakes up after the wedding, so long as she is willing, I'll throw her another wedding." Yi Futian smiled brightly. Nanda Wenin felt her eyes getting red, and she lowered her head, not knowing what to think. "Very well." Hua Fenglu nodded. "Thank you, father-in-law." Yi Futian smiled, and everyone around him smiled as well. But they all felt their noses wrinkling and sand getting in their eyes all of a sudden. Regardless, it was still a beautiful thing. The news of Yi Futian ready to marry Hua Jiu shook everyone at Book Mountain. While the people of Book Mountain did not know what exactly happened when Yi Futian and the others returned, they knew that a war took place in the barren state, a war which the Sword Saint had participated in, and Hua Jiu returned from severely injured and in a coma. Yet, Yi Futian was about to marry Hua Jiu. The people of Book Mountain naturally knew a lot about Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. Everyone shuddered within. Gu Biyue and Chu Yaoyao felt less calm about the whole thing as they knew Yi Futian and the others best. Time really flies. Is he really getting married already? The news quickly spread throughout the entire Eastern Barren Territory. Many people headed for Book Mountain suddenly, wanting to witness the wedding. A great incident happened in Lu Kingdom several days after the news spread. Yi Wuchen brought the princess of Lu Kingdom, Lu Chenyu and the prince, Lu Feiyang, back to Lu Kingdom for a bit. Several lord palaces that had been renowned for a while and the residences of the ministers of Lu Kingdom all went through a bloodbath. Yi Wuchen, as the one-armed god of killing, killed all those who had betrayed Lu Kingdom in the past, taking revenge for Lu Kingdom. It was something that Book Mountain had not been looking into for quite a while, and it was a task handed over to Yi Wuchen. No one had expected the day to arrive so quickly. Just how many years have passed since then? Yi Wuchen had already become a superior noble within that span of time, and all the mighty ones of Lu Kingdom who had seen him in action claimed that Yi Wuchen's prowess was on par with the king back then. If Yi Wuchen had already grown to be so powerful, it was anyone's guess how powerful Yi Futian and Yu Shang, the two who had been legendary geniuses back then in Eastern Barren Territory, had become. Have they reached that plain told in legends? The Sage Plain? Sages were insurmountable legends in the Eastern Barren Territory. The news of Yi Futian about to get married spread not only in the Eastern Barren Territory but out in the Barren State as well. Many top forces and top-notch figures ranked on the Barren Sky ranking were prepared to make the trip to the Eastern Barren Territory to attend the wedding. They insisted to go even though Yi Futian had not invited anyone. Yi Futian knew nothing about all that and paid no heed to it all. He trained in peace at Book Mountain, and any time he had to spare was spent visiting Hua Jiu and talking to her. A group mighty ones arrived at Book Mountain that day. They were all young people. Su Ke, Huang Zhouge, Yun Shuisheng, Zhongli, and many others went looking for Yi Futian right away. I heard that you're getting married. Su Ke walked up to Yi Futian and said, Congratulations. Yi Futian looked at Su Ke, Huang Zhouge, and the others. He smiled and said, I have yet to apologize about what happened to you all before. Su Shang and Huang, she participated in that war. Their participation naturally had something to do with Su Ke and Huang Zhouge. Furthermore, he already knew that it was Yi Wuchen who killed Bai Zhe, and Su Ke was in it as well, helping them escape with the powers of the Tingxue house. I don't know what you're talking about. Su Ke shrugged. I'll tell you something. I'm in the Holy Ji Palace now, Huang Zhouge said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked peculiarly at Huang Zhouge. What, you find that weird? Huang Zhouge shrugged and added, The Holy Ji Palace doesn't have a head now, and all of the lords are waiting for you to get back. Yet here you are, getting ready to have your wedding. How is my teacher doing? Yi Futian asked. Lord Dozhan is just fine. Everyone nodded. Yi Futian nodded, slightly, feeling at ease. You should really head back after the wedding. Su Ke added, There are many expecting your return. You can't just keep staying here at the Eastern Barren Territory, can you? Furthermore, I'm still waiting for you to get back and grant me my permission to enter the Sage Hall. Su Ke said without bothering to hide anything. Yi Futian looked at him, feeling speechless. So this is why he is persuading me to go back to the Holy Ji Palace and become Palace Lord? The Sage Hall of the Holy Ji Palace was the place where the lineage of saints was. There was no one in the Barren State who did not want to get in that place. As the next Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, he now had the right to give such privileges. Yi Futian did not respond to that. Su Ke shrugged, speechless. Well, it seems like I can't be of any use in this case. But no matter, the old guys will come get you in a couple of days anyway. How many years do we have before the next Battle of Saints? Yi Futian asked all of a sudden. The issue with Jisheng Cliffs was one he had no intentions of forgetting. The event is held once every 20 years. We have less than 10 years until the next one. Su Ke added, No one ranked on the Barren Sky ranking had any certainty about things in the last one. They didn't even really get involved in it. The other 8 states were the ones mainly fighting back then. Palace Lord Chunyang suffered a crushing defeat back in that one. Short indeed, Yi Futian mumbled to himself. It was no wonder why the Holy Ji Palace rushed to create a saint. It would have been difficult for even Bai Luli to reach the pinnacle of the Sage Plain in such a short time. It was even more than difficult for Yi Futian, given how he was just a noble, one The cottage is called Chao Tang in Chinese, where Chao means grass. Chapter 724. Things got very rowdy below Book Mountain as many from the Eastern Barren territory showed up. Things got very rowdy below Book Mountain as many from the Eastern Barren territory showed up. Following the news of Yi Futian's wedding, which he released himself, there was other news saying it was not only Yi Futian who would be getting married 3 days later. Yu Shang and Yi Wuqian were also going to hold their wedding the same day as Yi Futian. While Yu Shang and Yi Wuqian had been overshadowed by Yi Futian somewhat, they were still extremely renowned figures of the younger generations in the Eastern Barren territory. Furthermore, they were hardly considered to be of the younger generation anymore. Yi Wuqian, who had not even reached 30, carved his way through the old royalties of the Lu kingdom like a hot knife slicing through butter, killing grade 1 nobles without breaking a sweat. His fearsome talents were apparent. People of the Eastern Barren territory also heard that there would be many throughout the Barren state showing up at the wedding. It was indeed a very noteworthy event. Despite his wedding being right around the corner, Yi Futian was found training in silence at the peak of Book Mountain instead. Winds blew, and there was no noise in his surroundings. It was a place where he was not bothered by anyone else. Quiet, light footsteps were heard behind him, prompting his eyelashes to twitch, yet his eyes remained closed. The figure who came from behind walked up to Yi Futian and sat beside him, casting his gaze at the sea of clouds far away. Yi Futian opened his eyes and turned to look at the old man beside him. The old man looked just as he had always been, slouching somewhat and completely plain, the kind of person who would draw anyone's attention on the streets. Yi Futian turned his eyes forward shortly after, gazing at the vista far away. There was nothing but silence. The air was stiflingly quiet. Yi Futian lost track of how much he wanted to say to and ask the old man. However, he was calm and tranquil at the moment, not knowing what to say. He did not even know if he should respect or hate the old man. "Futian, I guess you have seen through it all," the old man said softly. His eldest brother was in possession of the demonic blade. Ji was possessed by a saint, and both of them were people closest to him. They were people who would give their lives to fight for him. The trail of thought then led to the demonic arts that Yu Shang was practicing. There was just no way Yi Futian would not have seen through it all. "That was you in Donghai City, wasn't it?" Yi Futian then asked softly, "Why did you let Grandpa die? Why did you let Ji go through all that?" His voice sounded rather dejected. He had the ability to prevent all those tragedies from happening easily, yet he did not. "In your impression, what am I like as a person?" the old man asked softly. Yi Futian's thoughts went back to more than a decade ago, and they went even further back after that. He and Yu Xing both grew up under that old man's tutelage. "Kind, firm, even cold," Yi Futian said. The old man was kind and gentle when dealing with him, yet he was harsh and cold when dealing with Yu Shang. "Which one of those do you think is the real me?" the old man asked again. "The latter," Yi Futian said, thinking the old man to be definitely a cold person. The old man smiled and said, "Kid, what you saw were simply facets. I'm colder and more brutal than you could have imagined. My hands are stained with the blood of countless people. I've killed more than I bothered to count. All of the slaughter I did was not something you could have ever imagined." The old man's voice was calm all the same as he said those words, yet one would be able to feel the grand battlefields he had been through, the battlefields which he had carried out his slaughter. He was one cold, brutal machine who had made his mark, killing everywhere under the heavens. Yi Futian lowered his head and clenched his fists. He then asked, "Why did you treat me like you did then?" "That's because you're their child." The old man looked at Yi Futian with eyes filled with warmth and gentleness. Yi Futian felt as if he was looking at the eyes that belonged to both the snow ape and Emperor Yi Qing all those years ago when they looked at him. "Who?" Untold sorrow was heard from Yi Futian's voice as he sounded extremely dejected. "Who is the person you're talking about?" The old man shook his head. Yi Futian felt very disappointed and asked again. You had Yu Sheng practice the demonic arts, you let eldest brother take hold of the demonic blade, and even the person who possessed Jiu seemed to one who practiced demonic arts as well. Why won't you teach me the demonic methods, then? You are born as the emperor, and as such, you cannot train in the demonic arts. The old man shook his head and continued. The one who possessed Jiu was one I deliberately prepared for her. That person was a divine, spiritual sorcerer. I hadn't thought of handing her to Jiu so soon, but the events happening at Taihang Mountain at the time prompted me to do so earlier than expected. So, I went having Jiu possessed with that spirit in Jiaxing House. While Jiu had a hard time with things before, she would have had a powerful, divine, spiritual sorcerer to guide her in her training in the future. But they're all people I hold dearest to me. Don't you think you're going too far with all that? Yi Futian felt his heart aching. Yu Sheng, his eldest brother, and Jiu all had different arrangements assigned to them. All of them would suffer further. It was their honor, the old man said with a neutral look. To hell with that kind of bullshit honor. How are you any different from Lu Chan? Yi Futian held with a low voice. Is this even honor at all? All of them were closest to him. All of them suffered just to let him succeed. The old man cast his gaze far away and went silent for a while before saying, I did not push them to do so. They were all willing to do what they did for your sake. If you feel guilty, if you hate me, then get stronger. Yi Futian lowered his head. Nothing matters. The blood of the common soldiers was what won the general fame and glory. If you don't get any stronger, more will die in the future. Rest assured, even if more were to die for you, I won't bat an eye. Hate me with all you've got, and it still won't change a thing. The old man stood up and said slowly, I need to see to one particular matter, and you won't see me by your side from here on out. Take care of yourself. A gale swept by, and the shriveled old man remained standing tall where he was, before disappearing like a mirage shortly after. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. Yi Futian felt incredibly painful inside as he watched the old man disappear. He then said, I will get stronger, Godfather. Do I hate him? How could I possibly hate him? He was the person I respected the most growing up. The wedding was quickly approaching, and there was a day left before the big day. Book Mountain was in an uproar, with preparation work done right from the bottom of the mountain. More guests showed up at Book Mountain. Long Linger, Guyunchi Mujiqiu, and the others all came to celebrate. They even brought Xinyu, the servant girl who was with Yi Futian at the Celestial Pavilion. Other than that, Wang Yuro, who was studying at Starry School, came as well. Her family, the people of Wang family, would also join in the festivities. As they were acquaintances of Yi Futian, the members of the Wang family saw it fit to show up. While people of the Eastern Baron territory knew little of Yi Futian's current status in the Baron state, that was something made clear to all in the Baron state a long time ago. The youth who had once fought for the Wang family was now someone who could take the seat of Palace, Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, if he so wished. It was elegiac that it felt like a dream indeed. Brother Futian, can I be your bridesmaid? Long Linger asked playfully. Yi Futian went to pat her head and said, Just what is going on in that head of yours all day? Futian. A voice was heard. Yi Futian turned his eyes at the direction of the voice and found his teacher, Sage Dozhan, walking in his direction alongside the sword demon and Sage Daozong. Teacher. Yi Futian went up and greeted them, seniors. Yi Futian, this wedding is more than just about you alone. Dozhan is both your and Yu Sheng's teacher. The sword demon is Wuchen's teacher, while I'm Huajiu's teacher. I assume you don't have anything against all three of us serving as witnesses? Sage Daozong said, as if he was joking. That's great. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. All of you teachers will have front seats to serve as witnesses for us. They nodded, and Sage Daozong asked, How is Jiu doing now? She has yet to wake up, Yi Futian said softly. Don't worry about it so much. I've heard from Phoenix that she is just in a coma for the time being. She will wake in due time, Sage Daozong said to console him. Haven't you made up your mind yet? The sword demon asked. The entire barren state is waiting for your answer. I want to wait until Ji wakes up, Yi Futian replied. Fine. No rush, the sword demon quipped while smiling with a nod. Go take care of things. There seems to be quite a number of guests here today. The sword demon smiled and Yi Futian nodded. Lulan, take care of teacher and the lords for me, Yi Futian said. Will do. Lulan nodded. Yi Futian left the scene and went to the compound where Hua Fenglu took up residence, which was filled with people. The emperor of Nanda Nation, Nanda Winshan, the emperor of Kengi Kingdom, and Yi Lingxi were all there. Yi Xiang was naturally there as well, giving instructions to Yi Qingxian and Yu Sheng. Yi Wuchen's parents were there as well, and they were very pleased. They had not seen their son much since Yi Wuchen embarked on his journey of cultivation and left the eastern barren territory. There was another guest whom Yi Futian found rather surprising. Her looks were incredibly stunning. She looked at Yi Futian and asked, What, you don't know me any more? The number one beauty of Kengi Kingdom. How would I dare not know such a person? Yi Futian replied with a smile. That woman was the number one beauty in the Kengi Kingdom before Lin Yueao. Yi Futian, you're such a dog. You have all that success, and you go about forgetting old friends. Eh? Not inviting me to your wedding and all that. Lin Yueao then continued in a sassy manner. Well, consider me crashing the party today. I assume you're not going to kick me out? I wouldn't dare. You alone? Yi Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. He had no time nor was in the mood to invite guests. Everyone who showed up came on their own, but he was still feeling happy to see so many old friends around. It would have been better if Ji woke up. What do you think? Lin Yueao said jokingly, Should I bring a guy with me? I'd love to, but I'd lose face if the guy wasn't as good-looking as you are. You have a point. Yi Futian nodded approvingly. I am quite an exceptional being, after all. No guy would stand a chance compared to me. Lin Yueao was dumbfounded. Make yourself at home. I'll go check on Jiyu. Yi Futian smiled and left. Lin Yueao glared at him and walked up to Emperor Yi asking, Your Highness, what is Yi Futian's plan now? I don't know. Emperor Yi shrugged. With things being so rowdy at Book Mountain, I guess that fellow would really be something, Lin Yueao murmured to herself. Yi Futian came to Hua Jiyu's room. Nanda Wenin was there looking after her. Masteress, allow me, Yi Futian said softly. Right. Nanda Wenin nodded and left. Yi Futian sat at the side of the bed and held Hua Jiyu's hands. Things were still rowdy outside, but it was uncannily quiet in the room instead. Jiyu, we're getting married tomorrow. Do you really want me to carry you all the way up there? Yi Futian asked softly. You've been sleeping for quite a long time. Time to get up. When we get married tomorrow, I'll sleep with you as much as you want every day. Hua Jiyu was still lying still on the bed, but her eyelashes twitched. Yi Futian's eyes were still on her hands. He held them close with both of his hands and said with a smile, If you haven't woken up by tomorrow, don't say that I'm bullying you in the days to come. Yi Futian smiled and continued, It's been more than 10 years. Time really does fly. You'll be my girl tomorrow, and I'm not going to go easy on you. I dare you. A soft voice was heard. Yi Futian shuddered for a bit. He lifted his head and looked at Hua Jiyu's eyes. He saw her open her eyes with tears at the corners, which fell down the side of her face. She was, however, smiling. Her smile was beaming, and it looked as pretty as ever. Yi Futian smiled as well. He took Hua Jiyu's hand and kissed it gently, before looking at Hua Jiyu's eyes and saying, You'll know if I dare tomorrow. Chapter 7:25. Yi Futian's wedding day finally arrived. On that day, the winding staircase from the bottom of Book Mountain all the way to the top was filled with people. Most of them were people from all over the Eastern Barren Territory who showed up to celebrate the event. It was only natural for the Sword Saint not to stand in the way of all the people who attended the event and offer their best wishes, which led to the grand scene where the place became filled with people everywhere. Yi Futian's wedding day finally arrived. On that day, the winding staircase from the bottom of Book Mountain all the way to the top was filled with people. Most of them were people from all over the Eastern Barren Territory who showed up to celebrate the event. It was only natural for the Sword Saint not to stand in the way of all the people who attended the event and offer their best wishes, which led to the grand scene where the place became filled with people everywhere. Book Mountain was all rowdy and festive, with everyone talking about the wedding to be held, as well as the ones Yi Futian, Huaju Yushang, and Yi Wuchen involved. Thinking back all those years ago when the Qin dynasty wanted to reign supreme all over the Eastern Barren Territory, conferring the royal prince's title and sending mighty ones out, Yi Futian, who had studied in the cottage, showed his medal for the first time and caused a massive sensation. The third student, Gu Donglu, and the second student, Zhuge Mingyue of the cottage, followed by demonstrating their impressive capabilities, taking down the Qin dynasty and the mighty ones of the Donghua clan. Within a period of several years, Zhuge Mingyue and Gu Donglu were said to have become sages like the Sword Saint. Yi Futian is about to get married as well. All that felt like a dream, and time really did fly by. The new is replacing the old. Mighty ones of noble plains are impressive like none other all those years before. Yi Wuchen went on his pilgrimage for several years and came back to cut down the Lu Kingdom's old princes and ministers. Even grade 1 nobles ended up being cut down with a single slash of the sword. So what did that all mean? I'm afraid all 3 bridegrooms of the wedding are near the sage plain. Indeed, the tide of time washes everything old away. New legends began to rise on the stage of history. I'm afraid they have all carved out their own places in the barren state now. Talk of the 3 men was heard all over the mountain. One would be able to see all of Book Mountain from its peak, and everyone below was able to see in that direction as well. The staircases were filled with beauties at the moment, and all of them were once female students of the Moon Clan, who had all now submitted. Seniors were seen above. The seniors of Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen were all found sitting there. Hua Fenglu had a beaming smile on his face. It was, after all, his happiest day for the past several decades. He was once in love with Nanda Wenin, and they were forced to separate. He stayed alone at Donghai Academy in Qingzhou City, yet he never expected that ordeal to have changed his fate as well. The student that he picked up unintentionally back in the academy reunited him with Nanda Wenin, restoring his training and life spirits. Everything felt like a dream. That student that he treated as his son was now to be married to his own daughter. He was so happy that it looked like he had never been happy before. Nanda Wenin was just as happy as he was. Both looked at each other and held their hands tightly together. Fenglu, Wenin, you both can finally take it easy for real now, Nanda Wenshan said with a smile. I've always been taking it easy, Nanda Wenin said with a smile. I don't think I can actually take it easy with that kid, Hua Fenglu said jokingly. Back when the students of both the Guqin Devil and the Art Saint fought in the Luo Palace all those years ago, I knew Fenglu had gotten himself a good student, Nanda Wenshan reminisced. Yeah. Hua Fenglu nodded. He was 80% like me, even with looks considered. At the moment, Hua Fenglu was thinking of the time when Yi Futian carried him on the back all the way to Donghai. Both teacher and student had never been so miserable before. You are one hell of a fellow indeed. Nanda Wenshan laughed. But Hua Fenglu was indeed uncannily handsome. His sister would not have fallen for the man otherwise. Elder Yi, you have to drink up today. Nanda Wenin looked at Yixiang beside him and said, I will. Yixiang nodded frankly. The old man looks happy today. Have fun indeed. Hua Fenglu laughed a bit. Don't get my teacher drunk. Tanglon, who was standing right beside glared at Huafenglu. "It's fine. I'm around still." Emperor Yi and Lord Yi, who were both sitting at the side, smiled and said, "Other than them, there were also Sage Dozhan, the sword demon, and Sage Daozong sitting at the same table." Seeing the chatter of the group before them, all three men smiled. Such was the vigor of life, and it was something they had not experienced for years. They were able to get to know some of the things Yi Futian went through from those people, and it was also natural for them to get a better understanding of his personality. At that very moment, changes in the weather happened, and a blinding light flashed in the air from far away. What is happening? Everyone in Book Mountain was able to feel that daunting air from far away, and one after another, they went looking in that direction. They then saw a golden dragon pulling a carriage with a group of mighty ones on it. All of those people sported an unusual and impressive bearing. The one who took the lead looked incredibly imposing, sitting on the carriage looking dashing. That fellow, Dozhan, the sword demon, and the others smiled at the incoming guests. Alchemy City from the western region of the Barren State is here to offer our best wishes. A booming voice reverberated throughout the place. The one who was sitting at the front of the carriage was none other than Yuchi City, Lord of Alchemy City. A vermilion bird swooped past. The carriage pulled by the divine bird was equally as dazzling and carried figures who were just as eye-catching. Fire Emperor Palace of the Flames is here to offer our best wishes. The group consisted of mighty ones from Fire Emperor Palace. Everyone in the Barren State was able to tell that they were family members of Lifutu. Yu Qi was now considered the supreme clan in the western region of the Barren State. With the relationship between Yi Futian and Yu Qi, as well as Yi Futian's own status and talent added to the mix, the group deemed it necessary to show. Ha ha ha. A squeamish laugh was heard, and everyone saw the group of Jutian goddesses descend from the heavens. The woman who took the lead was fascinating and glamorous like none other. The Goddess Pavilion is here to congratulate Mr. Yi on the auspicious event, the Lord of Goddess Pavilion said with a smile. "Chu Ji, behave yourself today," Yu Qi said plainly. "I know." Chu Ji glared at Yu Qi. That old fart really likes sticking his nose into places it doesn't belong. She turned off her will of seduction, and everyone felt less dazed in an instant. They felt cold sweat all over them. A frightening woman indeed. One look is all it takes to seduce people so that no one is able to think straight. Just who the hell are all those people coming to celebrate out of nowhere? Boom, boom, boom. The earth beneath Book Mountain shook as if the place was experiencing an earthquake. Many shuddered and then saw one enormous golden great ape after another in the air, appearing in all corners. What? The crowd was totally startled. Are they here to start trouble? Taihang Mountain is here to offer our best wishes, Yuan Hong said with a voice so booming that it shook the mountain. The Zhuge family is here to offer our best wishes. Yet another group descended. It was a group of mighty ones led by Zhuge Qingfeng. The sovereign family has come to offer our best wishes. Mortal world has come to offer our best wishes. Taishan Mountain has come to offer our best wishes. Voices were heard here and there, and the air above Book Mountain was quickly filled with a tremendously dazzling scene. A massive number of mighty ones seemed to have taken over the skies. Those who showed up were glittering, eye-catching figures, exuding powerful auras. The people of the Eastern Barren Territory were unable to stop themselves from shaking. What is happening right now? Is this really Yi Futian's big wedding day? The mortal world and Taishan Mountain. Weren't those two incredibly imposing top forces of the Barren State that descended onto Book Mountain all those years ago? Why are they here to join the celebration? There is also the Zhuge family. Isn't that the family of the second student of the cottage? It was said that they were the topmost force in the Barren State. Why are they here today? Surely it has more to do than just because of Zhuge Mingyue, right? More showed up. Starry School, Dragon Clan, Gu Clan, Zhaixing House. Just about all who were acquainted with Yi Futian came. Many forces who were not acquainted with him were there as well. The people of the Eastern Barren Territory had hardly ever seen a grand scene like that. They all felt rather numb at all that was unfolding before them, not knowing what it was all about. Even Emperor Yi, Nanda Winshan, Hua Fenglu, Yi Xiang, and the others were hardly accustomed to such an uproar. They were all extremely restless. Just what kind of ruckus did Yi Futian manage to kick up in the barren state? It seemed that more than half of the top-class forces from all over the barren state were there. Yi Lingxi, Yi Danchen, Lin Yueyao, and the others stood in a group, looking at the scene before them with gaping mouths, feeling their hearts about to jump out of their chests. They had entertained the possibility of Yi Futian achieving extraordinary achievements in the barren state, but they had never expected to see such an uproar right before them. At that moment, one figure after another went up the platform. It was Huang Zhouge, Su Ke, Yi Shaoshi, Yuan Zhan, and Zhong Li. Girls like Yun Shuisheng, Phoenix, Gu Yunqi, and Mu Zhiqiu showed up as well. Many felt their hearts undergoing tremors looking at the silhouette of the youths who showed up. What a group of young people. The girls alone looked stunning, and all of them were incredible beauties. They were all standing at the side of the stairs, waiting to receive the soon-to-be married couples. Yi Futian and Hua Jiu, Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian, and Yi Wuchen and Lu Chenyu walked up the stairs to the platform. Countless eyes were on them, and at that very moment, Book Mountain was all quiet again. The mighty ones from all over the barren state who descended from the air all settled down, as it was rather inappropriate to steal the couple's thunder. They all remained in the air, but slightly lower than the height of the platform, as a sign of respect for the wedding itself. Yi Futian and the others went before Hua Fenglu and all the other elders. Huang Zhouge, Su Ke, and the others handed the couples their cups before pouring wine into them. Yi Futian knelt with both knees, and all the others followed suit. While it was said that gold lied with a man's knees and one should have never kneeled easily, the ones who sat before them were Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin, Hua Jiu's parents and Yi Futian's teachers, Dozhan Yi Xiang, their eldest brother, and the other seniors were people who fought for the married couple's sake, putting their life on the line. Yi Qingshuan's father, Yu Sheng's teacher, Emperor Yi, and Yi Wuchen's parents were among them. It was only appropriate for all 6 of them to kneel before all the figures before them. I never knew where my parents were. Teachers, and all of the elders before me, are like my own parents. I wouldn't be here today without any of you. A toast to all of you seniors. Yi Futian emptied his cup in one gulp. Father, mother, and teacher! Hua Jiu called out and emptied her cup as well. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen followed suit. Smiles were seen in everyone's eyes. Tears were even seen in some of them, such as Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin. Those were tears of joy. Stand up. Nanda Wenin's voice was rather shaky as she held both Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. I got myself a student, and that cost me my daughter. Man, what a loss I've suffered. Hua Fenglu smiled and said. Beaming smiles were seen on everyone's faces. Yi Futian and Hua Ji smiled as well. Time for the second cup, Long Linger smiled and said. A group came and poured them their wine. Yi Futian and Hua Ji looked at each other. Both smiled, but Yi Futian said softly, My second cup to the one I love the most. They crossed cups and emptied them. The third cup, not to the heavens nor the earth, but to the cottage, to my brothers and sisters. Yi Futian held his cup up and toasted his eldest brother, second sister, third brother, Yu Shang Yi Wuchen, Yi Shaoshi, Yuan Zhan, Yun Shuisheng Phoenix, and the others, then emptied it. All the others followed and emptied their cups in a very frank manner. Su Ke, more wine. Yi Futian extended his cup, and Su Ke poured wine into his cup. Yi Futian and Hua Ji went to the edge of the platform, turned his eyes to all the seniors from all over the barren state, and said, To all of you seniors who came all the way here, I owe my life to many of you as you have fought for my sake. The fourth cup will be for all of you. He and Hua Jiu emptied their cups. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and the others felt rather moved as they walked up. Wine, Yi Futian continued. Many looked at him, and they saw him drinking down 2 cups in succession. Hua Jiu and the others followed suit. The 5th and the 6th. A toast to the past and a toast to the future. Yi Futian had the 7th poured after drinking 2 cups. He raised his cup and turned his gaze to the countless people before him and said, "The 7th cup to the barren state." A toast to the barren state. A good one indeed. Drink up. Yu Qi took out his cup, and every one of the great figures followed suit, drinking with Yi Futian. To barren state. Futian, this is your big day today. Time to make your decision, Zhuge Qingfeng said, looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded and said proudly, "I agree to take the place of the palace, lord of the Holy Ji Palace." Many stood as soon as he finished. Even Sage Dozhan, the sword demon, and Sage Daozong stood up and walked in his direction. Many students of the Holy Ji Palace who were present that day looked at Yi Futian solemnly. When Yi Futian spoke those words, he became more than just Yi Futian. He became the leader of the Holy Ji Palace, the sacred ground of the barren state. Dozhan of the Battle Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. Sword Demon of the Sword Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. Daozong of the Daozong Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. All hail the Palace Lord. The 3 lords bowed to Yi Futian. It was a necessary ritual, even if Yi Futian was their junior. All hail the Palace Lord. Su Ke, Huang Zhouge, Yun Shuisheng, and all other students of the Holy Ji Palace bowed solemnly at that moment. Yu Qi, City Lord of Alchemy City. Zhuge Qingfeng, clan leader of the Zhuge family. Su Shang of Tingxue House. We hereby pay respect to the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace. One great figure after another bent at the hip and bowed in Yi Futian's direction. The Holy Ji Palace was the place of the divine path in the barren state, and that made it the leading place of the barren state itself. With Yi Futian taking the place of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, he was now a leader of the barren state to a degree. The voices rumbled throughout Book Mountain. Many gazed at the scene and were unable to keep calm. It was a sight that would be etched in their minds, a sight that many would recall for many years to come. Chapter 726. That day was one destined to be recorded in the annals of the Eastern Barren Territory, for there had never been an event of such grandeur. That day was one destined to be recorded in the annals of the Eastern Barren Territory, for there had never been an event of such grandeur. No one had expected that a student from the cottage would have already become a leader in the barren state before he even turned 30. The students of Book Mountain all felt extremely honored because of him. In Yi Futian's perspective, it was also a day with unparalleled significance. He married the one he loved most. It was a responsibility like none other. It was more than just power offered to him in taking the place of Palace, Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, and shouldering the expectations of the many great figures who came before him. They would not have supported and urged him to take such a grand position otherwise. Of course, it was something to be discussed at a later date. Everything was to be put aside for the moment at that very day. Many great figures from the barren state left after the banquet. Countless from the Eastern Barren Territory went down the mountain with incredibly restless minds. The sky turned dark, yet Book Mountain remained lively, although it was nothing compared to what took place during the day. Red candles decorated the elegant room in Yi Futian's residence. His beautiful wife laid quietly on the bed. Everything was tranquil and beautiful. Yi Futian went to the bed and supported his jaw with his hands, gazing at the beautiful woman before him. Hua Jiu rolled her eyes at him, but she blushed nonetheless. She obviously knew what was to come next. "Well, Miss Fox, It seems like you're unable to escape me after all, Yi Futian said to her softly. I'm drowsy. Let's get some sleep. Hua Jiu turned her back at Yi Futian. My wife speaks the truest words. The night is worth 1,000 gold. Let's do so together indeed. Yi Futian burrowed beneath the blanket and held his wife in his hands. Where are you putting your hands? Hua Jiu's voice was as soft as the fluttering wings of mosquitoes. Very soft indeed. Yi Futian's hands were itchy. Pervert. Hua Jiu attempted to run, but there was simply no way she was able to get away from Yi Futian. Well, now you know, Yi Futian laughed. The bed shook rather violently after that. It was as if the ones on it were having fun playing. It was a fine day and a night to be remembered indeed. Yi Futian and Hua Jiu got up early in the next morning to serve tea to Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin. Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin smiled rather sheepishly as they looked at the newlywed couple. Nanda Wenin then said, Futian, I expect to be seeing my grandchildren from you soon. Well, Yi Futian smiled in a rather shaky manner and looked rather awkward. Hua Jiu's face went all red and she rolled her eyes at Nanda Wenin, then said softly, Mother, what are you talking about? Hua Jiu and Nanda Wenin smiled, looking at the behavior of those two young people. It was normal for Hua Jiu to feel embarrassed, but Yi Futian had always had skin as thick as a wall, so it was rather unexpected for him to be acting all awkward. Futian, your teacher, and the others said they're packing up and leaving at first light. Go check on them for a bit, Hua Fenglu said. All right. Jiu, keep teacher and mistress company here, Yi Futian said. He did not change how he addressed his elders, and it was not due to him being unfamiliar with them, but rather simply because he was too accustomed to how he addressed them already. To him, they were both like his parents anyway. Yi Futian left and headed for the other compound where the lords of the Holy Ji Palace were. Teacher, uncle, Yi Futian called. He had taken to calling the sword demon and sage Daozong uncle instead. We're preparing to leave for the Holy Ji Palace to set things up for your return. When will you be returning there? The sword demon asked. This is why I'm here, seniors, to discuss this particular matter with you. Tianqing Pavilion is now in need of a lord to govern the place, and I'm thinking of having my eldest brother take the position. What do you think? Yi Futian elaborated. While he had become the palace lord of the entire place, it was still unthinkable for him to throw his weight around without consulting others. A matter of such importance naturally required the other lords to discuss over it. Fine proposition. The sword demon nodded. The sword saint fought Kong Yao hard that day. It was naturally a good thing for someone that powerful to be among the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace. With the place now practically in shambles, they, of course, hoped to fill up the ranks. If Yi Futian was able to persuade the sword saint to take up the position of a lord in the Holy Ji Palace, they saw no reason to be against it. Well then, I'll go discuss the matter with my eldest brother. If there are no further issues, we shall depart for the palace together, Yi Futian said. All three of his elders felt pleased with his words. It seemed that Yi Futian was ready indeed. Yi Futian came to the sword saint's resident palace, where the rest of the cottage's students stayed the night before. Zhuge Mingyue smiled sheepishly and said as soon as Yi Futian came in, You're early, little brother. You're early yourself, second sister. Yi Futian pretended to be oblivious and smiled. Eldest brother, there's something I need to discuss with you. Go ahead. The sword saint nodded. With the Eastern Barren Territory at peace and Book Mountain serving as its sacred ground, there is no need for you to remain here any further. How about you go train in the Holy Ji Palace with us? Yi Futian said, Me, seventh brother, and Yu Sheng will be there too. As such, I'm thinking of getting all of the cottage's students to train in the palace. Little brother, Gudonglu, who was standing beside him, said, I have discussed the matter with eldest brother yesterday. You're right. With things being stable in the Eastern Barren Territory and you becoming the palace lord of Holy Ji Palace. Many forces throughout the Barren State will also cooperate. Our next target should be all of the 9 states, and we will go to the Holy Ji Palace with you." The Sword Saint nodded and said, "Dong Lu spoke my mind." Yi Futian felt warm and fuzzy inside. Such were the students of the cottage. Everyone was willing to be by his side, entering the Holy Ji Palace together and take on the rest of the 9 states. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded furiously. He knew before he even opened his mouth that his brothers and sisters had been planning things for his sake. "I will hand the position of college chief to Bai Lishu. I consider that handing things over properly," the Sword Saint said softly. Bai Lishu was the personal student of the previous college chief and was an exceptional talent. It was fitting for him to take over as college chief, while the Sword Saint and Goddess Wangwe would have made for the Holy Ji Palace instead. "Well, we'll go get things pertaining to the Eastern Barren Territory arranged, and then we'll head to the Holy Ji Palace," Yi Futian said with a smile. A group of mighty ones arrived in the Holy Ji Palace 7 days later, and the group was none other than the ones led by Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin arrived with Yi Futian as well. Hua Jiu was their only child, and Yi Futian was also Hua Fengliu's only student. With both of them married and Yi Futian becoming the palace lord, it was only natural for them to enter the Holy Ji Palace as well. Other than that, Yi Wuchen's parents were there as well, but Yi Xiang surprisingly did not show. He remained adamant about staying back as headmaster of Donghai Academy to teach the students there. That old man was so stubborn that Yi Futian was entirely incapable of persuading him. The only thing he was able to do was to have Yu Sheng and Yi Qingxian go visit the old man more often. Countless students of the Holy Ji Palace headed towards the Holy Sage Pavilion after hearing that Yi Futian was returning. With Yi Futian agreeing to take the place of the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace and returning that day, many wondered what his orders would be. The crowd was huge, and mighty ones were outside the Holy Sage Pavilion. Yi Futian and his party descended from above into the Holy Sage Pavilion. Many of the mighty ones from the Holy Sage Pavilion came to greet him, among them being many who were elders. They bowed to Yi Futian and said, "All hail the palace lord." "At ease, elders." Yi Futian waved and said, "My plane of training is still low. Despite taking up the place of palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, I still require your guidance from here on out. Teacher, uncles, please gather all the elders of the Holy Ji Palace here," Yi Futian said, looking at Dozhan and the rest. They nodded and then took to the air, heading for their respective palaces and pavilions. All the elders came and gathered at Holy Sage Palace shortly after. They turned their eyes at Yi Futian, who was sitting before them, and bowed. "All hail the palace lord." Yi Futian waved and said, "I've discussed with my teacher and the uncles before I came here. I know well that I haven't been in the Holy Ji Palace for long, and my training is still lacking. The place of palace lord shouldn't belong to me, but since I'm now at such a position regardless, I hope all the elders present will cast off any personal opinions and work to make the Holy Ji Palace a stronger, better place. It was the wish of the old palace lord before you. It is only natural that we place our faith in you," someone said. Yi Futian nodded. The prior battles cost the Holy Ji Palace heavily. Without a saint in the Barren State, for many years we have been bullied. With Jishin Cliffs intending to crush the Holy Ji Palace, we do not have much time left. I hope you elders will work with me. Sage Dozhan stood beside Yi Futian and said, "The Holy Ji Palace is the sacred ground of the Barren State, and we dedicate ourselves to creating a saint. We need to work harder on this goal in the coming days. If any are found harboring personal agendas, as Ning Xian had, they will be cut down without question. Besides that, we have been discussing several matters with the palace lord on our way here, and we would like the palace lord to make the announcements," the sword demon added. Everyone was able to tell Yi Futian's current status in the Holy Ji Palace. He had all the support he was able to get from the lords. First of all, Tianqing Pavilion will henceforth be renamed as Sword Saint Pavilion and will be governed by the Sword Saint. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue will train in the pavilion, assisting the Sword Saint to reform the place into a proper Sword Saint Pavilion, Yi Futian said with a brimming voice. Many shuddered to hear one of the 6 palaces and pavilions being renamed. Tianqing Pavilion was reduced to some item of the past, replaced by the Sword Saint Pavilion governed by the Sword Saint. The man was more powerful than sage Tianqing had been. Gu Donglu, whose talent rivaled that of Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue, the daughter of the Zhuge family, were to be added to the ranks of the palace as well. With that said, the new Sword Saint Pavilion would be restored to its former glory when it was called Tianqing Pavilion, eclipsing the pinnacle of its former achievements. Second, the people of Taihang Mountain will be moving into the Holy Ji Palace. Yuan Hong, the king of Taihang Mountain, will serve as assistant palace lord of Holy Sage Pavilion, assisting me. Many more shuddered as Yi Futian announced his second order. It was a move to replenish the losses suffered by the Holy Sage Pavilion, even though it was far from enough to restore the Holy Sage Pavilion to its former glory. The addition of personnel from Taihang Mountain and assistance from Yuan Hong would at least ensure that the place would not look too vulnerable. All there was left to do was to wait for Yi Futian to reach greater heights. Many were secretly startled. The old palace lord had good eyes all along. Yi Futian began injecting new energy into the Holy Ji Palace to make up for the losses suffered in that battle. Furthermore, with the Sword Saint and Yuan Hong among the ranks of Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian's position was further reinforced, as it was only natural for them to back him with all their might. Third, it is something concerning the rules of the Holy Ji Palace. The bar for entry to the Sage Hall had been set too high, resulting in only one person or even none from a single generation to train within. Henceforth, all students who have been personally inspected by the 6 lords will earn the right to train in the Sage Hall. I have discussed the details of such inspections with the lords, and I hope we will be able to see more with potential for sainthood emerge from the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian continued, and everyone nodded. There were still no objections. With the crisis looming around the corner, the Holy Ji Palace indeed needed to have more talented people emerge in order to fight the other states of the 9 states. Fourth, this is something that does not concern the Holy Ji Palace. The eastern region of the Barren State was in a weakened state. The force that originated from a saint's lineage was divided into 3 factions, resulting in the eastern region being continuously weakened. There is now only one mighty one ranked on the barren sky, ranking among them. I propose to have the 3 major schools of the divine sky city of the eastern region be reunited as one school, and Jiaxing House to be returned among their ranks. The lineage of the saint shall be made one again with students of all 3 schools studying under one roof. The position of headmaster shall be taken by Qin Yuan, headmaster of Starry School, while the chief of Jiaxing House shall serve as vice headmaster. Yang Ding of Blazing Sun School and Gong Kuei of Bright Moon School shall serve as elders. Yi Futian added, I will assign someone to relay the orders to Divine Sky City. Fifth, this is my own private matter. All the forces who descended upon the Eastern Barren Territory to fight for the Guqin score, I will absolve them of all their wrongdoings. However, in return, I ask for them to trade that absolution with one of their treasures, which will be placed in the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian said his 5th order slowly. Chapter 727. Once Yi Futian had given his orders, the palace immediately got to work. Tianqing Pavilion was already refurbished once before, but with the Sword Saint as its new lord, it would be renamed as the Sword Saint Pavilion. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue would also stay to assist the Sword Saint. Once Yi Futian had given his orders, the palace immediately got to work. Tianqing Pavilion was already refurbished once before, but with the Sword Saint as its new lord, it would be renamed as the Sword Saint Pavilion. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue would also stay to assist the Sword Saint. People were starting to notice that the selected people to enter the Sage Hall were all Yi Futian's closest friends. Battle Sage Palace had Yu Sheng, Yi Shaoshi, and Yuan Zhan. Daozong Palace had Yun Shuixing, Phoenix, and Hua Jiu. Of course, Jiu was already the Lord's wife by then, and no longer a simple disciple. Sword Palace had Yi Wuchen, Su Ke, and Zue Qianqiu, and last but not least, Huang Zhouge of the Holy Sage Pavilion, as well as Zhuge Mingyue, Gu Donglu, Shui Yi Luofan, and Yu Shi of the Sword Saint Pavilion would not require an introduction by now. Yet the people of the palace did not suspect that Yi Futian had made these decisions by favoritism. Upon ascending the role as the lord of the palace, these scenarios were bound to happen. Furthermore, these friends of his were also all gifted and competent in their own right. To have them cultivate their disciples in the Sage Hall, therefore, did not come as a surprise either. Additionally, these were the people that would be campaigning by Yi Futian's side in the future. The majority of them have stepped up for Yi Futian once before, supporting him through his most dire times. Without need for much further assessment, it was clear that if anything were to happen to the palace lord, they would definitely stand up for Yi Futian without a second thought. The lords also came from various backgrounds of immensely prominent forces in the barren state. Even the chief of Alchemy City had personally brought his daughter, Yushi, and son-in-law to the palace to learn, not long after their child had been born. The significance of such a decision was a clear testament. The chief of Alchemy City was never an avid participant of the activities within the palace, independently occupying the western regions as their leader, but had changed his attitude since then, supporting Yi Futian wholeheartedly. Everything within the palace had been reconfigured around Yi Futian's influence, which seemed to have fulfilled sage Wanqiang's prophecy that with this newfound energy, the palace would be revitalized and reinvented. Yi Futian's influence extended beyond the palace as well. To uncover the power of the Yukio song on the likes of the Mortal World and Taishan Mountain, several of the strongest candidates were sent to the palace, bearing gifts as an effort to bury the hatchet. This was also why they had hiked up Book Mountain to congratulate him, and if Yi Futian had decided to look into it, it was also likely that they wanted to copy the ways of the Sword Saint Villa. When the top 3 schools in the Divine Sky City of the East were officially merged, and Jiaxing House was also to be returned to Starry School, despite the unwillingness of college chiefs Yangding and Gong Kuei, they knew that they could never raise a finger against Yi Futian's decision. They had no choice but to accept. They wondered if they had listened to Qin Yuan and assisted Yi Futian in the past to have been a part of the 3 schools. Would they be able to roam about the palace on their own by now? A month later, the number of problems started to dwindle, and the palace had returned back to its usual routine. The turmoils of the barren state had also been fully resolved. Presently, the relationship between the people of the barren state had become closer, with a collectively singular resolve, and it was hard to imagine that all this was brought about by someone of the younger generation, a noble descendant collectively elected by both the palace and the barren state alike. Compared to Yi Futian, his predecessor Bai Luli was elected by people of the palace alone. At the moment, Yi Futian was having a chat at the Holy Sage Pavilion. Standing with him were Sage Dozhan, the Sword Demon, Sage Daozong, and several seniors, as well as some of the more exceptional disciples of the palace, Hua Fan and Do Kun, both of whom were respectively first and second on the law rank. Master, Uncle Master, what is the Saint Plane? The 3 lords had gathered here to visit Yi Futian and took this chance to ask for his advice. Saint Plane. A few of them immediately looked curious. To them, the Saint Plane was of another unimaginable dimension, a realm only in fantasies and dreams. Rumor has it that the people of the Saint Plane are faultless. They'd have to experience some sort of heartbreak to achieve a certain level of perfection, so as to witness the legendary plane. Even people of great perseverance and of a steady heart are said to be incapable of achieving it. If one were to even have a sliver of regret or an unstable grade in skills, it would be undeniably detrimental and unsalvageable, said Sage Daozong. Yi Futian, fully engrossed, replied, Is the Saint Plane really that difficult to reach? Yup. The sword demon nodded. It's even more difficult for the people in the barren state, as they have no experienced individuals from the Saint Plane to consult. Hence their only chance is the orthodoxy battle. The 9 states are in the same situation. The battle of the divine path that Emperor Xia had planned is one of their most significant events. For the barren state, since there are no saints in the first place, the participation numbers are low for this, and even the strongest competitors are eliminated early on. What is it about the battle of the divine path that the strongest competitors of the barren state do not dare to face? Yi Futian asked. There is the opportunity of attaining the status of a saint. It's a battleground for the best sages from the 9 states. The elites of the 9 states bring divine instruments that were originally wielded by saints themselves, most of whom were top candidates from Jisheng Cliffs. As for our barren state, we don't have the best candidates, and we also lack the capable instruments. Even if we take the chance to use one, it'll definitely be targeted and snatched away in an instant, Sage Daozong explained with an exasperated laugh. That's devastating, Yi Futian murmured under his breath, discouraged at the sad reality of being at a disadvantage. To gain an opportunity to the divine path, those top candidates definitely would not let one off easy. Without any saint for so many years, the barren state is starting to severely lack resources. Back in the day, people of the 9 states used to visit us, but as the years have passed, the barren state seems to have been forgotten by them. In that case, all the more we should effectively utilize the resources of the Sage Hall, Yi Futian claimed. Hua Fan, you've been at the Sage Hall for a while now. How do you feel? Hua Fan turned to Yi Futian and said, In time, I hope I can comprehend the rules involved upon reaching the noble plane and reach the status of a sage. Yi Futian nodded at this remark. In the past, Lu Dan also joined the Sage Hall upon crossing the threshold of the noble plane. Joining the Sage Hall this time, you'll come out with greater revelations, said Sage Dozhan, facing Yi Futian and Do Kuan. To that day, Do Kuan was still one of Battle Sage Palace's best disciples and would also be training in the Sage Hall. Understood. Futian nodded. The current cohort joining the Sage Hall will define the palace's future. You should make good use of your time, Sage Dozhan claimed. He trusted Yi Futian, but Emperor Xia did not give them much time. To ask this group to excel in such a short amount of time was an incredibly difficult task. We'll enter straight into the Sage Hall tomorrow, Yi Futian said. They didn't have much time to wait. All right. I'll inform the rest and let them prepare for the disciples to join the Sage Hall immediately. Sage Dozhan got up and left, with a trail of his followers behind him. Futian looked on as Sage Dozhan left, expectant and eager about finally reaching the sage plane upon entering the Sage Hall. My lord, a voice uttered from next to Yi Futian. Bowing, he said, Zhuge Xing wishes to see you. Zhuge Xing, Futian's expression changed immediately. Let him in. Yes, my lord. The servant retreated without another word. Moments later, Zhuge Xing walked in, and with his hands clasped in front of him out of respect, he said, As a superior noble myself, I request to join the Sage Hall. Zhuge Xing did not look too willing. Nowadays, to have a meeting with Yi Futian required prior notice, and he even had to bow when he approached Futian, yet Yi Futian had excluded Zhuge Xing when selecting people to enter the Sage Hall. You? I'd recommend you go back and continue your training. Giving Zhuge Xing the side eye, Futian coldly rejected him. Upon this remark, Zhuge Xing raised his head unnerved. He already knew that Yi Futian did not like him, as Zhuge Xing himself used to go against him. But he was part of the Zhuge family after all. Where would Yi Futian be today without the Zhuge family? Definitely dead. Yi Futian, I understand your prejudice against me, but for the Zhuge family, Don't think you can behave this way, Zhuge Xing asserted. Don't forget what the Zhuge family has done for you. Zhuge Xing, you're being presumptuous, Hua Fan quietly muttered beside him. Yi Futian stared straight at Zhuge Xing and flatly retorted, What the Zhuge family has done for me? There is a difference between speaking of the whole family and the sole kindness of your father. Back then, Zhuge Qingfeng had protected him. Yet how had the Zhuge family treated him? They would have handed Gu Donglu and Yi Futian over if they could have. However, Yi Futian would not bear this grudge. After all, Zhuge Qingfeng was the clan leader of the Zhuge family. Even so, how dare Zhuge Xing use the Zhuge family's name as an excuse? What is the difference? Zhuge Xing rebutted, If you weren't part of the Zhuge family, do you think I would have met you today? Yi Futian replied, turning to Hua Fan. Hua Fan, my brother, what is the punishment for disrespecting his elder and the palace lord? There are not many rules and regulations within the palace, but respecting your elders and teachers is vital. For punishment, it would be appropriate to expel him from the palace, Hua Fan stated. Escort Zhuge Xing out of the palace, Yi Futian softly declared. Yi Futian, how could you? Zhuge Xing convulsed in embarrassment and agitation. Leave. If you resist, your powers will be relinquished, Yi Futian said, unconcerned. A golden ape immediately stepped forward, forcefully dragging Zhuge Xing out. Zhuge Xing stared at Yi Futian in livid disbelief, his face completely white. You can make a complaint when you get back, Yi Futian remarked, before leaving undeterred. Back then, Bai Zhe and Yi Futian had decided not to take revenge on Zhuge Xing out of courtesy for the Zhuge family. Yet, Zhuge Xing simply had to cause trouble for himself regardless. At dawn on the following day, there was a passageway at the back of the Holy Sage Pavilion that led to the Sage Hall. On this momentous occasion, several lords and headmasters were present to witness the entering disciples. Yi Futian, Hua Jiu, the Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Huang Jiuge, and many others were standing at the entrance of the passageway, looking expectantly at the magnificent pair of gates at the end of the tunnel. They could almost make out the majestic temple beyond the gates, and, of course, the sacred Sage Hall. Within that space, there were 6 different temples, each representing the 6 pavilions of the Sage Hall. Teachers, Uncle Masters, the palace is in your hands now, Yi Futian said in Sage Dozhan's direction. Go on. Several of them nodded. As promised, we'll be out in a year, Yi Futian reassuringly stated, before following the footsteps of the other disciples, stepping into the sacred Sage Hall. Chapter 728. The turmoil within the barren state had been resolved, and everything had gone back to its usual state. The turmoil within the barren state had been resolved, and everything had gone back to its usual state. As the seasons passed, time really had flown by. Yi Futian and the other disciples had already been in the Sage Hall for half a year. Within these 6 months, the many lords who had come to the palace had occasional gatherings where they would discuss how to let the disciples learn as fast as possible, as well as making a few scattered guesses on how well Yi Futian and the others in the Sage Hall were doing. Within a year, the powerful Yi Futian should already have reached the Sage Plane. For the others who had already become superior nobles, they would at least have reached the higher levels of the noble plane and would hopefully comprehend the rules of maturity and become sages themselves. This was how they would be qualified to join the next upcoming Battle of Saints. During the year of 10,010 under the divine prefecture calendar, Yi Futian and the others stayed within the Sage Hall. And when it became the year 10011, after going through one grueling year, the major forces of the barren state were all eagerly anticipating a new era. The legendary figures had already made history. When the time was right, there would soon be new legends created. Presently, as a few people were practicing before the great statue at the temple within the Holy Ji Palace, a ruckus had started. Huang Jiuge and Yu Sheng were standing facing each other. A terrifying shadow slowly emerged from Huang Zhuge's body, moving towards where Yuxing stood. Similar to a demon, the shadow's overpowering energy absorbed all power around him, adopting the energy of the attacks as his own. As a counterattack, Yuxing stepped forward, conjuring an indomitable shadow of his own. It raised a fist and sent a flying punch in the direction of the other, to which Huang Zhuge let out a cry and blasted unassailable energy in retaliation. An earth-shattering, loud clamor echoed throughout the space, shaking the ground. By then, more and more people came over to see what the commotion was for. Following the loud noise, Huang Zhuge backed away and said to Yusheng, "Cease fire, cease fire." Yusheng nodded and instantly retrieved his conjured powers. The onlookers started laughing, while Suke said, "Huang Zhuge, aren't you known to be arrogant? Why did you yield? Do you want to try this yourself?" Huang Zhuge retorted, "I won't fight," Suke said with his arms folded before his chest. To fight Yusheng would only result in disaster. The beginning stages of your rule powers are taking shape. All of you should take the time to get in touch with the energy of the battle sage hall. If you try carefully and sense it, you will eventually find the underlying rule power hidden within yourself, Yi Futian said as he walked up to them. For cultivators practicing spells and those under martial arts, there are differences. I predict that the martial arts cultivators will be able to shape the rule power's Dharma body. The masters have said before that the body is your temple. I'm wondering if the body itself is the manifestation of the rule power. The battle form that the masters have imparted, was that a prior stage before having one's body as the main power itself? Sensing the power of the saints in the Sage Hall, he had attained multiple revelations. His intuition had never been more acute since the Master's teachings, and he had been seeing more truths and realities during his freedom meditation sessions. Huang Zhuge and Yuxing nodded. Both of them majored in martial arts, and other spiritual forms of cultivation were secondary to them. What's the progress with your own practice? Zui Qianqiu asked Yi Futian, "Do you want to feel what it's like?" Yi Futian jokingly replied, "Don't be too harsh," said Zui Qianqiu, looking at Futian cautiously. "Don't worry, I'll moderate it," Yi Futian said with a smirk, making Zui Qianqiu a little uneasy. "This is what I achieved from training at the main pavilion within the Sage Hall, combined with every other energy I've gained so far, fused into a single move. Feel this," Yi Futian said while looking in Zui Qianqiu's direction. His voice dropped, and suddenly all Zui Qianqiu felt was tension around him, some sort of rule power surrounding him. A subtle noise started to emerge, similar to the buzz of electricity. Following this, Yi Futian's eyes started to become incredibly strange, as purple, lightning-like tendrils made their way into his eyes. As Zui Qianqiu stared on, Futian's pupils started to resemble vortexes, and the tendrils were lightning rods indicating something dire was definitely to come. Zui Qianqiu's immediate thought upon seeing this was how dangerous this was, and to flee. In cold sweat, he stood up but suddenly felt as if his whole body had been electrocuted. He writhed as his spiritual will suffered a large blow. In that moment, Qianqiu felt his own spiritual will getting sucked into a deep spiritual vortex. His body continued to tremble in agony as his legs had started to give way. "This is too far," Suke said sympathetically from the side. Right at that moment, Yi Futian retracted his rule power, smilingly looking at Suke, sending a chill down his back. "Ai!" As Zui Qianqiu tried to recover and was just about to burst out in anger. Upon seeing Yi Futian blithely looking at him, he instantly shut his mouth. In the future, he would never consider sparring or practicing with Yi Futian again. The strongest candidates of the sage plane only have murderous intent. That's a fact. Although Yi Futian has not reached that plane yet, he is already more intimidating than the average sage, and his aggressive rule powers are exceptionally strong. For someone of a lower caliber, they'd definitely be defeated even by a single look, unless they're protected by another person of the same level, Huang Zhouge claimed, feeling a little helpless. To have attained the rule power of freezing space and then using ice sorcery to directly attack someone else's spiritual will, who in the world could defeat him? How were you able to do it? Phoenix asked quietly from the side. Upon understanding, you'll unlock countless powers. If you follow the method I mentioned, concentrate on comprehending the energy of the Sage Hall, spiritual energy, and the body. In order to resonate with the worldly powers, you have to consolidate all your existing powers, and upon reaching a certain threshold, you'll find that it's not that difficult to discover more abilities. As you slowly breathe in and out, over time, the rule power will naturally arise within you, Yi Futian replied. And also, the rule power I just used hasn't matured yet. If it had, I might have destroyed his spiritual will even as a passing thought. The people around him stared on, speechless. It was definitely easier said than done. And why haven't you reached the status of a sage yet? Su Ke asked, incredulous. My spiritual energy isn't very strong at the moment, I suppose. It'll come when the time is right, and I have a feeling that'll be very soon. Futian responded softly. There's still half a year to go. If there is anything that any of you don't understand, we can figure it out together. Feel free to consult me, as well as Big Brother or Second Sister here. Jiu has been cultivating alongside Second Sister recently and has improved tremendously. You could spar one another during training as well. I don't request all of us to leave the Sage Hall as sages, but I'd like all of us to at least have mastered the rule power and not just the simple kind. To master the rule power, reach the peak of the noble plane, and to integrate all their existing powers wasn't an easy feat. Even Shimen Hanjiang, who was once at the top of the law rank, had never been able to do it. Considering these were Qin Zhong's standards as well, Yi Futian already had unattainably high expectations. However, this was the Sage Hall, and within a sacred place such as this, Futian's standards didn't veer far from Qin Zhong's. Since they could even consult one another, Futian naturally would expect more from them. If they couldn't achieve this, how would they be qualified to engage in war against the 9 states and face the top geniuses within that region? It was also this very reason why Futian felt he had to cast his powers onto Zue Qianqiu in front of the other disciples. It wasn't to show off, but rather to trigger them and give them the motivation to improve their own powers. All right, continue with your training, Futian said. The people around him gradually started to dissipate. They were a little unsettled as they knew that they were the first batch under Futian's rule to enter the Sage Hall. There was pressure for them to do well. They'd have to go beyond what they already mastered to truly reach the next step. As time went on, a year had finally passed, and the day for Yi Futian and the other disciples to come out from the Sage Hall had arrived. Outside the Sage Hall, the various pavilion lords and several seniors were already waiting to greet them. A long and magnificent path extended before them, where Yi Futian stood at the end. A row of people slowly walked behind him. Yi Futian looked exceptionally different from a year ago, radiating an aura of confidence that even made him look a lot more handsome than before. The disciples around him also gave off a sense of exalted pride. To witness this new confident generation, the various lords of the palace were filled with anticipation and pride. Over the past year, the clock at the Sage Hall chimed countless times. With every chime, it represented the recognition of the older generation as well. In the history of Sage Hall, there had never been a more magnificent sight. Masters, Uncle Masters, Yi Futian cheerfully called out. Reached the plain? Sage Dozhan inquired. Yup, Futian responded, nodding his head. By that point, he had already reached the sage plane several months ago and was considered a principal sage of the highest nobility. Besides him, Yun Shuisheng was the first to reach the sage plane. She had been stuck at her previous plane for years prior, holding back her progress on purpose, as she intended to let her rule power mature first. This was to allow for a greater impact for her body and spiritual will upon crossing the threshold of becoming a sage. Huang Zhouge had also recently reached the sage plane. As for several others, they were still at the peak of the noble plane, but they would become sages soon enough. Chapter 7:29. The Holy Sage Pavilion threw a banquet to welcome Yi Futian and the others ending their training in isolation. Many in the Holy Ji Palace attended the banquet. The Holy Sage Pavilion threw a banquet to welcome Yi Futian and the others ending their training in isolation. Many in the Holy Ji Palace attended the banquet. Why does it look so much like a celebration for a victory? Yi Futian smiled, feeling rather speechless. It was not like they had actually fought a war somewhere else. The bell of the Sage Hall rang often for the past year. To the Holy Ji Palace, the meaning behind this is far greater than winning a war somewhere. Furthermore, you all have grown considerably in the past year. Aren't any of you going to share your training experiences with the students of the Holy Ji Palace? Sage Daozong then added with a smile, "You all missed last year's sparring session after all." "All right, have it your way, Uncle Daozong," Yi Futian smiled and said. The group took their seats, and Yi Futian went to take the master's seat. Yuan Hong and the other 5 lords sat beside him. The Holy Ji Palace students who attended the banquet felt things were weird. The Holy Ji Palace had never been so relaxed in the past, but ever since Yi Futian took over as Palace Lord, the entire atmosphere of the Holy Ji Palace seemed to have changed somehow, little by little. "Palace Lord, how does it feel breaking into Sage Plane?" the Sword Demon asked, smiling. Yi Futian turned his eyes at everyone present and said, "The will of a sage reaches out to their surroundings. I feel as if I have developed a deeper comprehension of the heavens and the earth, as well as nature. I have heard that it was needed for sages to have an indomitable will and an open state of mind to be able to encompass everything around them and break into the plane. While none of that seems relevant to training, but if one trains with a closed mind, one's will not be able to reach out. When that happens, it will be impossible for one's will to completely meld with one's surroundings and touch another level of power. One who trains will first be required to train one's mind." I find that expression to be very apparent. The Holy Ji Palace might have many students, but even those who possess exceptional talents often find themselves trapped at the threshold at the pinnacle of the noble plane, incapable of taking any step further. At times, that actually has little to do with one's talents and capacity for comprehension. The key lies within reaching the required state of mind. "I hope my explanation helps," Yi Futian said. Many nodded. Everything in the world followed certain patterns, and it was a very curious and mystical thing. Some seemingly unrelated matters were actually connected at very deep levels. Yet, one would not have been able to develop such comprehension unless one reached the level required to do so. The students of the Holy Ji Palace felt increasingly impressed with Yi Futian. The genius who had beaten Bai Luli had broken into the sage plane before he had even turned 30. Furthermore, his actual combat capacity was probably even greater. The scale of things was terrifying with Yi Futian, and he was an extremely rare case in the entire history of the Holy Ji Palace. They were vaguely able to understand why the previous palace lord had been willing to give up his life to pass on the seat of palace lord to Yi Futian. But then again, it was a given that there were still some who found that decision disagreeable. They either found his plane or his agenda to be an issue. For example, the former number 1 in law rank, Shimin Hanjiang. He was not chosen to be allowed entry to the Sage Hall. He was not nominated by the Holy Sage Pavilion. While he felt the extremely high requirement for entering the Sage Hall to be rather irksome, he blamed most of his failure on him not being good enough. When Yi Futian was chosen over him, he battled with Yi Futian, angered at such a decision. He lost, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. However, at the moment, all who were able to enter the Sage Hall were those who shared amicable relations with Yi Futian, yet he was still left out. He was unable to fathom why it had been so. Shimin Hanjiang asked, after drinking a cup of wine, I have something that I'm unable to comprehend, and I'd like to ask the palace lord. Yi Futian heard Shimin Hanjiang's words and turned his eyes to the man. Yi Futian was calm and composed, yet he sighed deeply in his mind as he exchanged looks with the sword demon, Daozong and the rest. He had considered letting Shimin Hanjiang in before and had discussed the matter with the sword demon, Daozong, and the others before finally settling on testing Shimin Hanjiang's worthiness. When they went about choosing those to be allowed to train in the Sage Hall, they deemed one's personality and state of mind to be the most important point to be taken into consideration other than talent. The Sage Hall was an important place in the Holy Ji Palace. While the Holy Ji Palace set no limitations on who was allowed to be taught within, the candidates for entering the Sage Hall were naturally people that the Holy Ji Palace wanted to be able to handle crises with an indomitable mind and stance. At the very least, those who were unable to keep their stance were definitely not to be allowed to train inside. If one was the kind of person who would turn so easily, just like those who sided with Jisheng Cliffs after being enticed by Kong Yao, they would turn into something to come back to bite the Holy Ji Palace. Speak, Yi Futian said calmly. Palace Lord, you claim that one who trains will first be required to train one's mind. A sage is one needed to have a bearing capable of encompassing all. Yet what I find is that all who are allowed to train in the Sage Hall are your friends. Palace Lord, Shimin Hanjiang said. The banquet turned quiet the very second he finished. There was a handful who shared the same sentiment as Shimin Hanjiang, and they all turned to look at Yi Futian. There were many students in the Holy Ji Palace whose talents had been verified, but not their temperament. If any of my words sound offensive, I hope you will not take it to heart, Palace Lord, Shimin Hanjiang added. Zhuge Xing had served as an example before, but Shimin Hanjiang did not care. He had reached a stop in his training. But even if he ended up being expelled from the Holy Ji Palace, he would simply return to his clan to train, which was why he dared ask in the first place. That's entirely fine. Yi Futian shook his head and said, Many who entered the Sage Hall are your juniors, yet their plane is not weaker than yours. If you have any questions about capabilities, feel free to test yourself against any one of them. If you manage to emerge victorious, I will give you permission to enter the Sage Hall right away. Many who heard Yi Futian's words froze. Shimin Hanjiang was allowed to pick any one of them. While Shimin Hanjiang had often been considered to be the worst number one on the law rank in the recent generations, he was still a former number one on the law rank. Am I just going to be looked down on like this? Shimin Hanjiang's expression turned rather ugly. While he was still unable to break through the pinnacle of the noble plane and was currently stuck, he had developed increasingly matured rules. So, I'm still getting humiliated like this, eh? If you say so, Palace Lord, then I see no reason to refuse. Shimin Hanjiang got up and said, I train in the art of the sword. I shall challenge Yi Wuchen, a student of the Sword Palace. Shimin Hanjiang naturally would not have picked Yi Futian or Yu Shang, and it would have looked rather bad for him to pick one of the girls. Su Ke was a successor of Su Shang, and he had no certainty of being able to defeat him. As such, challenging Yi Wuchen seemed to be a guaranteed bet. You may. Yi Futian nodded as he took a look at Shimin Hanjiang. The sword demon and the others who were sitting beside him looked rather disappointed. The truth was, it was the sword demon who denied Shimin Hanjiang's entry into the Sage Hall. He wanted to test the young man since Shimin Hanjiang had already shown his dissatisfaction when Yi Futian was granted permission into the Sage Hall back then and challenged Yi Futian. As such, the sword demon decided to observe Shimin Hanjiang further. If the young man was able to endure such denials, they would have decided to nurture him further. However, it was obvious that Shimin Hanjiang turned out to be a letdown. So much so that he even went on to challenge the one who kept the lowest profile among the group, Yi Wuchen. It was apparent that he had avoided the stronger ones and picked on the one he deemed the weakest to challenge. It spoke volumes of his lack of bearing, and many deemed it normal that he was unable to progress further with his training. At the moment, Shimin Hanjiang had no idea that his outspokenness at such a place and time had cost him future opportunities. Yi Wuqian emerged from the corner where the students of the Sword Palace were. He flashed and took to the air. Shimin Hanjiang flashed and leaped into the air as well. Both were clad in overbearing sword aura, spreading throughout their surroundings. Power of rules of ice burst in an instant, and crisp cracking noises were heard as the space where Yi Wuqian was became encased in ice. The icy powers went on to cover his entire body. A stream of powerful sword aura burst on Yi Wuqian, and noises of the ice shattering were heard. Shimin Hanjiang flashed and turned into afterimages as he went for Yi Wuqian. Terrifying sword will rules covered the blade in his hand, tearing at the space before him, as if he was to tear space itself apart. Shimin Hanjiang had come to develop comprehension of powers enabling his sword to cut rules, bringing frightening damage potential to bear. All defenses were rendered null before the rules of his sword cut and shattered easily. Yi Wuqian remained standing where he was. His eyes turned incredibly terrifying in an instant, as if they turned into a pair of swords. Shimin Hanjiang was stopped dead in his tracks all of a sudden. His eyes seemed to have been pulled away by something. Illusions filled his mind, and he found himself inside a cage made of swords, surrounded by terrifying sword will. Yi Wuqian's figure looked increasingly huge in Shimin Hanjiang's eyes. A sword lashed out at Shimin Hanjiang, going straight for the middle of his brow. Shimin Hanjiang's expression turned ice cold. Powers of rules of ice burst, encasing Yi Wuqian's body, while he went at Yi Wuqian with his sword at breakneck speed. Many looked on at that moment with peculiar expressions. The ones watching below saw Yi Wuqian lash out at Shimin Hanjiang with an illusory shadow. He himself remained standing where he was. He only moved when Shimin Hanjiang's sword came right before him. A thrust shining with a blinding light appeared. Shimin Hanjiang was jarred awake in an instant, but it was too late for him to do anything to resist. Terrifying sword aura gushed at him, and the tip of his opponent's sword appeared right before his throat. Shimin Hanjiang's face looked completely ashen at that very instant, and he looked incredibly awkward. Elusive sword rules, I take it? The sword demon's eyes were fixed on Yi Wuqian. The elusive sword rules were a very rare type of power of rules, something activated and used by working spiritual-type powers. The rules enabled elusive swords that looked no different from the real thing to manifest. Yi Wuqian sheathed his sword and dropped to the ground. Shimin Hanjiang was too ashamed to remain in the air. He returned to his seat without lifting his head to look at Yi Futian. He was the former number 1 on the law rank, yet despite him being allowed to pick an opponent of his choosing, he was still unable to end up on top. Many students of the Holy Ji Palace were exasperated at the scene. No one had any reason to doubt Yi Futian anymore. Yi Futian took a look at Shimin Hanjiang calmly and said nothing. While Shimin Hanjiang had a problematic temperament, he was not as bad as Zhu Gexing. If he were to realize that himself and rectified on his own, he would have been a true proud son of the heavens. As such, Yi Futian did not pound on Shimin Hanjiang any further. The candidates allowed to enter the Sage Hall this time were closely scrutinized and chosen by the lords themselves, instead of them simply being good friends of mine. If there are any other students of the Holy Ji Palace who feel slighted by the selection, feel free to dispute the choice with the lords of your respective places of training. I will not hold such disputes against anyone. Yi Futian then added, however, I hope the students of the Holy Ji Palace will not limit their visions to just the Sage Hall. What do you mean by that, Palace Lord? Someone looked at Yi Futian and asked. The time period for training in the Sage Hall is 1 year. The first batch who was permitted to train within the Sage Hall has emerged. I will not limit these people to move just within the Holy Ji Palace. By that, I mean I'll take them on pilgrimages throughout the other states to experience firsthand what the geniuses of other states are capable of. Yi Futian turned to everyone present and continued. There are events held throughout all 9 states, and the states interact with each other often. The barren state is the only one isolated due to us having no saints. But the barren state can no longer afford to be how it has always been. We cannot limit ourselves within the barren state, simply because the other states do not see us as one of them. In the past, only top-notch supreme geniuses from the Holy Ji Palace will have ventured outside. In the future, I wish to see all students of the Holy Ji Palace venturing to faraway lands. Chapter 730. Everyone left after the banquet, but they still felt a tremor deep within their minds. Everyone left after the banquet, but they still felt a tremor deep within their minds. While Yi Futian had taken over as the palace lord, he was still young, and many students of the Holy Ji Palace thought him to be ill-suited for the role. But from the looks of things at the moment, it seemed that Yi Futian was already prepared for his role. He seemed to even have plans to build barren state of the future. There were only the lords and Yi Futian left in the Holy Sage Pavilion. Ever since I've taken over as palace lord, all who assisted have been my elders and my friends, so it's not surprising that Shimin Hanjiang had such thoughts. But now, I'm afraid there are quite a number of others who share his opinion. Yi Futian smiled bitterly as he shook his head. Speaking of which, it seems that there are indeed forces who try to make the Holy Ji Palace their own out there. We didn't go all the way to Book Mountain to call you out and offer our support to make you the palace lord for nothing. We know what is going on. If we were to split the place into factions, that would be a very wrong move. We just do what we must and make sure our conscience is clear. The Sword Demon said, now the days where the Holy Ji Palace can just focus on teaching the students and nothing else are definitely long over. With goals and objectives come agendas. No one is exempt from that rule, be it you, me, or the others. Sage Dozhan, Daozong, and Wanxiang all nodded in agreement. Now that the Holy Ji Palace had a clear goal to make the place great again, to foster saints and to compete with other institutions of the orthodoxy, as well as having an enemy in the form of Jixing Cliffs and others who were scheming to take the sacred grounds of barren state apart, it was no longer sufficient to take only talent into consideration when fostering their candidates. Said candidate stances, personalities, and temperaments needed to be taken into consideration as well. What about the matter I brought up before? Yi Futian asked. Sage Daozong took out several drawings and laid them out slowly, handing them over to Yi Futian. He said, the divine path forces of all 9 states, as well as the people ranked on the sage and saint rankings, are all accounted for here. Yi Futian nodded, took the drawings over, and scanned them for a bit. The barren state was the only one out of the 9 states with no saints. All saints from the other 8 states were ranked on the sage and saint ranking. There were 72 saints and 81 sages listed in this ranking. The 72 saints on the ranking were all the saint plane figures known in all 9 states. There was, of course, the possibility of others who did not make themselves known and were not ranked. Such cases were also few and far between. That meant that there were fewer than 80 saints to be found all over the vast, seemingly boundless 9 states. As for the 81 sages on the ranking, the ones listed were the 81 who were most powerful, with actual capabilities being considered instead of talents and potentials. Furthermore, out of the 9 states, Jixing Cliffs was the only place with lineages of the saints in all of Yu State. As for the other states, there was more than one place like Jixing Cliffs in their respective territory. Where did Emperor Xia live? Yi Futian asked out of curiosity all of a sudden. The lords were dumbfounded as they looked at Yi Futian. It was apparent that none of them had expected for him to ask about Emperor Xia. The Sword Demon shook his head with a smile and said, "You'll find out in the future." If the divine paths were something tangible, then Emperor Xia was the true figure of legends, a figure of Renhuang Plain, far above all in all of the 9 states. Yi Futian wore a peculiar expression, but he did not pursue the matter further. He put the drawings away and asked, "Are the preparations of that thing I talked about before done?" "The preparations are underway. The Holy Ji Palace has dispatched mighty ones to gather intel about the other 8 states, but the information is limited to the 2 states, right beside the barren state. Yu State and the Eastern State," Sage Daozong said. Yi Futian nodded and replied, "I'll await further news then." Everyone nodded and excused themselves. The students of the Holy Ji Palace were about to venture outside the barren state. That had been the plan that Yi Futian had set right after he took over as Palace Lord. There was no way of growing more powerful and doing so quickly without venturing outside of one's familiar territory. If one simply shut themselves off and trained only within the Holy Ji Palace, disconnected from the outside world, there would have been no pressure or motivation to move forward. The lords came to the Holy Sage Pavilion after several months and brought news worthy of attention. The 9-state forum this year is to be held in the Eastern State, Sage Daozong said. 9-state forum? Yi Futian looked puzzled. "We at the Holy Ji Palace hold sparring sessions every year and battles once in 3 years to recruit students. The 9 states interacted with each other often, and with the exception of Barren State being left out, the other 8 often held events. The 9-state forum is one tradition that has been maintained for years. The battles are fought between top-notch geniuses beneath the sage plane and serve to gauge the powers of each other. The event is held once every 3 years, and the hosting right is rotated between sacred ground forces in the states involved. The host for this year is the Eastern State," Sage Daozong said, "but they wouldn't inform the barren state about it." Yi Futian nodded. He naturally understood that the barren state was so marginalized that they deemed the barren state unworthy of even participating in the event. It was really awkward indeed. The Battle of the Saints is the battle between sages at their pinnacle, so this 9-state forum is one fought between younger nobles at their pinnacle then. Yi Futian smiled and asked, "Other than that, there is a saint in the Eastern State called the Chess Saint, known to be the #1 chess player in all of the 9 states. He is the undisputed champion in the art of chess. At the same time, he is versed in the art of matrices. He also possesses an incredibly rare life spirit, the chess spirit." Sage Daozong continued, "Now, the Chess Saint Villa has news that the Chess Saint is nearing his end and has invited geniuses from all corners of the world to gather there. It is said that he has carved his art of chess into his chessboard to be bestowed to an exceptional heir serving as his successor. A saint plain mighty, one nearing his end? What has he been through?" Yi Futian asked with puzzled looks. "That is unknown." Sage Daozong shook his head. "A chessboard of the saints is a sacred relic. At the very least, it has powers at the level of a holy item," Yi Futian said. There was no doubt that the chessboard crafted and used by the chess saint was a sacred relic, but it was unknown if it truly had powers matching its supposed level. However, it would have definitely made one a superb being by getting their hands on that chessboard. But then again, he was not versed in the art of chess. We don't know for sure, but many people from top forces all over the Eastern State all began to head for the Chess Saint Villa. A sacred relic, whatever that may be, proves tempting enough after all. Sage Daozong said, "Furthermore, the offer of an item embodying a saint's way of training is tempting in itself, even if said way of training is an extremely rare one." "So the chess saint has no students?" Yi Futian asked curiously. "Why wouldn't a saint simply pass down his sacred relic to his student?" "He does. The chess saint has 9 students, and all of them possess superb talents. They are also incredibly famous," Sage Daozong said. "But according to some news, none of the 9 students studying under the chess saint has a chess spirit. It is a very rare life spirit, after all. As such, the chess saint probably has other plans and wants someone else to inherit his mantle and art at chess." Yi Futian nodded and said, "Well then, the Eastern State shall be our first stop in our journey to all 9 states." He had the lords look into matters regarding the other 8 states a year ago before he entered the Sage Hall to train, making preparations to leave the Barren State on a pilgrimage throughout all 9 states. Having broken into Sage Plain without much trouble himself, everyone around him was able to progress considerably, and the Barren State being largely at peace at the moment, he deemed it to be time to venture outside. Since there is something going in the Eastern State, then that shall be our first destination in our pilgrimage journey. Noted, we'll get things ready, Sage Daozong said. Yi Futian was now the palace lord of the entire Holy Ji Palace, and it was only natural that he had mighty ones serving as his escorts. Yi Futian and his party departed the very next day in a rather unceremonious manner, but he had people from the Holy Ji Palace seeing them off. It was especially so in the Holy Sage Pavilion, where Sage Dozhan, the sword demon, Sage Daozong, and many other mighty ones sent Yi Futian and his party off. Yi Futian, palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace and a sage, was bringing a group of nobles with him on his journey through the 9 states. There was no telling what was waiting for him out there. There are 9 years still. The journey will be a long one. Who knows what they will run into? Sage Daozong said, "We shall let time take its natural course. The only thing we can do now is to wait for the condor to rise with the wind and a sword capable of shaking the 9 states to emerge." The sword demon cast his gaze at the air and saw Yi Futian and his party off. Yi Futian was the student with the most dazzling talent in the history of the Holy Ji Palace, as well as the youngest palace lord who began his career at the lowest plane level. No one knew what the future held, but they were certain that so long as he remained alive, it was only a matter of time before he went to shake up all of the 9 states. He has Wan Xiang, the sword saint, and Yuan Hong going on the journey with him. "There is no need for us to worry," Sage Dozhan said. With such a grand entourage of mighty ones by his side, no one would have been able to easily touch Yi Futian, unless the one they got on the bad side of was a saint. But then again, Yi Futian and his party were not dumb people, and they would not try to offend any saint plain figures. Furthermore, even if unexpected events were to occur, his status as the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace would make saints think twice in order to avoid getting on the bad side of Emperor Xia. The eastern state was south of the Barren State, and they needed to tread through the southernmost regions to enter the eastern state from the Barren State. The region was where the Ice Temple was. As the sacred ground located right beside Eastern State's border, the ones from the Ice Temple would make contact with the Eastern State every now and then. Yi Futian visited the Ice Temple for a bit while on his way into the Eastern State, showing his gratitude to the Lord of the Ice Temple in person. Yun Shuisheng also happened to be home to check on things. Yujing City, Eastern State, a month later. The city was incredibly famous in the Eastern State. It was so famous because a saint had emerged from the city, and this saint was none other than the chess saint. There were 72 known saints throughout all of the 9 states, and any one of them was a figure standing at the very top. As a figure of legends, a saint was more than adequate to get a region famous. The Barren State was one of the 9, and the people of the Barren State yearned for a saint to emerge. Such was the influence possessed by a saint. A place with a saint in it would be extremely prosperous, and Yujing City was no exception. Yang Shao, the city lord of Yujing City, was a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking of the sage and saint rankings, as well as the eldest student of the chess saint, possessing powers befitting of his status. Yang Zhao's wife was also the number 1 beauty in Yujing City, as well as the 3rd student of the chess saint. The chess saint's 2nd student was equally as famous and possessed incredible powers. All 9 students of the chess saint were exceptional people, and not even one of them was average. Saint plain figures tended to check on the talents of their students before taking them in. Only people of exceptional talents would be allowed to study under the saints and tutored by them personally. There was no way such people could be anything but exceptional. Yet, as of late, there were others who were incredibly exceptional arriving in Yujing City. Many hailed from all over the Eastern State, and there were even some from other states. Many of those people were mighty ones renowned in their respective regions or extreme geniuses with superb talents. Everyone in Yujing City knew why those people showed up. A group of people was seen taking to the air above Yujing City at that moment. Those people bore exceptional might, and they were none other than Yi Futian and his party. "We're here." A smile could be seen in Yi Futian's eyes. They had ventured through the endless regions in their journey and had arrived at the first stop outside of the barren state, other than Sage Wanxiang, his eldest brother, and Yuan Hong, Zhuge Mingyue, Gu Donglu, Huajiu, Yi Wuqin, Yusheng, and the others were also by Yi Futian's side. The first batch of students who studied in the Sage Hall had all ventured outside the barren state. Chapter 731. Yujing City was an incredibly bustling place, and the most bustling spot in all of Yujing City was none other than Qingyu House. Jinghua Mountain had the strongest of cultivators, while Yujing House had the strongest wine. Qingyu House, however, had the greatest beauties. Yujing City was an incredibly bustling place, and the most bustling spot in all of Yujing City was none other than Qingyu House. Jinghua Mountain had the strongest of cultivators, while Yujing House had the strongest wine. Qingyu House, however, had the greatest beauties. Of the three places, Jinghua Mountain was the place where the chess saint trained, and it was only natural for it to be the least lively. Yujing House was the city lord office of Yujing City, and only the guests invited by the city lord were worthy of drinking the wine offered. Qingyu House was the only place without such restrictions, and as such, it was the place with the largest crowd. Qingyu House was not an actual house, but a boat or a floating restaurant, to be precise. It was decorated as lavishly and intricately as any place on land, as it was a place floating by the lakeside of Jade Lake. To Yi Futian, the greatest attraction was, without a doubt, the beautiful girls on board. As such, he deliberately appeared by the Jade Lake and sat at the forefront, leaning close to the boat. There were beauties playing music and dancing on the boat. The sound of their music and the scene of the girls dancing were sights to behold. A sight to behold, isn't it? Hua Jiu wore a veil beside Yi Futian and asked with a smile. It was not just Hua Jiu doing so. All of the girls within Yi Futian's party wore veils to conceal their faces as well. It would have caused a commotion if such a group of girls was to appear at such a place. Yes, indeed. Yi Futian nodded honestly, but then turned to Hua Jiu and said, "But of course, not as good-looking as my wife. I think their dances are more beautiful. Even I, a girl, am enraptured by their movement." Hua Jiu smiled sheepishly at Yi Futian. "Your words are true indeed." Yi Futian nodded. Hua Jiu leaned close to Yi Futian's ear and said softly, "How about I dance one for you?" Yi Futian blinked and felt his heart jump. He recalled the time when they were younger, where Jiu had actually captured a city's attention with a dance. Was something that superb going to happen right here? "Let's dance at nightfall," Yi Futian replied just as softly. "All right." Hua Jiu nodded with a faint smile. Yi Futian looked at her and felt her words sounded rather unbelievable. "Jiu, why do I get the feeling that he's only here to look at girls?" Zhuge Mingyue sat right next to Hua Jiu. She smiled at Yi Futian and went to pinch Gu Donglu right beside her. "You brothers sure have a good time looking at the girls." "Pretty women are men's bane," Gu Donglu replied seriously. Zhuge Mingyue smiled at him. Yi Futian took a look at his third brother, who sported a deadpan serious expression. "He isn't my elder brother for nothing indeed. I sure as hell would have a lot to learn from him." A commotion was heard from the crowd. Another group of girls appeared when the veil at the boat was opened. The woman in the middle of the group wore thin clothes and moved as if she had no bones. She turned to look at the crowd with eyes that seemed to be able to melt people's mind. Her beauty was so stunning that there were hardly words to describe her. "Goddess Hanyu." The voices of many were heard. The woman was the prettiest of all in Qingyu House, Goddess Hanyu. There were many who claimed that her looks were on par with that of the #1 beauty in Yujing City. However, her rather low status meant that she was unable to be compared to that lady of the city, lord who was also a student of the saint. What a beauty indeed! Yi Futian smiled. Goddess Hanyu sported jade-like fingers. Beautiful, mystical music sounded as she plucked at the strings of the guqin. Smoke rose and beauties danced, rendering the scene looking pretty in a dreamy manner. The music played is just as beautiful as the ones playing it. Yi Futian began praising what he saw. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and looked at Yi Futian and said softly, "Marriage really does change a person." "Yeah." Hua, Jiu nodded, agreeing with every bit of that line. Goddess Hanyu bowed to her audience, and the crowd went into an uproar. Many opened their mouths and said, "Reward her." Countless spirit stones, ritual implements, and treasures were brought onto the boat, Jiu Gongzi giving a sage ritual implement away as a gift. A female voice was heard, and everyone turned their eyes to a corner at the forefront of the boat. A dashing man sat there quietly, admiring Goddess Hanyu's beautiful looks. "Jiu Gongzi is just as generous as always," many smiled and said. "Jiu Gongzi shows up here every day, and he always is the honored guest." "It looks like today is no exception," someone said. "The one who gives the highest, most lavish reward will become the honored guest," sharing a room with Goddess Hanyu. While Goddess Hanyu was extremely beautiful, the further one progressed with one's training, the more exceptional one's temperament became. One would have had the capacity to admire beauty without succumbing to lust. To those people, their training was of the utmost importance, and those who were of high statuses had their reputation to take care of. As such, it was incredibly rare to see one giving away a sage ritual implement just like that. "Uncle, give her a mid-level ritual implement." Yi Futian turned his head around and said. There was only one person he would have called uncle in the party he brought with him, and that was Sage Wanxiang. Wah! Sage Wanxiang looked at Yi Futian, dumbfounded. Is he asking me, an honored lord of the Wanxiang Pavilion, to reward a courtesan? This palace lord really goes about doing whatever he wants. Yi Futian smiled sheepishly at Sage Wanxiang, who was probably the wealthiest among all in his party. Yi Futian had no one else to ask when it came to such requests. Sage Wanxiang smiled bitterly and shook his head, seeing Yi Futian smile, before taking out a ritual implement from his ring and handing it over. The girl who took the gift looked rather puzzled and inspected it carefully, asking, "May I know who this gift is from?" "Our Mr. Yi," Sage Wanxiang said. The girl nodded and got up, saying to Yi Futian, "Mr. Yi presents a mid-level sage ritual implement." All eyes turned to Yi Futian all of a sudden, giving away a mid-level sage ritual implement. Just who the hell is this guy? Someone else like Jiu Gongzi? Many began to try to guess Yi Futian's identity. There are many from other places showing up at Yujing City now. Is he one of those outsiders? However, there did not seem to be a Mr. Yi among those renowned ones who came. After a moment, the girl at the boat smiled and looked at Yi Futian and said, "Mr. Yi shall come on to the boat in a moment." Goddess Hanyu turned her beautiful eyes at Yi Futian and nodded, feeling rather curious who Yi Futian was. "It would suffice to hear your music and admire your appearance, goddess." Yi Futian smiled and said, "As for coming onto the boat, there is no such need. Thank you for your sentiments, but I'd like to give such an opportunity to Jiu Gongzi." Many looked even more puzzled. Not only did the stranger gift a mid-level sage ritual implement, but he also did not even bother coming onto the boat. Curiosity appeared in Goddess Hanyu's eyes. While she knew well that cultivators possessed a very strong will, there was hardly anyone who had been to this place and seen her so far yet refused her invitation. "Will do." The girl did not say much. She simply nodded with a smile. Jiu Gongzi turned his eyes at Yi Futian and saw many girls around him. He then smiled and asked, "So you like beautiful girls as well?" "Well, who doesn't?" Yi Futian said. It would be pretentious for one to say they don't. Interesting. Jiu Gongzi smiled and said, You're here for the event on Jinghua Mountain? Indeed I am. Yi Futian nodded. Jiu Gongzi's name implied that he was the 9th student of the chess saint of Jinghua Mountain. He was the youngest of the students and a rich loafer without a proper job. I have 8 other brothers and sisters. Why look for me? Jiu Gongzi smiled and asked. Because you happen to be the most interesting one, Yi Futian claimed with a smile. Since Yi Futian was out to try his luck, he naturally needed to know his way around. Those who wanted to inherit the chess saint's chessboard would first be required to earn the approval of any one of the 9 students before they were permitted entry to the chess saint villa. The news that Yi Futian had gotten was that the 9th student of the chess saint would have shown up every day at Qingyu House. That sounds fake, but I like the sound of that. Jiu Gongzi smiled and asked, Do you know how to play chess? Yi Futian looked rather strange in response to the question before nodding and saying, I suppose I do. Playing chess is easy. I guess there is no one who doesn't know how to play chess, right? But then again, getting really good at it is something else altogether. How about you give it a try? Jiu Gongzi smiled and said, waving his hand nonchalantly. A table and a chessboard appeared between them. He waved again, and Yi Futian extended his hand, taking a black piece before seeing Jiu Gongzi putting his piece on the board. Many came to have a closer look. No one had expected Jiu Gongzi to play with a stranger at such a place. Things had indeed gotten interesting. Yi Futian placed his piece as well. Jiu Gongzi's eyes flashed, and a peculiar look appeared on his face. He did not seem to understand why Yi Futian chose to place a piece at such a spot. Is this a new way of playing? No one would place their first piece like that according to the ways of chess, he wondered. Jiu Gongzi placed his piece. Both traded blows on the board, and soon the sword saint, Gu Donlu, and the others behind Yi Futian looked at the game, feeling awkward. You really know how to play chess, don't you? Su Kei asked weakly, seeing how most of Yi Futian's pieces were practically chewed up by his opponent. Of course I do. Who else do you think is playing now? Yi Futian glared at Su Quebec. It's just placing pieces. Who doesn't know how to do that? All of the spectators looked at Yi Futian with astounded looks. They had anticipated the battle to be won between 2 adept players. But what was happening before them was truly unexpected. Wanxiang began to regret coming on this trip. This guy looked rather normal back in the palace, but he sure just went nuts after coming out. He began to think if he had judged Yi Futian wrong. Soon, Yi Futian was getting slaughtered all over on the chessboard, suffering a humiliating defeat. Good one, brother Yi, Jiu Gongzi said to Yi Futian. It was the very first time he encountered such a formidable opponent. Jiu Gongzi is truly adept in the way of chess. It seems like I have much to learn, Yi Futian said. Cough, cough. Someone around him choked. Does anyone even need to be good to play against someone like you? The ones around Yi Futian felt like turning around and leaving, pretending that they never knew him. Let's go. Jiu Gongzi got up and said. Yi Futian was dumbfounded. Jiu Gongzi lowered his head, smiled, and said, Are you not here to go to Jinghua Mountain? Indeed. Yi Futian got up, getting ready to leave. He achieved his very first goal of the trip. The 9th student of the chess saint was truly ridiculous and interesting, just like what he heard from the rumors. Jinghua Mountain was right beside the city lord office, as Yujing House was built with its back at the mountain. The chess saint villa was on top of the mountain, while Yujing House was at the bottom. One needed to pass through Yujing House to go up to Jinghua Mountain. There were many exceptional people there from all over the eastern state, and all of them were at Yujing House at the moment. Yi Futian and his party arrived at Yujing House as well. I don't think any of you people stand a chance. Jiu Gongzi's smile was a warm, friendly, and dashing one. He then said to Yi Futian, But of course, you're the only ones who got into the chess saint villa through me. As such, you have my support." Yi Futian did not even know how to play chess. It was a given that he stood no chance at the event. Many of those who had arrived at the vast manor were very renowned throughout the eastern state. For instance, Han Jing, who is known for his infallible calculations and a spirit elemental cultivator with mystical, curious powers. His mental calculative abilities were frightening, and he was versed in the way of matrices as well. Many old veterans at chess had lost at his hands. Chapter 732. In the Yujing house, Jiu Gongzi asked Yi Futian and his party, "Would you all like to take a look in the mountains, or would you all prefer to first take a rest in Yujing house?" In the Yujing house, Jiu Gongzi asked Yi Futian and his party, "Would you all like to take a look in the mountains, or would you all prefer to first take a rest in Yujing house?" "Let's go up the mountains," Yi Futian said. It was their original intention to visit the chess saint villa, after all. Most of those who came to Yujing house had probably arrived in the mountains. All right. Jiu Gongzi nodded and took Yi Futian and his party for the mountain roads behind Yujing house. Jinghua Mountain was very tall, and the chess saint villa was built at the top of the mountain. The building, which was built with the cliffs on its back, was a majestic and regal one. There were many people in chess saint villa, and all of them had an extraordinary bearing. At that moment, many more gathered at one of the cliffs to be found in the villa, which was called Chess Peak. Every single huge rock on Chess Peak had someone on top of it. Their eyes gazed forward, and there were 9 huge chessboards laid out in the air. Every chessboard emanated mystical powers. At that moment, an intense chess battle was taking place on one of the chessboards. One of the battling participants was a youth dressed in purple and had a long sword at their hip, looking dashing and sporting an extremely extraordinary bearing. The one opposite the youth was an old man, who looked plain yet had a bearing as steady as a mountain, seemingly having merged himself into one with the chessboard before him. Both participants stood on the chessboard. The youth waved their palm and brought one chess piece from the sky, stabbing one of the spots like a sword. It seemed to exude extremely powerful rules of the sword the very moment it landed on its designated spot. The old man waved nonchalantly, and with a loud boom, a piece fell onto the chessboard. The mountains shook as a formless might descended upon them, suppressing the will of the sword. "So this is a chess battle," Yi Futian said. "For common folks, the arts of the guqin, chess, book, and painting were meant for tempering one's temperament, cultivating one's mind, and improving one's character. Yet, for cultivators, it went without saying that while all those aspects had their place, the most important part of the arts was battle. No one would have invested a huge amount of time and energy into forms of cultivation that had little benefit in battle. It went without saying that the chess saint was renowned not for his art at the game of chess itself, but for his way of chess being out of the ordinary, approaching that of the saints, just like how it was with musical spells and the painter. He had fought a battle with Zhou Mu, a student of the art saint from Donghai City, involving the guqin and painting when he was young. Yi Futian's fourth brother, Shui, possessed a fighting book spirit, and as such, was versed in the abilities of books. Yi Futian had also met someone in Alchemy City who based their cultivation on chess matrix. However, that was the very first time he witnessed a chess battle in its truest form. Indeed, Jiu Gongzi nodded and pointed at the youth fighting the chess battle before them, then said, "That person is named Li Mu. His teacher is a mighty one of the sage, ranking of the sage, and saint ranking, the sword celestial. Li Mu is a very renowned swordsman himself, possessing incredible talent. The sword celestial was versed not only in the way of the sword, but also in sword matrix. Li Mu learned well under the sword celestial, and it is a given that he is just as capable. His sword matrix possesses incredible power. He also learned chess in order to visit the chess peak, incorporating his way of the sword into that of chess. He has reached incredible heights in that respect. yet he has problems breaking through even his very first game. Li Mu smiled and turned to look at Yi Futian, saying, "And so, that means there is even less hope for you. But of course, if there are any of you who are versed in the art, you're welcome to try." It seems that Jiu Gongzi is bringing people up to the Chess Saint Villa as well. Someone smiled and said from one of the huge rocks beside them. "Just joining in the fun," Jiu Gongzi replied with a smile. That person took a look at Yi Futian and his party, deeming them to have an extraordinary bearing. However, there were hardly any who visited the Chess Saint Villa that were not extraordinary. But most of the people who visited the place came for little more than just to have fun. Yi Futian kept his eyes on the battle. As the chess pieces fell onto the board one after another, Li Mu's expression turned increasingly serious and troubled. His movements at putting down his pieces became increasingly slow, and his palms started sweating. A sword aura descended from the air as he waved his hand. Frightening power of devastation swept across the chessboard, yet it was suppressed and stabilized by many other pieces around it. The old man waved as well. A low rumble sounded in an instant, and a bunch of chess pieces manifested from sword aura were pulverized right there and then. The sword aura dissipated into nothing as it was snuffed out by brute force. A mystical feeling welled up within Yi Futian. He activated freedom meditation, and at the very next moment he seemed to be able to see that the two were not actually having a game of chess, but were actually fighting in a battlefield that took the form of a chessboard. Sword auras crisscrossed throughout the battlefield, and every single one of them was incredibly sharp, out to cut down everything in their path. Yet another sword fell, resonating with many other swords on the board. The sword matrix rang, attempting to break open the shackle placed on it to sweep the opposing pieces away. At that moment, the old man placed yet another piece with a loud tang. Yi Futian was vaguely able to see a huge golden cauldron descending with might to suppress all, pinning down the sword auras, preventing the power of the sword auras to be unleashed. Many swords rang and trembled. It was as if they were about to fall apart and were facing the danger of being destroyed at any moment. Li Mu yelled and pointed at the front with both his hands. A sword fell from the sky, turning into a chess piece, then sat on the chessboard battlefield. At the very moment, all swords seemed to have manifested as terrifying sword matrices, and they seemed to be taking form soon. Yet at that moment a rumble was heard as an incredibly heavy piece descended slowly to sit in a corner. An area of swords was destroyed at the very second that piece made contact with the chessboard, snapping the sword matrix brutally. The golden cauldron unleashed dazzling lights, and with waves of light screens emanating, it suppressed all of the swords in the area, locking them down. Li Mu grunted, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. He looked rather pale. Sword will circled in the air, yet none of them descended. He was hesitating. A flash of brutality was finally seen in his eyes, and he placed his piece at the very center of his opponent's area of pieces, intending to go straight for the heart with one move. Formless, devastating power swept across the field, and the sword matrix materialized once again, cracking the golden cauldron. The old man waved again, unfazed. Another piece fell onto the field, and the second piece made contact with the board. Li Mu's face literally went lifeless. His sword matrix was all devoured, suppressed, and dispelled, turning into dust. All the other pieces were completely devoured without messing up the board at the next moment. They were turned to dust and utterly incapable of taking form again. I lost. Li Mu shook his head with a bitter smile. He was still unable to make it through that very first game. The name of the chess saint held true. While it was true that Li Mu did not specialize in playing chess, it was nonetheless a natural thing for cultivators to learn the way of chess, enabling them to easily grasp the game's essence due to the powerful deductive capabilities possessed by cultivators in general. However, the ways demonstrated by the chess saint were literally godlike. All 9 games that he had laid out at random stopped a great majority of people dead in their tracks. "Mr. Li, your progress has been advancing at breakneck speed. Keep at it for some time, and you will eventually break through that game," the old man said. Li Mu nodded. It went without saying that he had no intentions to give up just because he lost. Even if he ended up incapable of inheriting the chessboard of the art saint, the journey was still one which would serve well as training. "Splendid." Sage Wanxiang, who was behind Yi Futian, said, laying out one's formations with chess pieces and every step calculated meticulously. Endless changes were seen within, yet at the very end, everything seemed to return to its source still. "You play chess, uncle?" Yi Futian asked. The way of the cultivators is one where all aspects are interconnected one way or another. So long as one has the intention to comprehend any expectations, they will be able to comprehend it, Wanxiang answered. "You fortune-telling crook." Yi Futian thought to himself, having no intention of saying that out loud. "How so?" Yi Futian felt rather curious. Playing a game of chess is akin to laying out matrices and formations, with every step needing to be calculated. The process of both sides going at each other is a process of calculation, as well as you anticipate where your opponent will place their piece, as well as your way of dealing with those moves. So long as one is able to calculate all the possible changes and form a game in their mind, one will be able to keep themselves from losing, even though they have no chance of winning. As such, playing a game of chess should be very simple, Wanxiang elaborated. Sparkles appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. That fortune-telling crook of an uncle is an astrologer. If he is able to calculate the fates of people, calculations involved with a game of chess are really nothing indeed. Jiao Gongzi looked at Sage Wanxiang dumbfounded. Has this old man gone mad? Calculating all possible changes? A chessboard has many slots for one's piece, and every time a piece is placed, there will be a variety of possibilities waiting to happen, which, in turn, means that changes in every game are practically limitless. As such, it would be entirely impossible to deduce every move which would have taken place, and you intend to calculate all of them nonetheless? He looked at Wanxiang with a puzzled look. While Sage Wanxiang's words were sound in theory, and Jiao Gongzi's teacher had also said that to be the path of the art of chess, he deemed what Wanxiang said to be rather far-fetched. It is indeed simple to play a game of chess, and everyone knows that. But why would there be only one chess saint in all of the 9 states? There is no need to make it that complex. It would have sufficed just to calculate the one you're playing with, Wanxiang said in a natural manner. Crazy dude! Jiao Gongzi mumbled, but then turned around and smiled. How about you go play a game then? Wanxiang turned his eyes at Yi Futian and the others and asked, Would any one of you like to experience a chess battle? Yi Futian blinked and turned to look at others around him, asking, Anyone? However, all eyes were on him, which Yi Futian found to be rather annoying. You need the palace lord to do this personally? Suke! Yi Futian called, and the man quickly moved his eyes away. I don't know how much of that crook Wanxiang's words are true, and I'd rather doubt his words. Qian Chou, Yi Futian called again. Zue, Qian Chou simply took out his gourd and drank away. 7th brother, Yi Futian turned around and asked Yi Shaoshi. The fat guy glanced at him lethargically. His eyes then turned to carry a despising look. Yi Futian's face turned solemn and dead. Is the dignity of the palace lord even a thing to these people? Very well, a palace lord should have an open heart and not be petty with these people. Yi Futian thought as he stepped out and landed on the chessboard. He felt engulfed by some mystical power in an instant, as if powers usable on the chessboard were limited, preventing participants from overwhelming one another with an advantage in playing, which would have violated fairness in a game. I seek your guidance, Senior, Yi Futian bowed and said. After you, the old man said. Please, after you, Yi Futian said. He had no idea how to make a move before his opponent. The old man waved his hand without saying anything else. The first piece was placed with an incredibly heavy might, like that of a mountain. Futian felt that incredibly heavy pressure instantly. It seemed to him as if he was fighting on the battlefield instead of playing a game of chess. Futian waited. Just do whatever comes to mind, Wanxiang said. Futian felt an urge to slug someone. He would not be an opponent for someone from Chess Saint Villa even if he actually knew how to play chess, let alone that he did not even know how to play. He waved his hand and unleashed the power of rules, melding it with his piece and placed it somewhere. A rumble was heard as if a star had fallen onto the board. What is he trying to do? Many turned to look at Futian. That very first move felt rather puzzling. Chapter 733. The old man on the other side frowned as well when he saw how Futian placed his piece, puzzled at his move. He then placed his second piece with a wave of the hand, paying no heed to the piece that Futian had just placed. The way he played was treating the game as steps to lay out his matrix, making it something entirely independent on its own. The final outcome would have been the same regardless of whatever Futian did. The old man on the other side frowned as well when he saw how Futian placed his piece, puzzled at his move. He then placed his second piece with a wave of the hand, paying no heed to the piece that Futian had just placed. The way he played was treating the game as steps to lay out his matrix, making it something entirely independent on its own. The final outcome would have been the same regardless of whatever Futian did, unless the way Futian played was something of a higher level than his was. It was only through such a method that Futian stood a chance at breaking his game. Sage Wanxiang said nothing thus far. Futian placed his piece however he felt like it, and he sensed an overbearing pressure bearing on him. It was pressure from the chessboard, as he was able to vaguely sense his opponent's pieces were gathering force. The force grew with every piece placed on the board. Futian activated freedom meditation and looked at the game. He felt caught in the midst of the game instead of someone playing the game, feeling a rush of powerful power of rules sweeping at him. It was something that descended from the heavens and bore on his body. Being put under such pressure, the one playing would have to expend spiritual power to resist it, which meant that the concentration spent on the game itself was somewhat diverted, making it even more difficult to win the game. Futian felt something mystical being in the game and was somewhat excited about it. So this is chess battle, huh? I must say this all feels so new to me. He waved his hand again and dropped one star piece after another. He played the game on his own instead of waiting for instructions from Sage Wanxiang. He seemed to have entered a state of his own. Under the powers of freedom meditation, he was able to see the game a little better, and every piece he placed seemed to be able to cut down that invading force gushing at him. To put it more aptly, at the moment, it felt like Futian was working to break his opponent's matrix formation, instead of actually playing a game of chess. Go 7 by 5, Sage Wanxiang said, breaking Futian's excited state. He cursed under his breath, but went on to do as told and placed the piece at 7th 5th slot. The placing of that piece seemed to have broken the change the old man was trying to lay out. A sparkle was seen in his eyes as he went on to place his piece, making up for it in other ways. Go 6 by 8, Sage Wanxiang said again, and Futian continued placing his piece. He was able to feel that Sage Wanxiang's placing of pieces was more intricate than his. Or rather, the sage felt less morally restricted. The way the pieces were placed was very precise, with an expressed intention of breaking the gathering of the force of the opponent. Go 6 by 4. Go 9 by 7. One voice after another was heard in Futian's ears. The old man's frown began to look increasingly apparent, and a rather irked expression was seen on his face. What kind of dirty, crude play style is this? There are no methods to be seen in this, and there is no force gathered either. Worse still, this is practically just a mess. However, such play style did no other thing than messing his formations. Every piece was placed in such a way that it would have made the opponent wanting to beat the one placing the pieces, to a pulp. Displeasure was seen in the old man's eyes as he went to continue playing the game. He was adamant in his disbelief that such a messy play style would have been able to break up his game. Time passed, and more pieces from both sides were found on the chessboard. The power of rules grew increasingly powerful, spreading out to all corners. Many stood on the rocks not far away, looking at the game between those two with funny expressions. There was actually such a shameless way of playing. All dirty moves. Everything looked messy, yet everything worked. The golden cauldron intended to take form in that game, yet it seemed as if the structure had cracks everywhere, and the golden cauldron remained incapable of truly manifesting. Furthermore, the messy star-powered pieces carried incredibly overwhelming power on their own, and the golden cauldron that was not yet able to take form was able to do nothing to crush them. The number of chess pieces grew on the board. The old man waved and brought a piece containing overbearing power of rules down, but he hesitated to complete the move. He looked incredibly frustrated, vaguely feeling that regardless of how the pieces were to be placed, there was simply no hope of getting his matrix up and running. No way to go about this. The old man slammed the piece on the chessboard. Rumbling noises were heard as the game was broken. A puzzled look was seen on Yi Futian's face as he turned to glance at Sage Wanxiang. The crook really is something indeed. He actually calculated all possible changes and made it impossible for the game to be continued. Everyone on Chess Peak turned their eyes to Yi Futian. You can do that. Many researched the way of chess or were versed with chess before coming up the Chess Saint Villa. However, it was their first time witnessing a play style that was so appalling. While the way it was played was rather ugly, it was nonetheless interesting if one were to really look into it. Just how powerful do one's calculative abilities have to be in order to actually anticipate the moves of one's opponent and go on to block them, affecting how the entire game is played? Yi Futian returned to his original spot, looking at Sage Wanxiang with a funny look. Jiao Gongzi naturally knew that it was not the work of Yi Futian himself, but the man was simply following Sage Wanxiang's instructions. The sage claimed to intend to calculate all the changes of the game, which Jiao Gongzi took to be little more than a joke. Yet the sage actually did it. So, is this considered a pass? Yi Futian asked, looking at Jiao Gongzi. Jiao Gongzi looked at Yi Futian and nodded in a rather speechless manner. Well, let's get on with the second game then. Yi Futian seemed to have gotten riled up. Many eyes turned on him as he stepped on the second chessboard, waiting to see him play. Yi Futian went placing his pieces as he fancied, just as he did with his first game. He then went on to dismantle all that was thrown his way with no finesse or grace. The old man, who served as his opponent in the game, said angrily when the game was over, "I have never seen a play style that ugly." The third and fourth games soon followed. Yi Futian went on to break 6 games in a stride, and the difficult grew. Even Sage Wanxiang found it taxing to play the games as there were more and more changes to be had. Yi Futian finally lost on his 7th game, thrown out of the board by a terrifying chess matrix. However, being able to break 6 games consecutively was still an achievement that had mouths gaping, and everyone went to gauge Yi Futian's party with curious eyes. After playing 7 games of chess battle, Yi Futian actually felt himself to have been truly initiated, gaining an understanding of the way of the chess. He felt chess was increasingly fun, and he became very interested. Too many changes to be calculated? Yi Futian asked Sage Wanxiang. It seems that I have underestimated the way of the chess. I have never thought one small board would be able to have so many changes capable of being executed on it. It was like a great path, and I never expected every play style and chess matrix to have that much difference in magnitude of power between them. Sage Wanxiang said, impressed enough that he stopped looking down on chess as he did before. It went without saying, however, that being able to rely solely on calculations without having ever learned to truly play chess and still was able to carry Yi Futian all the way to the 7th game was something incredibly terrifying. The games were not ordinary games. They were games laid out by the chess saint, and difficulty grew with each of the 9 games. I thought the games were interesting as well. I'm getting rather interested in chess. Yi Futian turned to Jiu Gongzi and said, "So one is only able to acquire the lineage of the chess saint after breaking all 9 games?" Jiu Gongzi shook his head with a smile and said yes and no. After breaking all 9, there is still one of even greater difficulty to be broken, and one would be considered to have completed the games after that. Yi Futian and Sage Wanxiang looked at each other. The ability demonstrated by Sage Wanxiang enabled him to break only 6 games, which spoke volumes of the difficulty of the remaining 3 lying in wait behind. Furthermore, there was one more with greater difficulty after breaking through all 9. Just how terrifying would that game be? He had no answer to that question, as it was beyond his imagination. Regardless, if you were able to pass, there is no need to fret. Han Jing excelled in both ways of chess and matrix, and his calculative abilities were extraordinary as well. Despite so, he was only able to pass the 7th game. Breaking all 9 chess games of Chess Peak is not something that can be done in a day or 2. Jiu Gongzi smiled and said, "There is just no way the games laid out by teacher would be so simple." "Well, in that case, it's better that we go down the mountain then," Yi Futian said, getting ready to return to Yujing House for the time being. "All right." Jiu Gongzi nodded. He turned to Sage Wanxiang and said, "If you were to learn to play chess, old sir, you would definitely be able to break all 9 games." "My interests lie elsewhere." Sage Wanxiang shook his head, smiling. Despite astrology not being something capable of being used all the time, that was where his interests lied. The way of the chess was the study of the myriad of changes taking place in a game of chess. Astrology, on the other hand, was the way of the heavens and the earth, for it was the study of all changes taking place in the world. They met an old man after coming down the mountain and arriving at Yujing House. The old man was of common bearing, and looked common as well. He looked friendly, and said to Yi Futian's party with a smile, "Ninth brother, I heard that you have invited some people. Are these friends who you mean?" "Yes." Jiu Gongzi nodded and said, "This is my second brother." Yi Futian looked at the man and saw him smiling at them without leaking any bit of aura. However, Yi Futian was able to tell that Li Kaishan, the second student of the chess saint, was a very terrifying sage who sported tremendously powerful combat capacity. Yi Futian returned the courtesy and said to Li Kaishan as well, "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Heir. Whoever is here is our guest. You can relax and make yourselves at home at Yujing House." Li Kaishan replied with a smile and left. "Mr. Heir seems to be an amicable person who seems to get along well with others," Yi Futian said to Jiu Gongzi. His demeanor matched what Yi Futian found prior in the gathered intel. Li Kaishan, the second student of the chess saint, was a good person. "Yeah, my second brother is kind and has a golden heart. He has many friends, and Lu Zong will be here as well, answering my second brother's invitation. The man should be on his way here as we speak," Jiu Gongzi said with a smile. "Lu Zong." Yi Futian looked rather suspicious. "You are not telling me that you don't know Lu Zong?" Jiu Gongzi looked at Yi Futian with a funny look. Lu Zong's renown was such that it would have been impossible for anyone from the eastern state not to know him. Just where the hell are these people from? "Who?" Yi Futian smiled and asked, thinking that to be an adequate answer. Jiu Gongzi looked puzzled. He turned to Yi Futian and said, "The person capable of breaking all 9 games." Yi Futian did not ask any further. He came to know Lu Zong within the next couple of days, as everyone in the house discussed things, and Lu Zong was practically the talk of the place. There was talk about Zhou Zichao as well. When Zhou Zichao arrived at Yujing House, Yang Shao, the eldest student of the chess saint, went to receive him personally. However, more were found hyped, waiting for Lu Zong's arrival. As renowned figures gathered in Yujing House grew in number, the place became increasingly lively. There were times where rumors about Yi Futian were heard, as his games of chess battles back then left quite an impression. Yi Futian was feeling rather carefree staying in Yujing House. He was reading a book at the time. The cover of the book had images of chess pieces carved on it. It was apparent that it was a book on chess. Chapter 734. Other than reading books, Yi Futian also went to play chess at Chess Peak to gain a deeper understanding of the way of chess firsthand. He became more and more able to see the intricacies of chess, and he deemed that if he was able to master the way of chess, it would do him a lot of good in helping with his training. Other than reading books, Yi Futian also went to play chess at Chess Peak to gain a deeper understanding of the way of chess firsthand. He became more and more able to see the intricacies of chess, and he deemed that if he was able to master the way of chess, it would do him a lot of good in helping with his training. He also came to know in the days he spent there who Lu Zong was a student of Xihua Sacred Mountain, a sacred ground of the orthodoxy in the eastern state. Furthermore, he was the personal student of the saint and was renowned as #1 among the younger generations of Xihua Sacred Mountain. All 3 mighty ones of Saint Plains served as his teacher, and it was said that if there was a saint to emerge from the next orthodoxy battles of the 9 states, there was no doubt that it would be Lu Zong. Such appraisals meant that Lu Zong was more than someone with just potential for sainthood. He was destined to be a saint in the days to come, and it was an opinion shared by many in the world. Other than Lu Zong, Zhou Zichao, who had arrived as well, had a similarly impressive background. He hailed from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, a sacred dynasty which ruled vast regions in the eastern state. It was said that the dynasty had once united all of the eastern state under one rule many years ago, reigning supreme over all. While the dynasty was no longer what it once was, it was one of the top forces to be found in the eastern state, even throughout all of the 9 states. Yang Shao, a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking of the sage and saint ranking, who was also a student of the chess saint, would not have come to receive him personally. Other than them, all the others who were invited to the Yujing House were people who earned the approval of the 9 students of the chess saint. They were all either of impressive background or possessed extremely exceptional talents. It was, after all, about the items symbolizing the lineage of the chess saint, and as such, it naturally drew attention. Yang Shao, head of the Yujing House, threw a banquet at his place to entertain his guests. The place was incredibly lively, and all who were present were people of exceptional bearing. Yi Futian's party took their respective seats after arriving, and their seats were far from eye-catching. Yi Futian turned his eyes forward, finding Yang Shao, the eldest student of the chess saint, to be a dashing, exceptional middle-aged man. His wife, however, looked young, seemingly in her early 30s. She sported incredible looks. She was the #1 beauty in all of Yujing City, and her looks naturally matched what her reputation suggested. However, there were many women among the guests who actually had looks on par with that #1 beauty in all of Yujing City. The girls in Yi Futian's party also looked exceptional. Other than that, a young man and a young woman were seen sitting near Yang Zhao's seat, which was at the front. Both of them exuded an air of elegance, as they were none other than Zhou Zichao and Zhou Zi, siblings who hailed from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. And Zhou Zi was extraordinarily beautiful herself. Both siblings were extremely regal and elegant. There were many mighty ones found around the 2 of them, while every one of those people exuded a mild and peaceful air about them. The air of elegance about them was unmistakable. They were all people from the sacred dynasty. Furthermore, the people who were sitting opposite them were also exceptional figures. Today's banquet is just for fun and chatter. It is an honor to be able to meet so many proud sons and daughters of the younger generations. Yang Shao, who was sitting at the host's seat, smiled and said to everyone before him, "My wife and I would like to propose a toast with everyone here." "Your reputation precedes you, Chief Yang. It is a pleasure to be able to meet you today," someone said with a smile. All 81 who were ranked on the sage and saint ranking were exceptional people, and Yang Shao was especially so, given how he was a student of the chess saint. I assume all of you have gone up to the chess peak and experienced the games laid out personally. What do you think about the games? Yang Xiao asked with a smile. Difficult. Li Mu, a student of the Sword Celestial, said, I'm versed with sword matrices and began looking into the way of chess before I even came here. But I was still unable to make it through even the first game when I arrived. I'm now able to make it to the 5th game after spending so much time here. It will prove rather difficult to break through all 9 games. Han Jing has broken through 8 games thus far, and he should soon break the 9th in due time. Yang Xiao looked at Han Jing and said, I will do so as soon as possible and go on to experience the Celestial Dragon chess game for myself, Han Jing said as he turned his eyes to Yang Xiao. The Celestial Dragon chess game was the ultimate game, one which was laid out by the combined efforts of all 9 students. It was more than just a game, as an intense chess battle was expected to take place within that game, so much so that even the rules were made different. I look forward to it, Yang Xiao smiled and said. He then turned his eyes at a very dashing, handsome young man and asked, Mo Jun, when will your brother Lu Zong be here? Mo Jun was another exceptional student from Xihua Sacred Mountain and was a personal student of a saint as well. He was an extremely exceptional young man with a lithe figure and incredibly handsome looks. One look was all that was needed to tell that the young man was meant for great things, and he enjoyed a prestigious status among the youths of the Eastern State. Even so, when the people thought about the younger generation of Xihua Sacred Mountain, his brother Lu Zong came to mind before him. Of course, Mo Jun admired his brother Lu Zong greatly as well. His brother was one destined to be a saint in the future, and Mo Jun had, of course, believed himself to be the same as well. My brother likes keeping to himself. As such, I have no idea where he actually is, Mo Jun replied. Yang Xiao nodded and added, I'm rather excited to see this exceptional young man from Xihua Sacred Mountain who reigns supreme among all the youths. He then took notice of a woman of exceptional appearance who exuded an air of holiness, so much so that she looked even more exceptional than the number 1 beauty in all of Yujing City. Yang Xiao smiled and said, I'm rather surprised to see you here, Goddess Qingni. You're being too kind, Chief. Goddess Qingni was also a student of a saint, a younger generation with links to the 8 great ones of the Saint Plain in the Eastern State. Many such people were present at the banquet. Brothers, how about you introduce the guests you have invited here? There are some that I don't even know, Yang Xiao said as he looked at his younger brothers. All 9 students of the chess saint were present that day. Yes, eldest brother. Some of them nodded and went to introduce the mighty ones they invited to the house. All of them were exceptional figures from the Eastern State. When it was Jiu Gongzi's turn to do so, he looked at Yi Futian with a rather peculiar expression and said, I don't actually know where you're from. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. It is really either very generous or clumsy of him to have only remembered such things now. Yi Futian of the Barren State, Yi Futian said softly. It sounds rather familiar. I think I've heard about it somewhere, Jiu Gongzi said. He then turned to Yang Xiao and did his introductions. Eldest brother, my friend Yi Futian is from the Barren State. Barren State, Yi Futian, Yang Xiao murmured to himself. All of the younger generations of the saints turned their eyes to Yi Futian suddenly. While people of the Barren State hardly mingled with those of other states, the people of the Sacred Ground would still concern themselves with the great incidents of the Barren State, especially involving Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State. As such, they had heard of Yi Futian's name more than half a year ago. I didn't expect the palace, Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, Sacred Ground of the Barren State to be here. My apologies. Yang Xiao raised his cup, smiled, and said, Please help yourselves. You're too kind, Chief. Yi Futian raised his cup and emptied it. Oh, so you're that noble plain palace lord. Jiu Gongzi had only just realized. He vaguely remembered something about Yi Futian being talked about more than half a year ago, but as he had little interest in such affairs, he did not take it to heart. He had only come to realize Yi Futian's identity after hearing what Yang Shao said. Noble Plain Palace Lord, Yi Futian felt rather exasperated. Everyone in the banquet turned their eyes to Yi Futian. Zhou Zichao then said, I heard that you defeated Qin Zhong, the son of Jisheng Cliffs, and that your talents are exceptional. The previous palace lord in the barren state called upon Emperor Xia after that battle in the Holy Ji Palace, who then had you take over as the palace lord. Many present had more or less heard of that incident, but not many knew much about what happened. However, it was obvious that the previous palace lord thought Yi Futian possessed exceptional talents and had a chance at attaining sainthood. Given how Yi Futian was able to defeat Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs, and how the previous palace lord gave his life to call upon Emperor Xia, they knew a thing or two about Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs, but were hardly familiar with Bai Luli, as they hardly cared about what happened in the barren state. If it had not been for Jisheng Cliffs being a part of that great incident, they would not have even heard of Yi Futian's name. Still, they cared little about him despite having seen his face now, as barren state did not even have a saint in their ranks, going to great lengths and making costly sacrifices just to have a saint emerge. It was rather far-fetched, given how some who were present were students of saints. If you're a palace lord of the sacred ground of the barren state, why do you suck so badly at chess? Someone asked. What has been demonstrated by Yi Futian that day was something many found appalling. It would have mattered little if Yi Futian was just another commoner. But a palace lord of the barren state's sacred ground playing a game of chess so awfully was deemed something laughable. Many turned to look at Yi Futian. So he is the rumored one. This is getting interesting. Is playing a game of chess about determining who is the winner and who is the loser? Or is it about having a play style that looks elegant? Yi Futian smiled and said, looking at the one who just spoke. That person frowned and added, well, it is indeed true that the primary objective is to tell the winner from the loser. Isn't it unthinkable to ignore the process of how the game is played? Yi Futian smiled, not going to argue further with the other party. While he thought Wanxiang's play style was rather ugly, he hardly thought it was a problem. If he was able to beat the lineage of the chess saint playing in such a way, he would hardly care about the play style itself. He thought many present would share similar opinions as well. Mo Jun turned his eyes at Yi Futian, recalling something. With the barren state not having a saint among their ranks for so many years, the palace lord must have come all the way from the Holy Ji Palace of barren state, seeing an opportunity in the eastern state. Or maybe Yi Futian actually had some ideas about the 9 states. The battles among all 9 states were to happen in none other than the very sacred ground that they were at now, Shihua Sacred Mountain, and no one invited the barren state to participate in the event. Yang Shao smiled and said to everyone, with even the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace from the barren state coming all the way here to the eastern state, I'd say the Celestial Dragon chess game will open a month from now. I will then allow all from Yujing City to witness the event at Chess Peak. The 9 games currently laid out at Chess Peak will resume as usual, just so everyone has a way to study the way of chess further. The Celestial Dragon chess game evolved out of those 9 games, and is practically an amalgamation of the 9 games. As such, there is no way the Celestial Dragon chess game could have been broken without first breaking the 9 games now at Chess Peak. Yang Shao elaborated, and everyone nodded. There was only a month's time to look into it, and it seemed to be something achievable by only a handful of people, with the great majority of others having zero chance at breaking the Celestial Dragon chess game. Yi Futian's party left after the banquet was over. Uncle, we have only a month. Do you think we stand a chance? Yi Futian asked Wanxiang. I didn't know much about chess, and I was only able to break the first 6 games. The 7th sported extremely complicated changes. Yang Shao said it himself earlier, the Celestial Dragon chess game was an amalgamation of all 9 games. As such, it definitely has limitless changes, and that makes it even more difficult to break. I'll spend the coming month researching the way of chess with you, Sage Wangxing said. All right then. Yi Futian nodded. Coincidentally, my style kind of differs from yours, uncle, and I have developed some thoughts about the subject. Let's look into it together. Yi Futian was compelled to work on it as they had come all the way to the Chess Saint Villa. It would have been a valuable experience, even if they ended up losing eventually.